Hello everyone and welcome to this complete Unity and C# game development tutorial. Have you ever wanted to create your own game but didn't know where to start? Well, you are in the right place. In this tutorial, we are going to build a complete 2D platformer game called The Rise completely from scratch using Unity 6 and C# programming language. Whether you are a complete beginner or already have some experience with Unity, this tutorial is designed to help you understand not only how to build a game but also why everything works the way it does. Throughout this tutorial, you will learn the Unity 6 game engine, C# programming, game objects, components, player movement, animation, physics, anime AI, UI, cameras, audio, tile maps, and many other essential game development concepts while creating a real game from start to finish. If you would like to continue learning beyond this free tutorial, I have also created a complete Unity 6 and C# game development course on my Udemy page, where we dive even deeper into advanced topics such as player dash, player double and triple jumps, mobile touch controls, mobile UI, building games for Android, PC and the website, advanced audio manager, clean C# architecture, assignments, bonus projects, and much more to help you become a more confident game developer. And if you are looking for the complete project files including the Unity source code, APK build, AAB build, WebGL build, future updates and downloadable resources, you can unlock them through my Patreon membership. Your support helps me continue creating free Unity tutorial for everyone. As a thank you, I also regularly give shoutouts to my Patreon members in my YouTube videos. Before we begin, I would like to give a huge shout out to Troll, Riavus Rivers, and One Night, and Yuchen for their amazing support. I would also like to give a very special thanks to Zainab and Ahmad Surya Bimantara for their incredible support and contributions. Thank you all so much. Now grab your favorite thing, open Unity, and let's start building the rise together. Let's get started. You can see I have opened up an empty Unity project, and you can also notice the version in the top left side. I'm using Unity 6 6000.0.40f1. So I'm using this version. You can go with any version of Unity. It's totally up to you. And there isn't much different at all. So let me explain what this all of these things. So the first thing we have called this scene view. Inside over here we need to drag the game objects, or you can think of the stuffs that we need to make our game. And we have the main camera which just gonna shoot our game. And let's suppose the player is somewhere around here, then this camera just gonna capture it, and the game will be broadcast inside our game view. And if your layout seems a little bit different, then you can always go to top right section, says layout, just click on it, and then set this on set this default, and it's gonna set it to default. I just like in this way, so that's why I just play it around my tabs a little bit. Yeah, you can see I have the scene view over here and the game view here. And let's suppose you just lost any of them accidentally, then don't worry. What you have to do, go over to window in the top, scroll down to general, and you can find the tab, and also you can see the shortcut key in the right section. Let's suppose I just lost this cancel tab or console tab. If I right click on it and then close tab, so let's suppose close tab, you can see it's gone. To restore it, we can simply move over to window in the top, then general, and then we can find the console tab, and the shortcut key we can press down, which is Ctrl Shift plus C, or we can simply click on it in order to get that, and we can toggle it anywhere we want. But make sure you just select over here and not the white bar, something just like that. I'm going to drag it over here, so the game will be broadcast, or the final project will be gonna look like inside our game view, basically the final look of our game. And we can see the game while developing of it inside our game view. And we have a call project tab, and this project tab just going to contain all of the things that we need. Like we need to play the audio inside our game, so we need to drag it inside this assets folder. We need to drag it inside this assets folder. It can be fonts, player sprites, collectible items, audio sfx, and all of the things. So we need to drag it inside this assets folder inside our project tab. And in hierarchy we can tweak the value. If I choose my main camera, we can see we have a inspector tab, and inside this inspector tab we have a transform component and this camera component. And camera component basically just gonna shoot our game, and this main camera itself a game object. You can think of actor or actresses which just gonna play our game, and we're gonna create some other game objects to do something. Let's suppose we just want to create a game object, and we can play around with the properties of that game object by going over to this inspector tab. We can move it anywhere, so that's why it has a transform component. Let me create a game object in the hierarchy. To do that, go over to hierarchy, right click, or hit this plus icon, then go to create empty game object, or you can simply right click, then create an empty game object. And the shortcut key you can notice, which is Ctrl Shift plus N. And if we select this game object, and this game object has a transform component, and it has position in the X, position in the Y, and position in the Z axis. But however, we're not able to notice this game object. And we have some tools inside our scene view, and we have it in the right side. You can have it anywhere in the scene view, but make sure you just find out. So we're gonna choose this move tool, and we can move this game object anywhere we want. And this game object basically have a transform component which has position in the x, y, z, and also the rotation in the x, y, and z axis, and scale. So this game object exists in 3D place, but we're not able to notice that. To notice or to make it noticeable, we need to attach a component called Sprite renderer. So basically we add components to do something. To do that, click on add component, and you need to find the component, which component you want to see, you want to attach. So since we want to see this game object, so we need to attach a component called Sprite renderer. So we're going to click on this add component, and we can find the component by typing name of the component, or we can simply cut this in the right section, and we can just go over to our renderer. So scroll down a bit, so we will go to rendering, and over here find out sprite renderer. So I have it in the bottom, so I'm going to click on it in order to attach. Or what simply you can do, you can simply click on this add component, and you can find the component by typing name of the component. So in my case, sprite renderer. As you can see, as soon as we type, it's pop up, and we can just click on it in order to attach. But however, we're not able to notice the game object, because this sprite slot, we can see none sprite, empty, it's totally empty. So we need to drag a sprite over here. For now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna choose some defaults. To choose default, we're gonna click on this right section, and I'm gonna click on this eye icon, and you're gonna get. So I'm gonna find out square. So I'm gonna type square, and it's gonna pop up. Sorry, I spell it wrong. It should be, I don't know. Let me find out square. So we need to click on this eye icon, SQ, and its pop-up is square, the spelling. So as soon as we have chosen, we can see the game object. By now we have this square, and we can name it to something like player. So to rename that, we can simply select the game object, right click on it, and then go to rename in the top, or you can simply select the game object, and you can rename in the inspector in the top. So we can rename it to something like player, just like that. And also I want to change the background color. To change the background color, we need to choose our main camera, go to camera component, then background, and you can choose any color you would like to go with. So I'm gonna choose a little bit dark, something just like this. And now let's suppose we want to play the game. And to play the game, we have three buttons in the top. So the first button is to play our game, the second button is to pause our game, and the third button is to skip one frame. We're gonna get it into later. First, let's talk about two buttons. So I'm gonna click on this play button in order to play our game, and this unity just gonna take a few seconds in order to play our game. And once it's done, we can see the game, and the game will be broadcast inside our game view. So wait a little moment, and you're gonna get it. And we can see indeed the game just played right after the we start. We click it or hit it or hit that play button, but our game doing nothing currently, you can see. And make sure you click on that play button once again to get out of play mode. So you need to make sure you just do that. And what we really want, we want to add gravity to this player. To do that, we need to select the game object, then click on this add component, and you need to attach a component called rigid body 2D. So we're gonna click on this card, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna scroll down to physics 2D, and we need to find out the rigid body 2D. So we're gonna scroll down to the bottom, and we have the rigid body 2D in the bottom. We can see, scroll down a bit and just click on it in order to attach. And as soon as we attach, we can see some properties of this rigid body 2D. We have gravity scale. We can increase the mass of this game object, we can scale up the gravity, and we can play around with these staffs. So basically rigid body 2D component, what it's basically does, it's basically adds gravity to our game. So by now if we play our game, this game object should fall down, because we added a rigid body 2D which is responsible for adding up gravity. So let's do that. Indeed, we can notice that as soon as our game started, our player game object just gets fall down, and we can scroll our mouse to zoom and zoom out, and we can just see. And let's suppose you just want to focus on your game objects. Let's suppose you have the game object in the sim view somewhere around here, and you just want to you just lost it in the scene view. So the first thing, select the game object in the hierarchy, then press down F to focus on it, so you're gonna get it. And if you want to reset the position of this game object to 0 in the X and Y and also in the Z axis, then go over to transform in the inspector, right click and then reset. So it's gonna reset the position, and I'm gonna press down F to focus on that. So we seen that this game object gets fall down as soon as we edit played our game, because we have this rigid body 2D component. So basically adding components does as specific things. So we add components to do some certain things, like adding a sprite renderer to make it noticeable, adding rigid body 2D for gravity, and for collision detection we need to attach another component called box collider 2D. So the first thing, I just want to create the ground in the bottom somewhere around here, and right after that I just want to add the box collider, so it's gonna detect the collision. So we're gonna do it in the next lecture or in the next chapter. Let's create the ground. To create that, let's go to hierarchy. We're gonna right click, then go to 2D object, sprites, and then choose this square. And we will choose the rect tool in the scene view, and we're gonna move it something over here. And hold down Alt on your keyboard, and you're gonna resize it from center as you can see. So we resizing from center. So the first thing, I'm gonna rename to ground. So let's set it, let's call it ground. And if we go ahead play our game, this player just gonna pass through this ground, and I'm gonna explain it why. Indeed, it passes through our this ground as you saw, because we need to attach a collider to our ground as well as with our to our player, because it's not able to detect collision. So to do that, what we need to do, we're gonna select our ground, then click on add component, and we need to attach a component called box collider 2D. So we will go to physics 2D, and we need to find out the box collider 2D, or you can simply type of the component name. So in my case, box collider 2D, and it's pop up, and we can just click on it in order to attach. And as soon as we're gonna attach that, if we take a closer look by scrolling our mouse, you're gonna see a green outline, and you can click on this edit collider to edit the collider, like dragging up. So what I'm gonna do, you can see the green outline. I'm gonna move it a little bit up, and now I hope you are able to see that. And if you just want to reset it, then you can just right click on that component and then reset. So this green outline is the collider, and it's gonna detect the collision. And we need to make sure we add the collider to our player as well, or else this player will not able to detect the collision. So we need to make sure we add box collider 2D or any collider 2D to both of this game object. So now I'm gonna select my player, let's click on add component, and we're gonna attach the box collider 2D. And we can just edit the collider as the size of a sprite. We can see the green outline, and this is for collision detection. And by now, if we play our game, it should fall down top of this ground. Let's see. Indeed, it gets fall down top of our ground, we can notice. So it's working fine. And what we will do, we're gonna do something. We're gonna make it prefab. So the first thing, I just want to replace this image, basically this square. Instead of having square, we're gonna have some other sprites. I just want to replace that. And this, I hope you get the idea that how this collider basically works. And now we're gonna turn this into a prefab. Prefab basically means copy of an game object. So what we simply need to do, we need to choose the game object in the hierarchy, and we need to drag it inside this assets folder inside our project tab in order to turn it into a prefab. and as soon as we made it prefab, we can see it's turned out blue because we just made a prefab of that. It means copy of that game object. So if by now if we lost somehow accidentally, we can restore it anytime anywhere we want. So if I select my player in the hierarchy, then delete that, you can see it's gone. But since we made a prefab of it, we can select the prefab from that folder and we can drag it directly into the scene view or into our hierarchy. So making prefab basically means saving a lot of time, and we just gonna have the game object, and we're not gonna lose our progress. So make sure you just make a prefab of your game object, means the copy of it. And also make sure you save your project. To do that, you can go over to top left file, then click on the save, or you can simply hit Ctrl plus S on your keyboard to save your project. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl plus S on my keyboard in order to save my project. Actually, I want to change the sprite of this player. Instead of having square, I'm gonna have some player you can think of. So we need to drag it inside this project tab. So we're gonna drag it inside these assets. So let's do that. I already downloaded. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select all of this and I'm gonna drag it inside this assets folder into our project tab. And once it's done, Unity just gonna take a few moments. Keep my project clean, I'm gonna create another subfolder inside these assets. Basically, we're gonna create some folder for our sprite, for all of these sprite. To do that, go over to assets, right click, create folder, and name that folder whatever you want. So I'm gonna name it to something like sprites. So let's call it something like sprites. And now I'm going to take all of my sprites folder by holding down Control or Shift, and I'm going to drag it inside this sprites folder to keep it clean. As you can see, it's already clean now, and we can just double click on that folder to open up our subfolder. And I have player sprite inside this folder called fire underscore warrior, you can notice. So we have the sprite sheet. So I'm gonna create another subfolder inside this sprite folder for my player sprites, because I'm gonna have enemy sprites. I'm gonna have or other sprites like destructible object or something just like that. So I'm gonna create another subfolder. To do that, let's select the sprites folder, right click on it, create folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like player sprites. So let's call it player underscore sprites. We doing because we just want to keep our project clean and in clean just like that. And now I'm gonna take my fire warrior folder or the player sprites folder. I'm gonna drag it inside this folder which I recently created as name player underscore sprite. And now I'm gonna go over to that sprite, and if we choose the sprite sheet, so this is our fire warrior sword. So I'm going to choose this one. So let's select that, go over to inspector, click on this open sprite editor, and as soon as we click on it, we just got a sprite editor tab, and you can have it anywhere. You can see I have it in the top left side, and you can see the sprite sheet. So what we have to do, we need to slice it individually. To slice it individually, so the first thing you have to make sure you choose this sprite mode to multiple. Just leave it to multiple because we can see we have more than one sprite. So that's why we need to choose a sprite mode to multiple. And we if we basically scroll our mouse, we can see this seems lot more blurry. To remove blurry, we need to choose filter mode to point of filter inside in the inspector. So we're going to choose filter mode to point of filter, and after doing that, click on this apply button and apply button. And as soon as we're gonna do that, we can see, but it's still it seems like pixelated. If it seems like this, then what you have to do, go over to inspector once again, check this on overrides, and choose this max size to something like 16:38:4. So choose the bigger one and then click on this apply button. and as soon as you're gonna do that, it's gonna go, and we can notice it's gone by now. Now the pixelated is gone by now, and we are ready to slice it individually. To slice it individually, in the top left side, we can see slice, so just click on it and choose automatic to create by cell count, and count how many columns and how many rows you have. We have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 11 12 13 14 15 16 17. So we have 17 columns, so we're going to put 17 columns, and now we have to count the rows. So let's count it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. So we have 25 rows and 17 columns. Then slice, and then click on this apply button, and once you're gonna do, it's gonna slice individually. And if you want to choose the game view once again, then choose the game view, or you can simply right click on this sprite editor tab and then click on this close tab, and it's gonna go. But I'm gonna simply click on this game view in the top left side I have. And now what we can do, we can just go over to that folder where, so in my case, players underscore sprites, then fire warrior, and this fire warrior underscore warrior, and fire sword. So we can just click on this arrow in order to see the individual sprite. And if we click one of them, let's suppose this one, if I choose this one, then go over to inspector, in the bottom we can see the sprite, a sprite of our player. So what we want to do now, we just want to change that, choose your player in the hierarchy, then go over to sprite renderer component, and you can just drag the sprite inside this sprite slot, says square. So we can simply take our player sprite, so in my case the first one, so I'm gonna take that and then drag it over to sprite slot, and as soon as we drag it, we can see it just change it right away. But we can notice it seems way small. To make it bigger, we can just scale this in the x something like 10 as 10, or in the y we can do the same thing like 10. But instead of scaling over here, we're gonna make the pixel per unit a less number. So I'm gonna set back to 1 and 1 in the x scale. So basically go to transform, and you can just play around with the scale. So I'm going to leave it to 1 in the x, 1 in the y. I just want in this way, so that's why. And to make it bigger, we're going to approach another way. Basically you need to choose the sprite sheet once again from that folder, then click on this open sprite editor, or you can just leave it. You can make this pixel per unit in the inspector something like a less number. Less pixel size mean you're just making your sprite bigger. And if you increase this value, which is the pixel per unit, then your sprite gonna seems way small. Since we want to make it bigger, so we're gonna make this pixel per unit a less number. So we're gonna go with something like 16, and after doing this, scroll down and then click on this apply button in the bottom right. And once we're gonna click on that apply, we can see by now we are able to notice our player. And what we have to do now, we need to adjust the box collider 2D. So we will go to box collider 2D component and click on this edit collider, and edit the collider as the size of your player sprite, something just like this. Just like this we're gonna make it, and this seems pretty much fine. So if you want to replace, then you can just go over to sprite renderer, and you can just drag the sprite with which sprite you just want to replace. So I just drag it the ideal sprite of this player. You can see you can drag any sprite you want, and you can choose that sprite. You can just click on any of these sprites, and in the inspector in the bottom we can see the sprite loop. And if we go ahead and then play our game, now we can notice as that it's working fine. However, our feet of this player just overlapping with our ground a little bit. so we can just adjust the box collider 2D more. So let's do that. To do that, make sure you just click on that play button to get out of play mode, because inside play mode whatever changes you're gonna do, it's not gonna be safe. Let me show you. So if I just click on this play button, in the X scale, if I choose something like 1.5, and in the Y something like 1.5, and then if I just click on this play button in order to get out of play mode, you will notice as soon as we get out of play mode, this number just sets back to 1, or just set back to where just set back to as normal when it was in outside of our play mode. So those number just gets back to the default when we were out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea. So we need to adjust the box collider 2D. So we will go to box collider 2D component, then edit collider, and we're gonna edit the collider as the size of this player sprite, and to make it something just like this. And I hope you get the idea. And one thing we have to do, that if we don't want to rotate in the Z axis, if we select our player, go over to transform rotation and play around with the Z axis, it's gonna rotate like this. So to stop preventing of this, so first thing I'm gonna set back to 0. What we need to do, we need to go over to rigid body 2D component, then constraint and freeze rotation in the Z axis. So make sure you just check this one. If you don't do that, then player just gonna weirdly just gonna rotate as you saw. So make sure you just go to rigid body 2D, constraint, and then freeze the rotation in the Z axis. And after doing that, make sure you also set the collision detection to continuous. So this box collider 2D just continuously just gonna detect any collision, and you can choose interpolate to interpolate, or you can just skip this part. It basically makes a smoothness, so you can just choose that if you want. And once you done, make sure you just go to overrides and then apply all. If you don't do this, if I you can see that we just freeze the rotation in the z axis. But if we navigate to our project tab, assets, and then go over to our prefabs, if we select our player prefab, then go over to inspector, rigid body 2D component, we can see the changes we made inside hierarchy. It's not saved inside this player prefab at all. To save it, whatever changes we made inside this player in the hierarchy, we just want to save it inside this player prefab. So if I double click on this player prefab, you can see the square is still laying around in the scene view, but we just changed it with our player sprite. So the changes we made in the hierarchy, it didn't save inside our player prefab. To make the changes over here, we basically need to make sure we just go over to overrides and then apply all. And you can see also inside my rigid body 2D component, the freeze rotation in the Z axis is unchecked, but we check it in the hierarchy. So let's suppose you just want to go back in scene view, basically normal scene view. To go back in the hierarchy, you're gonna see the back arrow, so in the top left side. So just click on it in order to go back. So select your player in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all. It means that whatever changes we made over here, it's gonna save now into this player prefab as well. So if I open up my player prefab by double clicking on it by now, and then go over to rigid body 2D, we can see uh, basically we just freeze the rotation about in the Z axis, and it's by now as checked, we can see. And also the player sprite just changes right away. If we go to sprite renderer, we can see the sprite just changes with our fire underscore warrior fire sword, you can see. So it's working fine. And to go back, we do know, if we go to hierarchy in the top left side, we can see the back arrow. We can just click there in order to go back, just like this. So make sure you just go over to overrides and then apply all. If you made that game object into a prefab, so the changes you made, it's gonna save your player prefab as well. and I just want to keep it more clean. So I'm gonna create a separate subfolder for my prefabs because I'm gonna have some anime prefab, means anime, a copy of anime game object, some collectible items, and the list just goes on. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my assets folder, and I'm gonna create another subfolder for my prefabs. So let's right click on this assets, then create in the top folder, and let's call this folder to something like prefabs. And now I'm gonna take my player, let's drag it inside that prefabs folder, and I'm gonna double click on it in order to open that. And I'm gonna create another subfolder for my player prefab because I'm gonna have enemies prefabs as well. I just want to keep my project in organized way, so that's why I'm just creating folders and also creating some subfolders. So I'm gonna create another subfolder for my player prefabs. So let's go over to that prefabs folder, we're gonna right click on it, or we can just right click over here as well, then go to create in the top, then folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like player prefabs. So I'm gonna call it player underscore prefabs, just like that I want to call it. And now I'm gonna take my player prefab, let's drag it inside that folder to just to keep our project clean, and the assets folder. And you can see already our project seems way organized. And I have some forest sprites, you can see. So I can just create another sprite subfolder inside my sprites folder to keep it more clean. So I'm gonna do that. So first thing I'm gonna choose my sprites folder, I'm gonna right click on it, then I will go to create in the top folder, and I can call this folder to something like environment, or I can call it something like tile, but I'm gonna call it environment main underscore sprites, just like that. And now I'm gonna take my this folder and this folder by holding down control and this one, and I'm gonna drag it inside that environment folder because all of these folders or these sprites is environment or the tile set. You're gonna notice that, so that's why I just drag it there. And now what I'm gonna do, to save your project, basically whatever you have done so far, you just want to save, then go over to top left file, top left file, sorry, we're gonna go over to top left file, and then sorry, top left file, and then click on this save button. So it's gonna save your project, so whatever changes you made, it will be saved. And or also you can simply hit on your keyboard Control plus S in order to save your project. So I hope you get the idea that how you can change the sprite, and how you can make your project clean just like that. Let's make this player movement. To do that, we're gonna create a script, but before you create the script, make sure you just go to top left file, then build profiles, and then click on this player settings in the top bar, you will see. So just click on it, and then what you have to do, you need to move over to other settings. So scroll down, just move over to other settings section. So you can just click on it in order to expand it, and then scroll down to the bottom. So over here find out a section called configuration, and over there in the bottom you will see active input handling. Make sure it's selected both. If it's selected or input manager all, it would be fine. As well as if you choose this input system package new, then you just gonna work with new input system. So since I just want to work with both, so I'm gonna choose this both. So make sure you select this both, and once you're gonna select that, it's gonna you have to click on the apply button, and you have to restart the Unity game engine. Unity game engine just gonna, or basically the Unity editor just gonna reload itself once you just gonna choose that. So I just selected both, so I can just work with input.getAccess. So make sure you just do that, and once we done it, we can simply cut this tab by now, and this tab as well. And to make our player movement, we will create a script. To do that, what we have to do, we need to move over to this project tab, assets, right click on this assets, or you can right click over here as well. So right click, then go over to create, then go to scripting, and then choose this mono behavior script and name it to something like player. Or what else you can do, you can select simply this player game object, then click on this add component, and in the bottom you will see new script, and name the script what you want to name it, and then click on this create and add button in the bottom. And once you're gonna do that, it's gonna create the script. But instead I'm just gonna do inside my assets folder. So I will head over to my assets folder, right click on it, create, go to scripting, and then choose this mono behavior script. Or you can simply click on this mono behavior script in the top. You can see I already name it as player. You can see right now what we have to do, we need to attach this to our player game object. So we will select our player in the hierarchy, then select the script from that folder, then drag it over to this add component section in the inspector. If it's not, then do it. And if the player script is already attached, then don't attach it twice. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna open this up. So we're gonna double click on this to open it up in Visual Studio. And by default we have this start and the update function, and this is the player script class player. Basically class you can think of is a template of a design, and we can just use this design or this template to make actual thing. You can think of like we have a board, so we're gonna firstly scratch off that board on a paper. So you can think of that paper is a class, so we can just design it over there. And once we're gonna implement the paper, then we're gonna just gonna make the real board. So once we're gonna make the real board, it's gonna call the object. So we, and to create the object or the thing what we really want to create, then we have to use the class. Basically you can say the template or the design. So we're gonna use this class in order to make this player movement. Let's suppose we want to make this player jump, player movement left and right, then we have to do it inside this class. We have to tell inside our class that this player need to move left and right, this player need to move in the y-axis, or it's also need to jump, attack on enemy, damage on enemy, and the list just goes on. So we basically, you can say this is a class, basically a design or the template, and we use this design to implement in our game object. And we have the start function. It says void and this start. A start function basically get called in the start of the game, and this just call in the start of the game, and it's called simply one time. And you can see the comment in the top. It says that start is called once before the first execution of after update after the mono behavior is created. You can think of that this start function get called when we're gonna start our game, and we just want to check that if the start function is really working or not. So to check that, we have to use debug.log function, and that is in Unity inbuilt function you can think of. So first thing, you have to make sure it's type void and then start, and you have to make this first bracket and this some curly brackets. So we just want to we just want to check that if this start function is working or not. And for it we're going to print out a message inside our console tab, inside this console tab. If you are not able to find, then go over to window in the top, then go to general, and you're gonna find the console tab and toggle it anywhere you want. I just toggle it in the bottom, you can see. So I just simply want to print out a message, and to print out a message we need to type this debug. So we have to type this debug.log, and we need to make this first bracket, and then you have to type, you need to put the string over here, or basically the message you just want to print out, and we need to do it inside this quotation, so it will be string type. And we can call this is start function. You can type whatever you just want to type, or whatever you just want to write or want to see inside your console tab. It's totally up to you. So I'm gonna say something like this is start function, and it's call in the start of the game, and make sure you close that up with semicolon. Closing with semicolon, it's basically means we just ending this line of code over here. So this message should be pop up as soon as we're gonna as soon as we're gonna start our game. And we have to use this debug.log function, and this function basically print out the message which we want to print out. And now what we have to do, we need to save our project. We need to save our script. So these changes will be saved. So what we have to do, just go over to top left file, and then click on this save over here, save assets backward slash player.cs, or you can simply hold down control plus s. You can notice over here, so we can simply hit control plus s, or we can go over to top left file and then click on this save assets. So it's gonna save your script. So whatever you have done inside your script, it will be saved. And once we're done, we can just go back to our Unity editor, and Unity editor just gonna take a few seconds to compile our script. Basically, whatever changes we made inside our script, it will be compiled, and it will be applied right after it, and we can check it out. Now the compilation is done. I'm gonna choose my console tab, so make sure you select your console tab. And if we play our game, that message should be pop up in the start of the game, and it's gonna print out one time because the start function only gets called one time. So let's see that what's really happening next. So let's take a look. And indeed, as soon as our game started, a message just gets pop up in the inside our console tab, says this is a start function, and it's called in the start of the game. You can think of at the beginning of our game, it's get called. So the message just gets pop up, and we can double click on this message in order to move over to that line of code, or we will directly go over to our script. So if I double click on this, you will see, and we just get over to our this player class, and this is our update function, and this update function gets called every single frame. So let's suppose we want to move this player to the right or left side, then we have to do every single frame, like in 1 second 60 frames it's called. You can think of like images, and a tiny bit of changes inside those images you can think of. So it's gonna seems like player just gonna move left and right, because this update function just gets called in 1 second something around 60 frames, or it can call up to 120 frames depending upon how much heavy your system is, or how much capable your system is. So it's gonna depend upon that. So this update function calls in 1 second last around something like 60 frames, and it's called over again and again. It's called forever. So we just want to check if this update function is working or not as well. So for that, we're gonna print out the message, and we do know we have to use this debug.log and make this first bracket and quotation, and we can just witness the message what we really want to see. So I'm gonna say something like update function, update function, function, update function, and it's called over it's called over again, and again, just like that. And we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and we need to press down Control S to save our script. And let's get back to Unity editor. Now the compilation is done. Let's play our game quick. And we can see inside our console tab the message just getting pop up update function, and it's called over again and again getting print out, and it's already called over 300 times. And we can see inside our console tab in the top right side, it's already called over 500 times, then 600, and it's just calling over again and again, and it's just calling forever. So in order to make this player movement left and right, we will use the update function, and we can also use the fixed update function, and we're going to talk about it later. For now, we have to handle with our update function, like how we want to move our player, we need to make our player jump, and the list just goes on. and I just want to clear the messages. And if you want to clear the console messages, in the top left side you can see the clear button. So clear, so just click on it, so it will clear all of the messages. And if you just getting some weird things, just play around with this console tab and you're gonna get it. And also you can play around with your Unity editor in order to get it. And what we have to do now, we can see a plus icon just attached to our play attached to this player game object. In the inspector we can see, and if we open up our player prefab by double clicking on it, so if I head over to my prefabs folder, player underscore prefabs folder, and then double click on this player, double click on this player and then select this player in the hierarchy, we can see the player script it didn't attach our player prefab game object at all. So yet, so what we have to do, we need to click on that overrides we do know. So the first thing, we will go back. So if we go back, then select our player, then click on this overrides in the inspector, then apply all. So the changes we made over here, we do know it will be saved into this player prefab as well. So by now, if we open up our player script by double clicking on it, we can see the player script is attached to our player game object. We can notice in the inspector. So you have to make sure you do that. And also you can just save your progress by hitting Ctrl S inside your editor, Unity editor. So whatever you have done so far, it's gonna save right away. So I'm gonna press down simply Ctrl plus S on my keyboard in order to save my project. Let's use the update function in order to move this player. To do so, let's open up our script. You can go select your player, go over to inspector, double click on this player script in order to open that up, or you can simply move over to your Visual Studio right away. And I'm gonna remove this. Instead of printing out message, we just want to move our player. So for that, we're gonna use a function called input.getAxis, and we're gonna do it inside this update function, because the reason is that we want to move this player left and right every single frame. If we touches some keyboards on our or hold down some keys on our keyboard, so that's why we're gonna do it inside update function, because this update function calls every single frame, and every single frame we need to move this player left and right. So we're gonna use this function called input. So we have to use this input dot get axis, and this function in brackets inside quotation, it's gonna take the axis name in which axis we want to move. So what we're gonna do, we since we want to move it horizontally, so we need to put it there horizontal. So what we have to do, we're gonna put horizontal, and make sure you spell it correct, else it's not gonna work. And make sure you close that up with semicolon. So this we have to use this function called input.getAxis horizontal. So we have to use this function in order to move. But before you use this function, make sure you just go to top left file in Unity editor, then build profiles, and then click on this player settings, then go over to other setting as I have explained it earlier. So go over to this, make sure you select the player in the left bar inside your project settings tab, then go to other settings, scroll down a bit, and then go over to configuration, and in the bottom inside configuration we can see active input handling. Make sure it's set it to both, because we just want to use both of new and the old input system, but I'm not going to talk about the new one, so that's why I have chosen both. So it's gonna work with new as well as for both. So you can work with new input system as well. So make sure it's selected both, and after that we can use it. So we're gonna cut this tab by now. So this input.getAxis horizontal function, it's gonna give -1, +1, or 0 depending upon which key we holding down. Let's suppose we holding down D key, and then this function over here, it's gonna give us a +1 or 1. And if we do hold down A key instead of the D key, then this function over here, it's gonna give us -1, -1. And if we don't hold down any of those keys, then this function will be 0. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna put it into a container. Whatever we get, we're gonna store it into a variable. You can think of like a container where we just put values, and we can later on replace it right away we can replace if we want. And to create the variable, come at the top of your class and you have to make it this. So the first thing, we're gonna make it public. So making public basically means we're gonna see underneath our player script in the inspector over here inside Unity editor. So we will able to notice our players, that parameter over here, and that will be float type. Float basically are those numbers which comes with decimal places like 0.1, 0.2, 0.5, and the list just goes on. And also whole numbers like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 also are float numbers. And we have to name the variable or the container that we want to create. So we have to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like movement. So let's call it movement, and also make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And now what we're gonna do, whatever we get, we're gonna store it inside this movement. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set movement equal to this. So this movement can be +1, -1, or 0 depending upon which key we holding down. Let's assume we holding down D key. So this function just gonna be something like +1 or 1. So this movement over here will be 1 because we directly setting it, as you can see. Or we just taking whatever we getting and we storing inside this movement parameter, and you will able to notice. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna save our script. Soon as our script compiles, instantly underneath our player script movement parameter just appear, and by default it's 0, you can see, because we didn't set any value. And if we go ahead play our game and try to hold down A and D key, you will see the changes. Now if I try to hold down D key, you can see it's became 1, and if I lift up my finger it's became 0. And now if I hold down A key instead of D key, we can see it's became -1. And if I lift up my finger once again, it gets back to 0. So it's gonna be 1 or +1 depending upon which key we holding down. And if we lift up both of our fingers from both of those keys, it became 0. And what we will do, we're gonna use this parameter in order to make this player movement. So if we select our player in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, transform, and then play around with the X position. Let's suppose if I set this to 1, we can notice it's moved to the right direction. And if I set it to something like -1, we can see it's moved to the left direction. And if we set back to 0, it's gonna be where it was. Basically it's not gonna move at all. So we just want to replace this x-axis with our movement, which can be -1, +1, or 0. So that's why we created this parameter, so we can replace this x with our movement parameter. To do that, we will go over to our script and we're gonna use a function called fixed update. Instead of update, we're gonna use the fixed update. But before we move our player, we need a reference to this rigid body 2D component of our player. We can use the transform.position, but it will ignore our physics. So since we want our physics to our player as well, so we're gonna use this rigid body 2D component. So we need a reference to this rigid body 2D, and how we can grab the reference. To grab it, we're gonna create another parameter. So we need to go over to our script, then come at the top of your class, basically go to top of your class and make it public so we can see underneath our player script. And we need to type the component which we are looking for. Since we're looking for rigid body 2D, so we're gonna type that rigid body 2D or the variable, and we have to name the variable or the container or basically the component variable type. So I can call it something like RB, short for rigid body. You can call it whatever you want, and make sure you just save your script. I'm gonna put curly brackets over here, and I will press down Control S to save my script. Underneath our player script, we can see RB and it says non-rigid body 2D. Mean it's totally empty. So what we need to do, we're gonna take our rigid body 2D and drag it over to that slot. And now we can see we have the player rigid body 2D. Basically link of this rigid body 2D of our player. And now we can just play around with this. So for that, we're gonna go over to our script, and instead of using this update function, we're gonna use the fixed update function. So we're gonna make it over here. You can make it anywhere. It doesn't need to be in order, just like me, just like I'm doing. You can just put it anywhere you want. So I'm gonna make it over here. So let's do that, and that's called fixed update. Fixed update, it's called void fixed update. If you want to remove this private, you can do that, it doesn't matter. Basically, if we remove this private from here, it's this function just automatically gets marked as a private function if we don't make it private, something just like that. But if we make it something like public, like this way, then we can access this class from other scripts or other classes. But I'm gonna leave it as it is, void fixed update, and I'm gonna put these curly brackets here because I want in this style, so that is the reason. You can just do that if you want, you can do it. So what is the difference between our update and the fixed update function? Because this fixed update function calls every single frame as like update function, but the frame rate is fixed over here, so that's why it's called fixed update. Let's suppose in 1 second, this update function runs something like 55 frames. Then then next time this update function can run up to second time, it can run up to something like 62 frames. So you can see the frame rate over here inside our update function, it's not fixed at all. Sometimes it's in 1 second it's called 56 frame, sometimes it can be 60, sometimes it can be 70, and the list just goes on. So the frame rate is not fixed at all. So that's why we have to use the fixed update, and this fixed update, basically the frame rate, it's totally fixed. Like if it's called in 1 second 60 frame, then second time it's also gonna call 60 frames, and the third time it's called 60 frames. You can see the frame rate over here is totally fixed, so that's why it's called fixed update. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to rigid body of this player. So first thing, we need to go over to rigid body 2D of this player, and then we're gonna access the linear velocity, and we can set the velocity. So we will go to rb dot linear velocity, and we're gonna set equal to a new vector 2, because this linear velocity just gonna have the x velocity and the y velocity. So that's why we're gonna set equal to a new vector 2, which also gonna have a x axis comma y axis. So that's why we need to set in this way. So first thing, we just going over to rigid body 2D of this player, you can see, and then we just accessing the linear velocity. If you using older version of Unity, then you can simply type rb dot velocity, but in new Unity version we have to use this rb dot linear velocity instead of rb dot velocity, basically the velocity. And we just set equal to a new vector 2, which just gonna have the x and y velocity you can think of, because this rb dot linear velocity, it's just gonna have the x velocity, y velocity. So that's why we just set equal to a new vector 2 parameter, because the parameter should be same type. And we want to move our player in the x-axis, so that's why we're gonna replace this x with our movement which can be -1, +1, or 0. And in the y, what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply type rb dot linear velocity dot y. It basically means the current velocity of this player in the y axis itself. Since we don't want to move our player in the y, but we're gonna make it later. So this rb dot linear velocity dot y, it basically means the current velocity of this player in the y axis itself. But we just change it the in the x axis, we just replace this with, basically you can just going over to rigid body 2D of this player, and in the x velocity we're setting equal to our movement, which can be -1. So if it's -1, then this player just gonna move to the left direction, and if it's +1, then this player will move to the right direction. And if we're not holding down any keys, then this movement over here will be 0. It means our player will stop right away. And now what we have to do, we're gonna save our script, and let's get over to Unity editor. But before I move over to my Unity editor, I'm gonna remove this comment, and we can remove this comment, it doesn't matter, and it's not gonna interrupt our code at all. I just removed it to keep my project clean, so that is the main reason. Now if we try to hold down A and D key, we can see our player started moving left and right direction. If I hold down D key, we can see our player moving to the right direction because this movement becoming 1. So this movement over here in the x velocity, it's becoming 1. So that's why this player started moving to the right direction, right direction. And if we hold down A key, we can see it's started moving to the left direction, because if we hold down A key, then this movement over here becoming -1. So the velocity of that player, linear velocity of that player in the x, it's became -1. So that's why it's started moving to the left direction. And as soon as we lift out our finger, instantly this player stops moving left and right. But we want to move it a little bit faster. So what we can do, we can simply multiply with some number. So we will go over to our script and we can multiply this movement with some numbers. So this becoming 1 -1 or +1, and if we multiply with something, then it's gonna move a little bit faster. So we can simply multiply with something like, I just want to move it with 4 unit, so I'm gonna put 4f. And putting f at the end, it basically referencing this is a float number. We can remove the f, but it's a good practice to just keep it there. So f basically referencing the floating number, you can say. If I hold down A and D key, we can see our player started moving a little bit faster. Basically, it's moving with 4 unit, because this movement, let's suppose it's becoming -1. So -1, so this movement over here is -1. So -1 into 4. So you have to use this symbol in order to multiplication. You can see the multiplication symbol, so you just have to use this symbol, which basically reference you just multiplying. So let's suppose this movement is -1, so -1 into 4f will be -4 unit. So that's why this player started moving to the left direction with -4 unit, and it's moving to the right, then this movement is 1. So 1 into 4 will be 4. So it's started moving to the right direction with 4 unit of speed. But it would be nice if we able to control the parameter over here, instead of going over to our script and then change this value over again and again to match up a correct value. So instead of hard coding this, we're gonna make a variable as a separate variable for this to do that, or the parameter. So let's get out of play mode. We will go to our script and let's remove this. Sorry, we're gonna keep it. So the first thing what we're gonna do, first thing we will go to top of our class and we're gonna declare a variable for it, and we can call it something like speed. So we're gonna make a public float, and we're making it public so we can adjust underneath our player script, so we don't need to go over to our script and change the value over again and again. And I can call it something like move speed, and by default I can set equal to a default number. So I'm gonna set it to something like 4f, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So this move speed by default we set for 4f, or we can just remove this and we can adjust underneath our player script. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna remove this 4f, and we're gonna just put it our move speed there. And move speed by default we have chosen 4 unit, so this over here will be 4, you can see. So 4 into 1 will be 4 unit, but we do know since we made it public, we can just adjust underneath our player script, and we don't need to go over to our script and change this value over again and again, because we just made it public and we can notice underneath our player script. So let's save our script and we will just move over to Unity editor. We can see the move speed underneath our player script, which is 4, and we can make it 5, we can make it 10, but I'm gonna go with 4. Let's see it's working fine or not. Let's hold down A and D key. We can see we're moving with 4 unit of speed left and right. And if I set this speed something like 10 unit, we can notice we started moving way faster than earlier. So it's working fine. But we do know that if we set it inside play mode, it will not be saved, and I want the move speed something around 7 unit. And let's test this out, and 7 unit I can see it's pretty much fine for my player speed. And if we get out of play mode, this not gonna save at all. So what we have to do, we need to remember the number, or what we can simply do, we can just right click on the script or the component in the inspector, and we can click on this copy component. And once we are outside play mode, then we can right click on that component or that script, and we can just click on this paste component values. And as soon as we paste, we can see the move speed is now 7 unit as we set while we are in play mode, and it just sets back. And that seems awesome. And also we have to ensure it that we go over to overrides and then apply all, and that's all we have to do. Let's quickly make our player jump. To do so, we're gonna open up our player script. So let's double click on this player script by opening it inside Visual Studio. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a separate function for our jump. So to make that, we're gonna make it over here. So to make a custom function, what we need to do, we need to type this void, and you can put right in front of it something like public or something just like private, like this, or you can simply remove this private, and this function just gonna mark as automatically private if you don't mark it as private or public. And you have to name the function what you want to do, or you want to name it. I'm gonna call it simply something like jump, and you have to make this first bracket and some curly brackets. So we just made the function, and inside this function, what we really want to do, we just want to make our player jump. So we need a reference to our rigid body 2D of this player, which we already have. We can sorry, which we already have. In the top we can see RV, then we just added the velocity in the x-axis. Now we're gonna do it in the y-axis, just like that. But before I jump, I just also want to see if this player is on top of this ground or not. But we're gonna take a look on it later. To make this player jump in the y-axis, so the first thing what we have to do, we need to go over to rigid body. So we will go to RB dot linear velocity, and now we're gonna access the y1. So dot y, and we can set equal to the amount how much we just want to jump in the y-axis. So let's make a parameter for it. So we will come at the top of our class, and we're gonna make a again variable for jump height. So let's make a variable for it, and I'm gonna make it over here, and we will make this one public float, and I can call it something like jump height, just like that. And by default I'm gonna set something like 10 unit 10 if. And now I'm gonna set the velocity in the y-axis equal to my jump height, and by default I have chosen 10 unit. So in the y we should able to jump in the y-axis with 10 unit. Sorry, we're getting some little bit weird behavior. So instead of using this linear velocity y, we can simply use linear velocity or y, like typing dot y. So we can directly just set rb dot linear velocity equal to our jump height. If I try to press down space key on my keyboard or any key, we not jumping at all, because we just made the function and we never calling it. So that's why this line of code never getting execute, means we not adding any velocity in the y-axis. So I want to do it once. I'm gonna press down space key on my keyboard. To do so, I will head over to my script, and we will go over to this update function, because this update function runs every single frame, and every single frame we just gonna keep track of which key we just hold down. So we're gonna do it over here, and for that we're gonna use this if condition, and we need to make this first bracket and some curly brackets. And inside this if condition we need to put a condition which should be totally true, like true is equals to true, and we do know that 2 is equals to true. So you have to use this double equal signs in order to check, and we definitely know that 2 is equals to true. So the condition over here is to inside this bracket. So now whatever we're gonna do inside this curly bracket will be execute. So we simply want to print out a message for now. So for printing out message, I'm gonna say debug.log for printing out the message, and I will say something like this 2 is equal equal to 2, just like that. Sorry, equal to 2, and this condition this condition sorry, this condition is totally true, and we do know it's true. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. If I choose my console tab, you can see the message just getting pop up every single frame. 2 is equals to 2, equal to 2, and this condition is totally true. And we're doing inside update function, so that's why a bunch of messages just getting pop up inside our console tab. So instead of printing out message, we simply want to check if we press down space key or on our keyboard or not. So we need to put a condition over here which should be totally true. If you put something like 2 is equals to 3, so the condition over here will be totally false. So that's why this line of code over here we just put inside this curly bracket will not be execute at all. So you need to put a condition which should be totally true. So instead of checking with 2, I'm gonna check for some input, and we need to use this input. So we have to use this input dot get key down, and make this bracket, and inside this bracket you need to put the key which key you just want to check with. So since I'm just gonna check with my space key, I'm gonna pass key code dot space, just like that. It means input dot get key down. It's basically check the this function basically check the key which key we just hold down. If input dot get key down key code dot space, it basically means that you just pressing space key on your keyboard. Then what we want to do, I'm going to remove this message. Instead, I'm going to call out the jump function, and jump function basically adding the velocity in the y-axis of this player with 10 unit, as we said by default. Jump height we can notice, which is 10 unit. So I can simply call out the jump function here, and to call out we need to make this we need to type the function name and then first bracket, and we have to close that off with semicolon. So if input dot get key down key code dot space, it basically means we just pressing down the space key. Then we calling out the jump function, and jump function adding the velocity our player in the y with our jump height. You can check with any key. You can pass key code dot a, so it's gonna check a key if you press down a key, and if you just put something like key code dot u, then it's gonna check with u key. Since I just want to check with my space key, so that's why as a key code I just pass space key code dot space. So you need to use this function called input dot get key down, and you need to put the key with which key you just want to check with, and that's it. So if I press down space key on my keyboard, you can see we are jumping in the y-axis. I need to increase the mass of this player, because it's like the gravity seems way less to our player. So I'm gonna increase the gravity scale or the mass of it. So let's select the player. We will go to rigid body 2D, and gravity scale, let's make it something around 5, and we can increase the mass as well. I'm gonna leave it to 1. I just increased the value, I just increased the gravity scale, and I will make the jump height something around 15. And let's check with, and be sure you just go to overrides and then apply all if you just turn it your game object into a prefab. And let's see this. Now if I press down space key on my keyboard, the jump seems way cool by now. However, we jumping even in the air, and we can jump as many times we want. If I press down space key on my keyboard, you can see we jumping. So I want to jump a second, 2 times or 1 time once this player game object is close to our ground. Basically over here, if the player is here, then I only want to jump, and I'm gonna talk about in the next lecture or in the next chapter. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. And to save your project, you can simply press down Ctrl S on your keyboard, or you can simply move over to top left file and then click on this save button in order to save your progress. In order to make a one-time jump, we're gonna create a variable for bool, which can be true or false, to just keep track of if we standing on this ground or not. So let's open up our script and we will go top of our class and we're gonna make a variable for it, and that variable doesn't need to public. Instead we can make it private. So if we make it private, we're not gonna able to notice underneath our player skip, we do know. So let's make that private. So I'm gonna make it somewhere around here, private, and this will be bool, which can be true or false, and we can call it something like is ground, just like that, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and we will move over to start function. So this start function get call at the beginning of our game. So in at the beginning of our game, we do know this player just gonna be top of our ground. So I'm gonna just drag it a little bit down somewhere around here. So in the start of the game, this player will be standing top of this ground. So that is the reason in the start of the game I'm gonna set is ground equal to true, because the player just gonna be top of our ground. And now whenever we just jumping, we can see we just calling out the jump function. So before we calling out the jump function, we need to check that if we is standing on this ground or not. If we is standing on this ground, then we want to make jump, and if we somewhere in the air, something like over here, then press down space key on our keyboard, then we don't want our player to jump at all, because the player will be in the air. So that's why we simply want single time jump, or you can simply say double time jump. So before, and we just adding the velocity in the y, we can notice over here. So before we do that, we simply want to check, and to check it, we do know we have to use this as if condition, and we need to make this first bracket and some curly brackets, and inside this bracket we simply need to put the condition, or just or the condition which we want to check with. So I'm going to say that is ground is equals to true. If it's equals to true, it means that we just standing top of this ground. So it means we are ready to jump. So that's why we're gonna put this line of code by Control X, and we're gonna put it inside inside these curly brackets. So first thing, before we jumping, we simply just checking if is ground parameter is true, equals to true, means we checking that. And we can see in the start of the game we just set it to true, so this condition over here is totally true. That's why we will able to jump. And after jumping, what we're gonna do, we're gonna set that is ground parameter to false, because we just jump it, and this player is no longer top of this ground. Player will be somewhere around here if we jump. So after adding the velocity in the y, we're gonna set is ground equal to false, because we are in the air by now. And that's all we have to do. And if we try to press down second time, so let's suppose the player is somewhere around here, then we press down space key. Now this is ground parameter is false after jumping. This if condition a second time, it's gonna check that if is ground equals to true, and we do know that after jumping we just set is ground to false, we can see. So this over here will be false, not true. So the condition over here getting breaking out, so the condition getting false, so that's why this line of code will not be execute, means we will not able to jump next time. And that is the thing. And let's check it out quickly. If I try to press down space key on my keyboard, you can see it's just jumped. But once we jumping next time on our keyboard a space key multiple times, we not able to jump at all, because this is ground after jumping we just set it to false. So this is ground by now is false, it's not equals to true. So the condition over here getting false, and that is the reason this line of execute not getting execute, means we not able to add the velocity in the y-axis next time. So we also need to set back this is ground parameter to true, so this condition will be true. It means we will able to jump for the next time when we shoot. Once this player just gonna be top of our ground, so we're gonna create a circle somewhere around here, and if that circle collide with this ground, then we're gonna set back our is ground parameter to true. And if we set back, so this condition will be true, it means we will able to jump for the next time as well. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and to create the circle I'm gonna drag it a little bit up. We're gonna create a point somewhere around here, and from that we're gonna create a circle, and if that circle collide with this ground, then we just want to set back that is ground parameter back to true. So to create that, we need to use a function called physicsstory.overlap circle. So we will go over to our script and we're gonna use that, and we're gonna do it inside this update function, and let's do it in the bottom. And for that we're going to use this physics 2d. So we have to use this function called physics 2d dot overlap circle, and this function as a first parameter or as a first variable, it's going to take the point or the position from where we want to create the circle. So we're going to create the circle somewhere around here, and the second thing, it will take the radius of that circle, so we need to specify. And the third parameter, it's gonna take the layer mask, basically which game object we just want to check with. So since we want to check with this ground, so we need to assign this ground as a ground layer. I'm gonna show you. So the first thing what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this one by double forward slash, and we just made it comment, and comment basically don't interrupt our code. So we can just go over to top of our class and we can make some variables, because we need some things, sorry, we need some variables or some things we need. So the first thing we need, so we're gonna make a public transform, and this transform basically responsible for position, rotation and scale, you can simply say. And we can call it something like ground checkpoint. Let's call it ground check position, or we can call it simply ground checkpoint. And the second parameter, we need the radius, so we have to specify or we have to declare the variable for it, for our radius. So we're gonna make a public float, and we can call it something like check radius. So let's call it check radius, and by default I'm gonna set a smaller number, something like 0.2f. And the third parameter, we need the layer mask, or which game object we basically want to check with. So we're gonna make a public layer mask, and we can call it target layer, a check layer, or we can call it something like what is. So I'm gonna say something like what is ground, and we have to close that off with semicolon, and we need to assign this variable one by one underneath our player skip. So let's zip our skip and we will go over to Unity editor. Underneath our player skip we can see ground checkpoint, and it says none transform, means empty. So we need to create the point, and we're gonna create an empty child game object. It means if we move the parent, the child will automatically move with our parent. To do that, you need to select the game object. So in my case, that will be player in the hierarchy, and we're gonna right click on it, and we're gonna create an empty child game object. And we just created that game object over here. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. And if you want to choose NB gizmos, then you can go over to inspector, click on this cube icon, and you can choose any gizmos you just want to go with. So I'm gonna go with yellow, so I'm gonna choose this one. So, and we can rename it to something like ground checkpoint. So let's rename this ground checkpoint, something just like that. And if I choose my player and try to move around my scene view, you can see this ground checkpoint is also moving with our player. So basically that is the thing, we just created an empty child game object. It means this game object will move with our player, basically with our parent. And now what we need to do, we're gonna take our ground checkpoint and we will drag it over to ground checkpoint slot. And now we can see we have the ground checkpoint reference or the position from where we want to create the circle. And check radius, by default we have chosen 0.2, so I'm gonna leave it to 0.2. And what is ground, we're gonna choose our ground, but we cannot able to notice our ground layer. To notice that, first thing we need to add the layer. So we will choose our ground game object, then go over to inspector. In the top right side you can see layer, and it says default, so just click on it, click on add layer, and you can create a new layer. So I'm gonna create a new layer for my ground. So I'm gonna say something like ground and then save it by hitting enter, and make sure you select the game object once again, then assign with the layer which you recently created. So we're gonna click on this default in the layer in the inspector, and we're gonna assign it with ground. And you can see we assigned this ground game object as a ground layer. In the inspector we can notice that. And now if we choose our player script what is ground, now I'm gonna choose the ground, and we can see in the bottom. So I'm gonna choose my ground. So the circle by now it's only gonna check with our ground. And now let's go over to our script, and we just assign it all of this variable. So we can simply move over to our script, and we can just create the circle. So let's remove these two forward slashes. So we're gonna use this physics 2d dot overlap circle in order to create the circle. And the first thing it's gonna take the position. So we will pass our ground checkpoint. So since we need the position, so we're gonna type dot position. So what we're doing, simply we just going over to this ground checkpoint, and then going we just accessing the position. You can see position in the x, y, and in the z axis. And the second parameter, it's gonna take the radius. So let's put our radius. So I'm gonna pass my check radius, and the check radius by default we have chosen 0.2 unit. And the third variable, it's gonna take the layer mask. So we will pass our what is ground, and we do know that what is ground, we have chosen our ground layer. So this function just gonna create the circle with ground checkpoint with this much of radius, and it's only gonna check our ground. You can see. So it's gonna create that. Let's suppose the circle is really that we created really collide with this ground. Then this function over here, it's gonna give us a true value, else it will give us a false value if the circle is not colliding with that ground. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store the result whatever we get. We're gonna store it into a bool parameter which can be true or false, or we can store it inside a collider 2d, because this just gonna work like as a collision. So that's why we can just put it in a variable, and the variable type will be collider 2d. So the variable type will be collider 2d, and we can call it something like call info, short for collision information, and we can set equal to this as so whatever we getting, we just storing inside this call info parameter. You can see, and the parameter type is collider 2d, because this just gonna work like as a collision. So that's why we just put it in a container, and the container type should be same, which is collider 2d, or we can just make it bool as well, because this just gonna give us in a true or false value, which is bool variable type, or we can simply use this collider 2d as well. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So let's use the if condition, and we will make some first bracket and some curly brackets, and we will check that if call info, if our call info is equals to true, it basically means that circle is the circle that we created from this point, it's colliding with this ground. So right now what we can do, we can simply set back this is ground parameter to true, because the circle is colliding with this ground. It means we just standing top of this ground, and it also means that we are ready to jump for the next time. So we can just set back is ground to true. But before I do, I just want to print out the message the circle just collided with. For that we're gonna type this debug.log, and we're gonna pass so firstly I'm gonna put a custom message. So I will say player collided with, and top of that we can just add this plus icon. So you can add this plus icon in order to add another custom message. So I'm gonna pass call info dot game object dot name, and let's close that up with semicolon. So if the circle colliding with our ground, then what we're doing, we're simply printing out the message player collided with, and call info dot game object dot name. And call info dot game object basically means the game object the circle collided with. So the circle collide with this ground, so call info dot game object, it basically means that ground game object. So we can take this call info parameter, we can extract information what we collided with. So we simply just access the name of the game object, which will be ground, and we can see the name of the game object is ground. So the message should be pop up player collided with ground because the name is ground. However, we're not able to notice the circle that we created. To see the circle or to draw the circle, we need to use another function. So we will get back to our script, and over here we're gonna do that. We can do it anywhere, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna do it in the bottom. So we have to use this on draw gizmo selected, and make sure you just type as I did over here, else it's not gonna work. And you can remove this private or you can keep it as well, it doesn't matter. So we need to use the this function. Make sure you spell it correct, which is on draw gizmo selected, and this function is responsible for drawing or what we basically want to see. And to draw the basically if we want to draw our circle, we need to check if we assign it or not. So before we draw, we just want to check if we assign it or not. So what we're gonna do, let's draw that. Firstly, to draw that, we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function. And this function, as a first variable, it's going to take the point from or the position from where we want to draw the circle. So we're going to pass our ground check point dot position from this point. And the second parameter, it's going to take the radius, so we're going to put our check radius, and let's close that up with semicolon. And as well, we can choose a color we just want to draw with. And if you don't choose any color, then it's gonna be draw with a white color. But I do want to choose a color, so before I draw, I'm gonna choose the color. So I will say I will set gizmos dot color equal to the color I would like to draw with. So I'm gonna draw with yellow, so I'm gonna set color dot yellow, just like that. Just like that. But it's gonna throw us an error because if we don't assign our ground checkpoint, it means that you didn't take this ground checkpoint and didn't drag it over to this ground checkpoint. It means in empty. And over here, what we're doing, we're just trying to find in that ground check position, and we just drawing with this check radius. But if we do know that if we don't assign, then this function over here will be failed to find out that point. So that's why it's gonna give us error. So before we draw the circle, we need to check. So that's why firstly we need to check that if ground check point dot position, it's not empty at all, means we have the reference of it. So we will use the if condition, and we simply want to check that if ground checkpoint. So we will check if ground checkpoint, if it's not equal to null. It's basically means that this ground checkpoint field is not empty. It means that we just took our ground checkpoint and we just drag it over to ground checkpoint, means we just assign it right away. It means we are ready to just draw the circle. So that's why we're going to take this line of code and we're going to put it inside these curly brackets because we already assign it. Ground checkpoint not equal to null, it means we just that field is not empty, and we just took our ground checkpoint and we just drag it over to this ground checkpoint, so it's not empty at all. Then what we doing, firstly we just choosing the color, and after that we just drawing it, as you can see. And you can see we are able to see the circle by now because we just draw it. And basically we have to drag our ground checkpoint a little bit down. So I'm gonna move it little bit down, and let's check it out. And now it's totally fine. And I'm gonna make the check radius something like 0.113 or a smaller number. So I'm gonna choose something around 7. And if it's collide with this ground, that message should be pop up. So let's quickly play our game. And as soon as the circle collided with our ground, the message just getting pop up inside our console tab says player collided with ground, because the name of the game object this circle collided with is ground, and its name is ground. So that's why this message just getting pop up. So instead of printing out message, we basically want to set back this is ground parameter to true. So what we will do, instead of printing out message like doing this, we just want to set back that is ground to true, because this circle just gonna collide with this ground it means this player is standing top of this ground because the circle colliding with. And if the circle is not colliding with something, like player is somewhere around here, so the circle not gonna collide with. So then what we doing, we just setting that after just making that jump, we just setting its ground to false because that circle not gonna collide with our ground. So right now what we're gonna do, so if the circle colliding with our ground, then I'm gonna set back its ground equal to true because we're standing top of our ground, or the circle basically just colliding with the ground. And if I try to press down space key on my keyboard, we can see we jumping, but we can only able to jump when the circle colliding with the ground. And we can see we not able to jump in air. However, we jumping two times, sometimes we jumping twice, but it's fine because I just want to make it double jump. And if you don't want, then you can just make the circle way less, basically the radius you can down it more in order to make just one time jump. Since because I want multiple two times jump, so I can simply print out, sorry, I can simply press down the space key, and by now we are not able to jump in the air at all. It means it's working fine, you can see. And some parameters I don't want to show underneath my player script, like this rigid body and the movement. So we can make these parameters private instead of making public. So what we're gonna do, I just want to hide this movement parameter underneath my player script, so I can simply make it a private because I just want to keep it a little bit clean. So that is the reason of doing it. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make these two parameters, RB and the movement. So the first thing I'm gonna do with the movement, so let's go to our script and let's come at the top of our class where we made the movement parameter. Over here we can see, so instead of marking as public, we're gonna make it private because we don't need, and we just want to clean a little bit our script. And we can make this one private as well, the rigid body. And we do know if we make this one private, means we're not gonna able to see underneath our player script. However, we need a reference to this rigid body 2D because we just made it private, so we're not gonna have the reference at all. So for that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use the start function because this start function get called at the beginning of our game. At the beginning of our game, we're just gonna catch the reference of this rigid body 2D, and in order to get the reference of it, we simply we're gonna use that basically a function. So we will go over to our start function, and over here we're gonna use this dot game object. It means it's just the referencing the itself. And we can see the player script is attached to this player game object. So this dot game object there basically means this player game object itself. And now we have to use this dot get component. So make sure you type dot and then get component, and you have to make these brackets, and inside this bracket you basically have to pass the component, which component you looking for or want to catch the reference. So because of since we want to looking for our rigid body 2D, so we're gonna simply put our rigid body 2D, and then you have to make this first bracket and then close that with semicolon. So we're using this dot game object dot get component, and we just taking this rigid body dot 2D component, you can see. So this dot game object basically means the player itself, and then we just taking the rigid body 2D component, you can see. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store it inside this RB parameter that we created in the top, and the variable type is rigid body 2D, and we just name it RB. So we're gonna put it there. So we will set RB equal to this. So what we simply doing, we just getting this rigid body 2D component, or basically simply taking this rigid body 2D, and we putting inside this RB parameter, you can see, or inside this RB container or the parameter, or you can simply say the variable we created in the top. We just we just take in this rigid body 2D, and we just put it inside this RB parameter that we created in the top. So now we can see we have the reference. Basically we just took our rigid body 2D and we just put it inside that RB. It means we just have the reference. and we can save our skip. Now this parameter will be hidden right after we saving our skip, and we just grab it the reference of this rigid body 2D of this player game object in the start of the game. We can see as soon as our player skip gets compiled, we cannot able to see our rigid body or basically the RB slot as well as the movement parameter because we just made it private. And if we go ahead and play our game, it should be fine because we have the rigid body 2D reference in the start of the game. Means we have the reference or the link of a rigid body 2D of this player, so we should not get any error. It means this player should jump in the y axis, basically the velocity in the y, as well as in the x it should move. So if I press down a space key on my keyboard, it's working fine. It means we have the reference. Let's suppose you just want to see the private parameters underneath your player skip. So to check that out, in the top right side in the inspector we can see three dot. So we're gonna click on it, and you can just choose this debug. And as soon as we have chosen debug, we can see the RB, and we have the player rigid body 2D, and also the movement parameter we can see is 0. But if we start moving to the left and right, it's becoming 1, -1 and 0. So we can see the private parameters if we just move over to debug mode. Let's suppose you just want to go back in normal mode or in the inspector mode. You can click on that three dot once again, and you can choose the normal in order to go back, just like this. So we can hide our parameter, those parameters which we don't need underneath our player skip, but we do need this move speed and the jump height, so we can just play around. So we can just grab any component reference by using the start function, and we can use this dot game object, and then this, and using this get component to get the component. We need to flip this player in the direction player is going, because if we moving to the left direction, we not flipping our player character in the left direction. Let me show you. If I try to hold down A key, you can see it's not flipping in the left direction. But if we go to transform rotation and set the y to something like -180 or 80, so if I set it to -180 or 180, we can see it flips to the left direction, and we need to make sure we flips to the right direction once again. So we need to set back this y to 0. So if we set back, we can notice it flips to the right direction, and if we set this to -180, then it flips to the left direction. So we need to just set this value in the y. You can think of it the Euler angles. So we need to go over to y, and we need to set it to -180 or 180, -180 or 180. So let's create a first thing, we're gonna create a parameter that will be a bool parameter, and it will keep track of which direction this player is looking or facing. So for that, we will go over to top of our class, and I'm gonna make it the variable somewhere around here, and that parameter doesn't need to be public, so we're gonna make it private instead, and this will be bool. And we can call it something like facing underscore right, or I can simply call it facing right. And now I will move over to start function, and in this start of the game, I'm gonna set facing right equal to true. Why? Because we can see in the start of the game, this player just gonna look to the right direction. So that is the reason I just said in the start of the game facing right parameter to true, as you can see. And now we're gonna make the flipping, so we can do it inside this update function. And let's make another function for flip, and we're gonna call it inside our update, and we're gonna make it something over here. We can make it anywhere, so we're gonna make a void for function, and let's call it something like flip, and first bracket and some curly brackets. And in order to flip, first thing we need to check which direction this player is looking. So this player is looking to the right direction, so we will check. So let's use the if condition, and first bracket and some curly brackets, and we want to check that if our facing right is equals to true, it means we just looking to the right direction. And at the same time, I just want to check if this player is moving to the left direction. if the player is looking to the right direction and the player is moving to the left direction, it means that we need to flip our player to the left direction, and after flipping we need to set the facing right to false, because if we flip this enemy to the left direction, then we're not gonna face to the right direction. So at the same time, I just want to check if this player is moving to the left direction or not. So we're gonna use this movement parameter. We do know that we're using this parameter to move this player left and right, and we're gonna use this parameter. And this, we do know that if this movement is -1, it means this player is moving to the left direction. So at the same time, we're gonna check, so if facing right, and if we want to check two condition inside this if condition, then we have to use this and we want to check that if our player is moving to the left direction, means that if movement is lesser than 0 if, and we do know that if we moving to the left direction, then this movement over here gonna be -1. So if we moving to the left direction, that movement will be -1, and we do know that over here we checking if movement is lesser than 0 if, and if we moving to the left direction, then this movement is -1, and -1 is lesser than 0 if we do know. So -1 is lesser than 0, and the condition becoming true. So the first thing we just taking if our enemy looking to this right direction, at the same time if our if our player is looking to the right direction, at the same time if our player is moving to the left direction, it means we need to flip our enemy to flip our player to the left direction. To do that, we do know we have to use the Euler angles. So the first thing, we will go to transform of our player, then Euler angles, and this Euler angles is just gonna have the x, y, and the z. So we can set equal to a variable type, and it should be same type. So we're gonna create a new vector through a vector 3, which also has x comma y comma z. And we do know that if we set this y to -180, so if we set it to -180 if or 180, then this enemy just this player just gonna flips to the left direction. So what we doing, firstly going over to transform of this player, basically this transform, then we accessing the Euler angles of this player, and we just set the y to -180. It means we flipping to the left direction, and in the x I'm gonna set it to 0, and I'm not gonna play around with the z, so I'm gonna set it to 0. And after flipping this enemy to the left direction, then we need to set the facing right parameter to false. So we're gonna set facing right equal to false, because we will no longer able to look to the right direction. And now we need to call out this flip function. So this line of code will be execute. It means our player just gonna flip, and we're gonna call this flip function inside this update function, because it's run every single frame, and every single frame we basically need to keep track of which direction this player is looking and moving. So we're gonna call it somewhere around here. We can call it anywhere, but make sure you just call it after you just set the movement. So I'm gonna call it something over here, which is flip function, and we do know that this flip function basically just gonna do this rest thing. If I hold down a key, as soon as we hold down a key, it just flips to the left direction. We can notice it just flips to the left direction right away. But the problem is that if I hold down a D key, by now we moving to the right. However, we're not flipping this player to the right direction, because if we set this y in the inspector to 0, back to 0, we can notice it flips to the right direction. So we also need to set back this y Euler angles to 0. And after flipping to the right direction, we need to set facing right parameter to true, because we can see as soon as we're gonna flip to the right direction, this player just gonna look to the right direction. So let's do that. So let's go over to our script, and over here if we checking over here, let's suppose else if our enemy let's check that. So we're gonna use this else if condition. So else if, and make first bracket and some curly brackets, and I'm gonna put it over here. So the first thing I'm gonna check, if our facing right is equals to false, it means we're looking to the left direction. At the same time, I just want to check if we moving to the right direction, right direction. So we do know that, so we're going to use this movement parameter once again. So let's use that movement variable, and we will check with 0f. And we do know that once we're gonna start moving to the right direction, then this movement over here will be 1, and 1 is greater than 0f or greater than 0, and the condition over here getting met, we can see. So what we can do, sorry, so the sorry, so this movement becoming 1 or something, like you can think of 0.1, which will be greater than 0. So it means we're moving to the right direction. So we can simply copy this line of code and we can paste it over here by Control V. So you can copy by Control C and you can paste by Control V. So the first thing, we need to set this y to 0. So we're gonna set back y to 0 Euler angles, and after that we're gonna set this facing right equal to true, because after flipping our player to the right direction, we will able to look to the right direction, and now it's gonna do these things. So the first thing, we checking if facing right equal to false, means we're looking to the left direction. At the same time, if our player is going to the right direction, but this player is facing to the left direction, then what we doing, first thing, we just setting back y to 0, we can see, and then we just set back our facing right parameter to true, we can see, and we have to check this out by now. If I hold down A key, we flips to the left direction, and now if I try to hold down D key, we can see we just flips to the right direction once again, and we started moving to the right direction, and we can notice that we just flipping our player in the direction player is going by now. However, that the center position of this player, if I select my player in the hierarchy, we can see the pivot point of this player is over here, which we don't want. We want to have it somewhere around here. So what we need to do, we need to change the pivot point. To do that, first thing, we need to choose the sprite sheet. So I will head over to my project tab, assets, then sprites folder, clear sprites folder, and then I'm gonna find out the sprite sheet where I have. So in my case, I have it over here. If I click on this open sprite editor in the inspector, we can see the pivot point. If I choose the first point, so we want to have it somewhere around here, something like over here. And we can notice in the bottom custom pivot, which is 0.43. So 0.43, if we put 0.43, it's over here. So we basically have to just play around with the x. So we want to have it somewhere around here, so we can choose 0.4, or I guess 5 of 0.43. Let's do it for 5. So 44, 0.44. So what we're gonna do now, so we can see in the bottom custom pivot, which is 0.44, and in the y we don't want totally at all. So we're gonna click on this slice once again, then automatic, we're gonna choose grid by cell count, and we need to count the columns and rows once again. But before we do, we just want to change the pivot. So instead of pivot center, so we're gonna click on it and we will choose this custom. So in the x, what we want 0.44 as we check. So I'm gonna put 0.44, and after doing that, let's count the column and the rows once again. So I'm gonna count the columns: 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. So we have 11 11 11 11 12 13 14 15 16. So we have 16 columns. So we're gonna put 16 columns and let's count the rows. So 3 6 9 12 12 uh, 12 12 13 14 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. So we have 25 rows and 18 columns. And if we click on slice and then apply, it should be fine. So let's check it out our player, and now we can see, And if we choose our player, we can notice that in the Y we have done the mistake. So what we need to do, we also need to just do these things. So let's leave it to something like as it is. So instead of choosing custom, I'm gonna choose custom. So let's find this out. So in the Y, what we want to have it somewhere around here. So in the Y 0.5, so 0.5 seems a great number. So in the Y we also need to play around. So in the X put something like 0.44, and in the Y is 0.5. So I'm gonna click on that slice once again, and pivot I'm gonna choose custom, and then in the X I'm gonna choose 0.44, and in the Y I'm gonna choose 0.5, and then slice, and then click on this apply. And let's see our player. By now it should be fine, and indeed we can notice, but however the pivot point is over here. So if I move it somewhere around here, so 0.41, so I'm gonna choose 0.41 in the X, so 0.41, and then slice, and then apply. And now let's check it out. And we need to adjust the box collider 2D as the size of our player, and I guess it's fine by now. So let's click on this box collider 2D, and let's adjust the collider as the size of our player. And also we have to adjust the ground checkpoint. So let's choose our ground checkpoint. I'm gonna choose the move tool, and let's move it somewhere around here, and I guess it's fine. I'm gonna move it a little bit to the right direction. Then I will go to select the parent overrides, and then apply all, and I will choose the game view over here. Our player flips perfectly by now by standing at one position only, and we not able to witness that offset at all horizontally, and it's fine. So you just have to play around with the pivot point. So the first thing, you need to choose the sprite sheet, then click on open sprite editor, then click on the top left slice, then choose automatic to create by cell count, and then choose this pivot point to custom and put the pivot point. And before you put, make sure you just select one of them and just play around with it, and see the number in the bottom over here. You will see inside your sprite editor tab. So in my case, custom pivot is 0.41 in the X, and in the Y 0.5. So you just need to play and then slice and then apply, and that's all you have to do. It's time to make our player animation. To do that, we need the animation tab, and you can see I have it over here. And if you are not able to find the animation tab, then go over to window in the top, scroll down to animation, and you can see the shortcut key is control +6. So if you just hit control +6, it's gonna bring up the animation tab right away. And also we need this animator tab as well. And now what we're gonna do, I'm gonna toggle it my animation tab somewhere around here. So the first thing, we need to select our player, but before I select my player, I just want to create a separate folder for my player animation, basically for animation. To do that, why we want to do that? To keep our project clean. So that is the main reason. So we will go over to our project tab, assets. We can right click on assets, or you can right click simply over here as well. Right click, go to create in the top, then folder, and you can name that folder to something like animation. So I'm gonna call it animation, just like that. And inside this folder, I'm gonna create another subfolder, or we can just do it over here. So let's do it. I'm gonna talk about it quickly. So let's select the first player in the hierarchy, then click on this create button inside animation tab, and then we will go to assets in the top. You can see, you're gonna see in the top left as well. If you just double click on that arrow, you will see the assets folder. So we will go to assets, and inside assets we can see we created this animation folder recently. So we're gonna open that up by double clicking on it, and we will create another subfolder for our player animation, because we're gonna have animation, some other animation clips to separate them, that's why I'm just gonna create separate subfolder. So I'm gonna right click and new, folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like player underscore animation, just like that. And I'm gonna open up this folder by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation clip what we want to name it. So we're gonna create the first one, so I'm gonna call this one player underscore idle. We can call it, you can call it idle as well, it's totally up to you. And after doing that, make sure you click on this save button, and after doing that, click on this red button inside animation tab, so it's gonna record your animation, else it's not gonna do that. And we need to drag all of the individual sprite of our idle animation over here. To do that, I will head over to my sprites folder, then player underscore sprites folder, and I will navigate to my player underscore warrior folder. And inside this, I can see I have the sprite sheet. So I'm going to click on this open sprite editor to see that. And if I scroll my mouse, we can see first 3, 6, 7, 8. So this 8 as individual sprite is for idle. So we're going to click on this arrow, and we will select eight of them. We're going to select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by holding down shift or control, and then drag it over to this animation tab over here. You need to drag it inside, and we can click on this play button to see the animation clip. So if I click on this play button, we can see the animation clip, but it seems way fast. So what we need to do, we need to make spaces between these keyframes or this individual sprite. To do that, just select like this, and we can drag it over to something like 30 frames, or we can just move it to 1 basically means 1 second over here. And if we click on this play button, we can see the animation clip, but it seems way less, so I'm gonna move it somewhere around 40. And if we click on this play button, we can see the animation clip is fine. And if we choose our game view, we can see inside our game view as well the animation clip of our idle, and it's playing over again and again. And once you are satisfied, so in my case, I'm going to drag it over to 40, and once you're satisfied, you can just click on that red button to capture the animation clip, or you can just leave it as it is, so it's automatically gonna capture the animation clip. But I'm gonna click on that button, and now we need to create the run animation clip. To create that, make sure you select the player game object once again in the hierarchy, then go over to animation tab, then click over here, and we're gonna click on this create new clip, and we gonna name this clip to something like this will be the running one, so we can call this animation clip to something like player underscore idle. I'm gonna call, sorry, not idle, this will be the run or work, so I'm gonna call it something like player underscore run, and then click on this save. And we have to drag, but before we drag, we do know we need to click on this red button in order to record our animation clip. And if we click on this open sprite editor, so we need to find how many sprites we have for running. So we have one from here, so from here to here is running. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 8 as individual sprites for running. So we have to ignore the first 8 enemy individual sprites. So from here 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. So from here to here is a animation clip individual or animation individual sprites of running, and we're gonna drag it inside animation tab. And if we click on this play button, we can see the running animation clip, and we're gonna move it over to something around 40. And if we click on the play button, we can see the running animation clip, and if we choose the game view, we can see that. So now we are done, we just created the idle. So if we choose our player idle, this is our idle animation clip, and this one is running animation clip. And we need to create other animation clips like jumping, attacking, having dash animations, so we need to create all of them. To create, we can approach in a different way, so this way you can make it. I'm gonna talk about a little bit later. Let's create the jump animation clip first. So I'm gonna choose my player once again in the hierarchy. We're gonna click over here inside animation tab. Let's click on this create new clip, and I'm gonna name this clip to something like player underscore jump. I'm gonna call it and then save, and we're gonna click on the spread button, and once again I will see my sprite sheet. So let's click on this open sprite editor, and let's find out how many how many sprites we have for jumping. So we have one, two, from here, from here to here. So last we can see 1 2 3. So if we select, so first thing we need to find out, so let's find this. So from here we have 4 8. So from here to here we have the jumping. So let's jumping and falling. So I'm gonna drag it inside my animation tab, and if we click on the play button we can see animation. So I'm gonna move it over to something like 160 frames, or 1 second, 1 second. So if I click on the play button we can see it's fine, but I'm gonna remove the first sprite. This one is not for jumping. This one we can see is for idle, so we can select that and we can press down backspace or delete in order to remove it. And now I'm gonna select and I'm gonna move it just over here, sorry, and we need to make sure we just arrange them perfectly, and that's it. And if we click on the play button it seems fine now. So this is the jumping animation clip we can see. Now we have the jump animation clip, we have the idle, we have the run animation clip, and this seems pretty much good already, and we can see inside our game view. But I'm gonna show you a faster way in order to create the animation clip instead of dragging manually inside animation tab. So I'm gonna drag it inside bottom where it was, and I'm gonna toggle it in the bottom somewhere around here. And the first way to create, basically we need to select the sprites individually. We can just select directly. So right now I'm gonna make the attack and the heart animation clip, and also we need to make the death animation clip of this player. So let's find that. So first thing I'm gonna find out the attack animation, attack sprites of this player. So this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So these 8 sprites is attack. So we can simply directly from that sprite sheet by holding down shift, and we can just drag it top of this player in the hierarchy. So it's gonna make the animation right away, but make sure you drag it top of this player, not the child one. So I'm gonna drag it top of my player, and it's showing us that where we want to place the animation clip. So we're gonna place this inside our player animation folder, and we can see we have the animation folder, animation. So we can go to animation folder, and we created this player underscore animation subfolder, so you can see in the left bar. So make sure you just do that, or you can simply click on this assets in the top left side, then go to animation player animation folder, and I'm gonna name this animation clip to something like, this is the first attack, so I'm gonna call it player underscore attack 1. And after doing that let's hit enter, and if we choose our attack animation clip, so we just did one mistake and we need to figure it out. So we done that thing, and we cannot choose our so we just did a mistake, but it's pretty much fine. You can just create all of them in the way I have done. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create the next animation clip, which will be the attack 2. So this is the first attack, so I'm gonna create for attack 2. So let's find out the sprites firstly. So we need to find all of them. So from here, let's from here, so 4 8, this 8. So let's here to here. So let's drag it this top of our player. Let's go to, let's click on this double arrow in the top left side, then I'm gonna choose this assets. Let's go to animation player animation, and I'm gonna call this animation clip to player underscore attack 2, and then save it. And if we choose our animation tab, then choose our attack 2, this is our second attack animation we can see. and we can create as many we want inside my sprite sheet I have. So you can create. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create the heart one. So I basically need to find out the heart sprite of this player, basically where it's taking damages, and we have some cool attacks as sprites we can see. And from here, which is in the bottom, if I scroll down, so we have the heart here. So let's check it out. So the heart animation clip, let's drag it a little bit down, and I guess this is fine. So from here to here is fine. So let's drag it this top of our player. Let's go to top left, assets, animation, sorry. I'm gonna go over to my assets, animation, player animation, and this will be the heart. So I can call it this animation clip to player underscore damage, or I can simply call it player underscore heart, and that's all we have to do. And we create the we create in the same way. We can create our for die animation clip of this player, so we can do that, and we have it over here. So let's check this out. So this is the that sprites of our player. So let's select them. We're gonna drag it top of our player. Let's go to assets, animation, player animation, and I'm gonna call this animation clip to something like player underscore death, just like that. And if we choose our death animation clip, we can see this is our death. And if I choose the heart animation clip of our player, we can see we taking damage. So once we're gonna take damage, we're gonna play this animation clip, so we need to play them, and we have all of the animation clip that we created. But however, we just made a mistake. So if I move over to my assets, animation folder, player animation, I can see I have two animator controller. We have player 1 and we have this player. So if I double click on it, inside this we have the run and jump. So what we can simply do, if I choose my player, then move over to my animation tab, we can see inside animator, and if we select our player, go over to our animator component in the inspector, we can see this is the player 1 animator controller, and inside this we can see we have the heart animation clip, and this player attack 1, player attack 2, and the dead. So but however, we're not able to notice the idle, run, and the jump of this player. So how we can see that, or how we can drag it inside this player 1 animator controller? You can think of animator controller, which is just which gonna be responsible for playing the animation clip. So that's why animator controller is created by default once we created those animation clip. So if it's not, what we can simply do, we can just select one by one. So we can select the idle, and we can just drag it top of this player in the hierarchy. And if we open up our player 1 animator controller, we can see we have the player attack 2 animation clip, and we can sorry, not player attack 2. If I choose my animation tab, animator, we can see we have attack 1, the ideal one just added, we can see inside our animator tab. And we can see we can do the same thing for this jump and the run. So we can select this animation clip, and we can just drag it top of this player one by one. If you are not able to notice inside your animator tab this idle, jump, run, but you do have inside your animation folder, then make sure you select them and drag it one by one top of this player in the hierarchy. So it's gonna add it inside our animator tab, because we're doing. And if I choose my second the first player animator controller, if I double click on it, I can see inside this we have the player idle, player run, and the player jump, and we can switch them. We can select our player, we can choose the player controller, and we can drag it over to this controller field. So in my case, I have the player 1, so I'm gonna leave with player 1. If you want the first, then you can just drag it, and make sure inside this animator controller all of the animation clips should be there. If it's not, just select one by one and drag top of this player in the hierarchy, so it's gonna be added inside animator tab. And I hope you get the idea that how you can make the animation. And you can make the animation in the same way for your enemies, for your some other stuffs like having destructible objects and some coins. You can just approach in the same way. And also one thing we can see, the plus icon added, and we do know how we can just do it. We can just simply go over to overrides and then apply all. So the changes we made over here, it will be saved, and we can see we getting some errors. So if I choose, so the first thing I can notice, I just drag it my player prefabs inside, sorry, player animation. I need to see that, but it's totally fine. Basically, it's totally fine, and you can just play your game. And by default, the run animation, the ideal animation clip will be played. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and it's fine. If we choose our animator tab, and then go ahead and hit this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will see the attack animation will be played right after the game start. The reason is that that animation clip is the default one. I'm gonna show you. Let me show you. And you can see as soon as our game started, we can notice this enemy just play this player just playing the attack animation clip, which is the attack one, over again and again, because we can see this is orange color, or you can think of this is the default animation clip. Let's suppose you just want to make the other one as a default. Then what you can do, first thing, I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I'm gonna rearrange this attack, this heart, death. Let's drag it up so we can see something. And I guess we, so I want this animation clip, which is the player idle, as a default. So I'm gonna select my player idle. We're gonna right click on it and then click on this set as layer default state. So when we're gonna start our game, this idle animation clip of our player just gonna play right after our game, once we're gonna play once we're gonna start playing our game. Let me show you. And you can see as soon as our game started, instantly this player just playing the idle animation clip of itself over again and again, and the animation clip is looping. And some animation clip we don't want to loop at all, like this heart and the death animation clip of our player, and this attack 1, attack 2, as well as attack 3 if we have. So we can just get out of play mode. First thing, we need to find out where we place it our animation clips. So in my case, I will head over to my project tab, assets, and then animation folder. I already created this player underscore animation subfolder, as you seen earlier, as you saw earlier, and we can see the animation clip is over here. So we have this attack 1, attack 2, attack 3, death, then player heart. So I'm gonna choose the heart and the date one by holding down Control or Shift, then go over to inspector and uncheck the loop time. And I can do the same thing for our jump as well. So I'm gonna choose my jump animation clip, and I will uncheck the loop time, because I don't want my player jump animation clip to be looped at all. I don't want to play that animation clip over again and again. So now if we choose our player game object in the hierarchy, go over to our animator tab, we can see this animation clip. So we have attack 1, attack 2, and heart. So what we need to do now, we need to make transition between this animation clip. So we need to make transition between them. So from this player idle, I'm gonna make transition to player run, because once we're gonna start moving to the left or right direction, or this player just gonna start moving, then we should play this player run. So we need to make transition, and to make the transition, right click on this idle and make transition to your run, and then choose this transition or the arrow, then go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck this as exit time. Why? Because I just want to play the run animation clip immediately as soon as this player game object just gonna move left and right. So that is the reason I just uncheck the has exit time, as well as I will set the transition duration to 0, because I do want immediately to transit to our run animation clip. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition for it, or else it's just gonna make the transition automatically, which we really don't want. We only want to play the run animation clip of this player once this player just gonna start moving. So for that we need to choose parameter. To do that, go over to animator tab. In the left side you will see layers and these parameters. So you need to choose these parameters, then click on this plus icon, and you can create multiple parameters type. So we're going to create a float parameter for it. So we're going to click on this float, and we can call the parameter whatever we want. So I'm going to call it something like run. And now what we have to do, we need to choose this condition. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna click on this plus icon in the inspectors, but make sure you choose the transition, and we will check that if run parameter is greater than with a smaller number. So we're gonna check with smaller number. You can check with 0.01, or you can check with 0.001, or even you can check with 0.0001. But I'm gonna choose something like 0.1, a lesser number. So if we set this run parameter manually to over here manually to something around 1, so this run over here will be 1, and run, 1 parameter is greater than 0.1. So the condition over here getting met. So right now what it's gonna do, it's gonna play the run animation clip because the condition should be true, and we can do it manually. And if we set this run parameter to something like 0.2 or something like 1, and we can notice indeed it's playing the run animation clip over again and again if we set it to manually, because this, if we set this run to 1, and 1 is greater than 0.1, and definitely 1 is greater than 0.1, and even 0.2 is greater than 0.1. So the condition over here getting met. So that's why the transition happened. That is the reason. But we also need to make sure we make the back transition. So if we set back run parameter to something like 0, we never going to never playing idle animation clip at all. So we also need to make sure we make the back transition. So let's do it quickly. So what we need to do, we're gonna select the run, let's right click on it, and we're gonna make transition back to our player idle, and let's choose the transition, and we will uncheck the has exit time because we just want to play the idle animation clip of this player as soon as it's gonna stop at 1 point. And also we're gonna choose the transition duration to 0, and we have to choose a condition, or else it's gonna play the idle animation clip right away. We don't want to happen automatically, because if the player is running, it means that we should not play the idle animation clip automatically. So that is the reason we're gonna choose the condition. So we're gonna click on this plus icon, and now we're gonna choose this run. If run is lesser than with a smaller number, we're gonna check with. So you can check with as I explained it earlier. So we're gonna check with a smaller number, something like 0.1. So right now, if we set this run parameter to 0, so this run will be 0, and 0 is lesser than 0.1, and definitely 0 is lesser than 0.1, this number. So the condition over here getting met. So it should play the idle animation clip by now. So if I set run parameter to 1, we can see playing the running animation clip. And if we set back to 0, instantly this player is now playing the idle animation clip of itself. Why? Because we just set the run parameter to 0, and 0 will be lesser than 0.1, so the condition we can see it's becoming true. So that is the reason it's playing the idle animation clip. And also we need to make transition between this animation clip, like to our attack, heart, player jump, and all of this. So let's make transition to our player jump, and we're gonna do it through from any transition. Let's suppose this player is moving left and right, or standing, attacking on our enemy, like doing whatever. But if we press down a space key on our keyboard, we just jumping. So we need to play the jump animation clip of this player, no matter what this player is really doing, like moving left and right, or standing at 1 point. So we need to play the jump animation clip right away, no matter what we're doing. So that's why we're gonna make the transition from this any state. so it's gonna ignore whatever state we are currently in, or you can think of whatever animation we playing. If we press down space key or we just jump it, we should immediately play the jump animation clip. So that is the reason we're gonna make it through any transition from any from this any state. We can manually do it from this idle, run, then attack, but it will be overwhelming. So to ignore it or to make it proficiency, we're gonna do it through any state. So we're gonna choose our any state. Let's right click on it, and we're gonna make the transition from our player jump. And for this I'm going to choose another condition. So if we choose our transition, first thing I'm going to uncheck the has exit time and transition duration to 0, because as soon as this player just gonna jump, we should play the jump animation clip right away. So that is the reason I just uncheck the has exit time, and also just set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we have to choose a condition. For this we're gonna create another condition, and that will be a bool type which can be true or false. So we will go to animator, then parameters, and we're gonna click on this plus icon, and then we will choose a bool parameter, and we have to name the parameter what we want to call it. I'm gonna call it something like jump. So let's call this one jump, and now we have to choose this condition. So we're gonna click on this plus icon, and now we're gonna choose if jump parameter is true. So if we set it to true, basically means check. If we set that, then this player it's gonna play the jump animation clip. If we set this jump parameter to true or check, we can notice now it's playing the jump animation clip. And if we choose the transition, we can see we have chosen if jump parameter is true, means if we set it to check. And if we uncheck, we never going back to our idle or run animation clip. So what we really need to do now, we need to make the transition to our idle or run, or we will stuck forever inside our jump animation clip of this player. So we also need to make transition from this jump to player idle and run, and we're gonna choose that condition for it. So let's make transition to our idle, and we're gonna do the same thing to our run. So let's deal with the idle one first. So we're gonna choose the back transition. So the first thing, we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, because we just want to play the animation clip right away. As soon as this player just gonna land top of this ground, it should play the idle animation clip, because it's not gonna move at all. And transition duration we can set it to 0, and we can choose a condition for it, something like so the first condition we need to choose this jump, because we also need to set back this jump parameter to false. And if we set back, then we're gonna make able to make the transition to our idle. So that is the reason we need to choose that condition. So we will choose if run parameter is now false. So we just check if run is true from our any state to jump, but from jump to our idle, we're going to choose if jump parameter is false. It means if we uncheck the jump parameter, or basically if we set it to false, it's going to play the idle animation clip. And we can choose a second condition, like if the run parameter is lesser than a 0.1, and we do know we have chosen that condition in order to make the transition from our run to idle, and we can do the same thing from our jump to idle. You can choose that, but I think you can ignore it as well. So we can click minus icon, because it doesn't matter, it's automatically just gonna move over to idle animation clip as soon as we're gonna land top of our ground. Or if we set this uncheck, this jump parameter to uncheck or to false. Now if I set the jump parameter manually to true or check, we can see it's playing the jump animation clip. But as soon as if I set it to false or uncheck, we can notice it's playing the idle by now, and it's playing right away because we just uncheck the has exit time, and we can see. But we also need to make transition from this jump to run, or else we not gonna able to do it. So if I set this run parameter to 1, and then set this jump parameter to true or check, and if we just uncheck it this jump parameter, we can notice we just playing the run animation clip. So what we need to do, we also need to set this jump parameter to false once we're gonna make the transition to our run. So we can just get out of play mode, and we can just choose the condition. Transition. First thing, we're gonna uncheck the has exit time transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down, we need to choose the condition. So the first condition, we need to choose this jump, and we need to set it to false, because we just set it to true once we done the transition from this any state. So we need to set back this to false. So we will choose if our jump parameter is false, means uncheck. At the same time, we can check if our run parameter is greater than with a smaller number, as we check the transition from our idle to our run. So we can choose that condition, but it's good to do with the transition from our jump to run, instead of doing from jump to idle, because you should choose this condition and it's gonna be fine. You can remove it, but I think it's better to use this second condition as well, because once we're running, we do know that we're just setting this run parameter to 1, and if the run is 1 and it's gonna be greater than 0.1, so the condition getting met. And at the same time, if we set this jump parameter to false, it means it's gonna play the run animation clip instead of the idle, because this run parameter is greater than 0. Run parameter is greater than 0.1. So that is the reason. So let me show you quickly and you're gonna understand. So we can choose two conditions from our jump to idle as well, but since we just standing at one point, we can ignore it, or we can simply choose one condition and it's fine. But make sure once you making the transition from your jump to run, you choose two condition. So the first condition, choose jump to false, and the second condition, choose the run, or the condition that you created as float, as pull, or whatever. Now if I set this run parameter to 1, we can see it's playing that running animation clip. And if we set our jump parameter, this parameter bool parameter, manually to true, we can notice it's playing the jump animation clip. And if we set it to uncheck, means false, and we can see the run parameter is still in 1. It means it should play the run animation clip of this player, and it should do that because we have chosen that condition as a second condition. So if I set this jump parameter to false or uncheck, we can notice indeed as soon as we set it to false, this player just playing the run animation clip right away instead of playing the idle, because we have chosen the second condition as well for from making transition to our from this jump to run. We can see. But if we set this run parameter to 0, it's playing the idle. And now if I set this jump parameter to checked, means true, we can notice it's playing the jump animation clip. But if we set back this to false, it should play the idle animation clip instead of the run, because we can see the run parameter is 0, and we do know that once it's 0, or we just ignore that condition, and we can see we have chosen only one condition if jump is false. It means we can we should we can ignore this run parameter. It doesn't matter because we didn't choose the condition from jump to our idle, that one, so we can just ignore it. So we can simply uncheck because we have chosen one condition. So if we uncheck or set it to false, we can notice it's playing the idle animation clip instead of the running one, because we have chosen only one condition. And also the run parameter is 0. Basically this player is just standing at 1 point, so 1 point, so that's why it's playing the idle from our jump instead of the running, because this player is not moving at all. And we do know once we're gonna move, then we're gonna set this run parameter to 1. And by now if we set this to true, this jump, and set back to false or uncheck, we can see it's playing the running instead of the idle, because we are gonna move left and right. So at that time we're gonna set this run to 1, and we can see run is 1. That is the reason it's playing the run animation clip instead of the idle animation clip of our player. And I hope you get the idea that how you can make the transition between this animation clip. And also we need to make transition to our attack 1, attack 2, heart, and the death 1 of this player. It's time to make the transition to our attack 1, attack 2. and we're gonna do it from only idle state, because if this player is running left and right, then we don't want to play attack animation at all. Even this player is jumping, this player should be standing at endpoint. If it does, then we're gonna play the attack animation clip of this player. Then that is the reason we're gonna make the transition from the idle only to our attack 1 and the attack 2, because this player game object need to stand at one point in order to play the attack animation clip of this player itself. So we're gonna select the idle state. Let's right click on it, and we're gonna make the transition to our attack 1. And now we're gonna choose the transition, and we will uncheck the has exit time and transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose the condition. For this, we're gonna choose a trigger condition. To do that, click on this plus icon inside animator tab, and we're gonna choose this trigger, and I'm gonna call it something like attack 1, something just like that. And then click on this plus icon, and we will choose our attack 1 parameter. It means that if we trigger this attack 1 parameter, it's gonna play the attack 1 animation clip. And also we need to make sure we make the transition back to our idle, or else we're gonna stuck forever inside this attack animation clip of this player forever. So we also need to make sure we just make the back transition to our idle, and we're gonna choose the transition, and we will go over to inspector. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna leave the has exit time as check, and exit time I'm gonna choose 1 basically means 100%, because we want to play the complete animation clip of attack 1 of this player. So that's why we just leave the has exit time as check, and exit time we have chosen means chosen 1. It means we're gonna play the 100% animation clip of this player, attack 1 animation clip of this player. And then we're gonna choose the transition duration to 0, because we, after playing the 100% animation clip of this player attack animation clip, we just want to make the transition back to idle right away. So that's why transition duration I have chosen 0. And if we scroll down, we can choose a condition for it, or we can just leave it as it is. So it's gonna make the transition automatically, so we don't have to do at all anything. If I try to trigger this attack 1 parameter manually, you can notice it's playing the 100% animation of attack 1. And after playing that, we can notice it's playing the ideal animation clip. But if I set this run parameter to 1 and then try to trigger this attack parameter, we're not playing at all, because this player is running. So that's why we not making any transition from our attack 1 to our run and then jump like that. So I hope you get the idea. So if I set back to 0, it should play the ideal animation clip. And now we also need to make sure we make the transition to our attack 2. So the first thing, we're gonna get out of play mode, and we're gonna make the transition to our attack 2 as well. So let's make transition to attack 2, and let's choose the transition. We're gonna uncheck the has exit time, transition duration to 0, and for this we're gonna choose another trigger parameter. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose another trigger parameter, and we can call it something like attack 2. And let's choose this choose that attack 2. Now I have chosen attack 2, attack 2, and we also need to make sure we make the back transition to our attack 2 idle. So when I right click, let's make back transition to our idle, and we will choose the transition. And we're gonna leave the has exit time as check, because we want to play the complete animation clip attack 2 of this player, so that is the reason. And also we're going to choose the exit time as 1 means 100%, then transition duration to 0, and we can choose a condition for it in order to go back idle, or we can just leave it as it is. So it's gonna make the transition after playing the attack 2 animation clip of this player itself. Right after that, it's gonna play the idle. And we can choose a condition like if run is lesser than 0.1 is a lesser number, we do know. We can choose that condition, or we can just leave it, or we can just remove it. So let's click on this minus icon to remove. If you want, you can choose that condition, and it's fine, and it's fine, it's totally up to you. And I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna clear my console tab, and if I navigate to my animator tab and play my game once again, so if I try to trigger this attack to parameter, we can see we playing the attack to animation clip, and after playing we just playing the ideal animation clip. And if I try to trigger my attack 1, we can notice we playing the attack 1 animation clip. And if I try to trigger this attack 2, then we playing the attack 2 animation clip, and this all of this transition working fine, and we doing it manually. And also we need to make the transition to our heart as well as the dead. So let's do that, and we're gonna do it from let's do that from our ideal, or we can do that from any state. So let's do it from this attack 2 and the attack 1, because if this player is running, then we don't want to play the heart animation clip of this player. We only want to play once this player game object is standing at one point, or basically playing the attack animation clip of this player. So that is the reason, we're gonna make the transition from this ideal to our heart, attack to heart, and then attack 1 to our heart. So let's do that. So we're gonna right click from this ideal, let's make the transition to our heart, and we will choose the transition, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, transition duration to 0, sorry, 0. If we scroll down, we can choose the condition. So we're gonna to create another trigger condition for this heart. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose a trigger, and let's call this trigger to something like heart, and we're gonna choose that condition. So let's click on this plus icon, and we will choose this if heart. If we trigger our heart parameter, then it should play the heart animation clip. And we do know that we also need to make sure we make the back transition. So we're gonna make the back transition, and we will choose the back transition. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna leave the has exit time as check, and exit time we're gonna choose 1, because we want to play 100% animation clip of our player heart, and after that I just want to play the ideal animation clip. So that is the reason of it. And transition duration to 0, so let's set it to 0, and we can choose a condition for it, or we can just leave as it is. It's basically gonna do the automatic transition, and we're gonna do the same thing from our attack 1 to our heart, and this attack to our heart. And let's choose the transition. We're gonna uncheck the has exit time, and then transition duration to 0, and we will choose if we trigger our heart parameter. So we're gonna choose that condition, and we're gonna do it from here as well. So let's do that. We're gonna choose if heart we trigger, and we're gonna make the transition back to our attack 2 and attack 1. So or else we will stuck forever inside this heart animation clip of this player. So let's make transition to our attack 2 and attack 1, and we're going to choose from this heart to our attack 1 first, and we're going to leave has exit time as check, and then exit time to 1, transition duration to 0, and condition. And we're gonna do the transition, because let's suppose if we click the left mouse button, then I want to play the attack 1 animation clip right away. And if this player game object taking damage, so it's gonna play the heart animation clip. But after if I click the left mouse button, so right after playing the heart animation clip, I just want to play the attack 1. So we need to choose the attack 1 parameter, and we do know that if we trigger the attack 1 parameter, it's gonna play the attack 1 animation clip of this player. So we're gonna choose a condition, and if we don't choose a condition, then it's automatically just gonna play the attack 1 animation clip of this player, which we don't want to play. We only want to play if we trigger this attack 1, basically clicking the left mouse button, then we just want to play the attack 1, or else we're not going to do that at all. So that's why we're going to choose a condition for this, and we will choose that if we trigger the attack 1 parameter, then I want to play the attack 1 animation clip. And now I'm going to do the same thing from this heart to my attack 2. So I'm gonna choose my attack2 parameter, which is a trigger parameter. And the first thing, I'm gonna leave the has exit time as check, exit time to 1, transition duration to 0. And let's see right now. And I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and it's already seems messy. You can see now if I trigger my heart parameter, we can notice we played the heart animation clip, and after playing the heart animation clip, we can see it's playing the ideal animation clip. And if we trigger the attack 2, we playing the attack 2 animation clip. If I try to trigger the attack 1 parameter manually, we can see we playing the attack 1 animation clip right away. And this is attack 1 parameter, sorry. So if we try to trigger attack 1 parameter, trigger parameter, we can see it's playing the attack 1 animation clip, and all of this working fine. And if I set this run parameter to 1, it's playing the run animation clip. And if we set back to 0, we can see it's playing the ideal animation clip over again and again. And we're doing it manually, so we need to do it through our code. And if we get out of play mode, and we have one thing left to do, which is the death animation clip transition. And we can do it from any state, because as soon as this player game object just gonna lose all of his health, we immediately want this player to play the death animation clip, and it should die. So that is the reason. So you can make the transition from this any state to your death, and that's it. But I'm gonna do it in my case. I just want to show an explosion effect right after losing all of his health with this player. I just want to slow the explosion effect. So that is the cause of not making the transition from any state to my player death animation clip of this player itself. So you can do it. You can choose a bool or trigger parameter for it, just like I have shown the transition between this animation clip, as you can see. So you can just follow the same procedure in order to make the transition to your death. And you should do from this any state, no matter what this player is doing. If it's going left and right, jumping, attacking, if it's lose all of his health, then right away we just want to play the death animation clip of this player, no matter what this player is really doing. So that is the thing, that you can just do the transition from this any state. So I hope you get the idea. And we're doing it manually. Instead of doing manually, we need to do it through our code. So we're going to take a look at this in the next lecture, or in the next chapter. We're going to take a look at this in order to switch between our animation clip. So if I choose my animator tab, we can see we just made lot of parameters. So we need to do it through our code. Once this player is moving left and right, then we need to set this run parameter to 1. And we do know that already. We do know that if we set it to 1, then this player just gonna play the run animation clip. So what we need a reference to this animator component of this player. Then we can switch the animation between these animation clips. So we need a reference this animator component. So let's grab it. But before I grab it, I just want to move it up, this animator component. To move this up, we can simply right click on this component and then click on this move up. But the problem is that we need to open up in prefab mode if we just want to move this animator component in the top. So we're going to click on this open prefab, or you can select this game object simply and then click on this open button in the top right side inside your inspector tab. So we're going to click on this open. So it's going to open up in prefab mode. And now we can move this component in the top. So let's right click on it and we're going to click on this move up. And now we can see animator component in the top and the player script in the bottom. And to go back in the hierarchy top left side, we can see the back arrow. So we can click over there in order to go back. And now let's grab the reference. So first thing, we will go over to our script and let's come at the top of our class and let's make a variable for it. So we're gonna make a private, so it doesn't need to be public. And the component we're looking for is animator. So we're gonna type this animator and we can call it something like animator. And let's use the start function to grab the reference. because we just made it private. We do know if we made it private, we're not gonna see underneath our player script. So we're gonna use the start function. So in the start of the game, we will set our animator component equal to this dot game object, means the player itself, and then we're gonna use the get component, sorry, this dot game object, and we're gonna use this dot get component, and the component we're looking for is animator. So inside this we need to put animator, and we're gonna make this first brackets, and now we can see we have the animator component. We just set the reference. We can see this dot game object means the player itself, and then we getting the animator component, and then we taking the animator component, basically this one, and we putting inside this animator variable as we created in that we created in the top over here. Now we can see we have the animator component reference, and we are ready to switch our animation clip. And for that we will use this movement parameter, because this movement parameter, we do know it's responsible for moving our player left and right. Right, if we go to right, then that movement becomes 1 or plus 1, and if we move to the left direction, that movement becomes minus 1. So we're going to use that movement parameter in order to play the run animation clip. And for that I'm going to make a separate function, and I'm going to call it over here to keep my update function clean. So that is the main reason of doing it. So I'm going to create a separate function. So let's make it somewhere over here. We can make it anywhere. So for function we're going to type void, and we're going to name this function to something like play run animations, play run animation, something just like that. And now we're going to use the movement parameter, and let's use the if condition and first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to do over here, we basically want to check if the movement is greater than 0 if basically a smaller number, or we just gonna compare with 0. So let's use this if movement parameter is greater than 0 if it means that we're moving left and right, and we do know that if we move to the right direction, that movement will be something like 0 0.1, 0 0.2 or 1, and we do know that 0 0.1, so this movement over here becoming 0 0.1, 0 0.2 or 1, and it's greater than 0, and we do know it's definitely greater than 0. So the condition over here getting true, it means we need to play the run animation clip, because this player is moving to the right direction. And let's suppose the player is moving to the left direction, then this movement over here it's gonna be minus 1. So this one over here becomes minus 1, and minus 1 is not greater than 0, it's lesser than 0, but we moving to the left direction, but we need to play the run animation clip. So in this situation we need to convert that minus 1 into a plus 1, even though if we move to the left direction and we need to play the run animation clip. So we need to convert that minus 1 into a plus 1, basically a positive number. And to convert that, we basically have to use this function called mathf. Sorry, we have to use this function called mathf dot apps, and then make this first bracket and take your movement and put it there. So I'm gonna press down Control X for cut, and I'm gonna put it inside this bracket by Control V. And now this mathf dot apps right over here, it's gonna convert minus 1 into a plus 1. So this gonna convert minus 1 into a plus 1, and now this is 1, and we do know 1 is greater than 0. So even though if we moving to the left direction, we still gonna able to play the run animation clip. And to play the run animation clip, first thing we will go to this animator component, you can see, and then we need to set this run parameter, which is a float number. So to do that, let's firstly go over to our animator component. So let's go to animator, and we're gonna use this set float function, and this set float function just gonna take as a first parameter inside quotation the parameter name. Or we can check over here, instead of checking with 0, we can check with 0 0.1 as well, but it's totally up to you as you have chosen the condition. Because if I choose the transition from my idle to my run, that we can see that I have chosen if parameter is greater than 0.1. So we can check with 0.1 instead of 0, but leaving with 0 is also fine. But I'm gonna check with 0.1 since I already passed there 0.1. And the set float, so set float function inside quotation, firstly it's gonna take the variable name which is in our which is run in our case, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the value. And we do know that if we set it to 1, this run parameter over here, then this player it's gonna play the run animation clip. We already knew that, so we're gonna put 1f, and now close that up with semicolon. And also we need to make sure that we call this play run animation inside this update function, so because this update function runs every single frame, and every single frame we need to check. So let's call it over here. So I'm gonna call the play run animation function. Let me explain what we're doing. Firstly, we're going over to our animator component, and then we say using this set float function, because this is a float parameter which is run. So first thing, we just going over to this animator component, and by this animator component we just setting this run parameter to 1f. So let's check our game quickly. Now if I try to move left and right, we can notice we are playing the running animation clip. However, we stuck in running animation clip forever. So we also need to play the idle animation clip, because this player is not moving at all. To set back idle animation clip, so basically to go back idle animation clip, we need to set this run parameter to 0. And if we do it 0, we can see it's playing the idle animation clip. So instead of doing manually, we're gonna do it through our code. So let's go over to our scripting once again, basically inside Visual Studio. And now what we're gonna do, if the player is not moving at all, so we're gonna we use this movement parameter once again in order to check player is standing at one point or not. So else if our movement is lesser than, sorry, if our movement is lesser than a smaller number, we're gonna check with, so I'm gonna check with 0.1f if that is the case. And we do know that if the player is not moving at all, then that movement there will be 0. And so this movement over here becoming 0, and 0 is lesser than 0.1, and we do know that 0 is definitely lesser than 0.1. It means player is standing at 1 point. So we need to set back this run parameter to 0. And once we're gonna set back to 0, then we do know our player just gonna play the idle animation clip. To do that, let's go to animator component once again, and we're gonna use the set float function. And this set float function, as a first parameter, it's gonna take the parameter name which is run, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the value, so we're gonna put 0f. And once we're gonna put 0f, it's gonna play the ideal animation clip once again. If I move left and right, we can see our player is playing the running animation clip, but as soon as we stops moving left and right, we can notice this player is now playing the ideal animation clip, because once we are not moving, we just setting this run parameter to 0, and we can see that. And also what we need to play the jump animation clip once we jumping, so we need to do that. So let's do it quickly. And to do that, so the first thing, this jump parameter we can see is a bool parameter. As we check, so we can simply check or uncheck, means setting it to true or false. So to do that, let's go over to our scripting, basically inside Visual Studio, and let's go over there where we jumping. So we jumping over here, as you can see, we made the jump function. And firstly we checking if we're standing on the ground or not. If we do, then we just jumping, and then setting back our is ground to false. So once we are jumping, we also need to set that bool parameter to true, which is the jump parameter. So the first thing, we will go to animator component of our player, and let's use that set bool function, because that is a bool parameter we do know. And this set bool function, as a first variable, it's gonna take inside quotation the name of the parameter. So in our case jump, and make sure you spell it correct. And the second thing, it's gonna take the value which can be true or false. So since we want to check it, means we want to play the jump animation clip, so we're gonna set it to true. And let's save our code. But as soon as we're gonna land top of this ground, this ground right over here, then we need to set back that jump parameter to uncheck or false, because we're gonna stand on top of this ground. So we need to set that jump parameter to false. So this player right over here, it's gonna play the ideal animation clip as soon as it's gonna land top of this ground. And we need to check where we colliding with this ground. So let's go over to our scripting. Sorry, let's go over to our script, and we don't have the function yet. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a function in order to check basically what we collided with. And let's make it somewhere around here. We can make it anywhere, it doesn't matter. So we have to use this on collision enter 2D function, and make sure you just type as I did over here, else it's not gonna work, because this is Unity inbuilt function, or basically this function get called by automatically Unity once we gonna collide with something. Let's suppose we collide with this ground, then this function over here just gonna call out automatically. And you can remove this private if you want, it doesn't matter at all. And we can extract information what we collided with by taking this collision parameter right over here. We can extract information about the name of the game object we collided with. So what we're gonna do, we just want to print out the message what we collided with. So for printing out message, we're gonna type this debug.log, and we will say, firstly I'm gonna add a custom message. To add that, make this quotation, and you can just you can type whatever you just want to see inside your console tab. So I'm gonna say something like player collided with, and then top of that we can add. So you have to use this plus icon, and you can put anything you like. So I'm gonna use this collision dot game object dot name, just like that. As soon as I collided with this ground, you can see the message gets pop up inside our console tab, player collided with, and the name of the game object. Because if I choose my ground in the hierarchy, we can see the name of this game object is ground. So what we are gonna do, if we collide with once again, we can notice the message just getting pop up as many time we jumping. So bunch of messages just getting pop up inside our console tab, says player collided with, and the name of the game object, which is ground. And we are stuck in a jump animation clip forever, because we also need to set back that this jump parameter to false or unchecked. And as soon as we set it through manually, we can see we playing the ideal animation clip. But before we do, we just want to check with what we collided with, and we collided with the ground, and we want to assign this ground as a ground tag in order to check it properly. Instead of printing out message, we just want to set background that jump parameter to false. To do that, firstly we're gonna assign this ground as a ground tag. So select your ground in the hierarchy, then click on this untag in the inspector, then click on add tag, and we're gonna create a new tag. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna name this tag to something like ground. So let's call it ground, and then we're gonna click on this save, and make sure you select the ground once again, and then click on this untag and assign with the tag which you recently created. And you can see I have assigned this ground as a ground tag, you can see. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to our script, and instead of printing out message, we just want to set back that jump parameter to false. And before we set that, we just want to check the tag of that game object. So for that, we're gonna use the if condition in order to check, and we will use this collision parameter to extract information. So we're gonna type this collision dot game object dot tag, and we will check if the tag is equals to, and make sure you do type this quotation, and inside quotation you have to pass the tag which is ground, and make sure you spell it correct, else it's not gonna work. So collision dot game object basically means the game object we collided with. So this player just gonna collide with this ground, so the collision dot game object there basically means this ground. And after that, we accessing the tag, as you can see. So we accessing the tag, and the tag we can see is ground, and we checking if the tag is equals to ground, and definitely the tag is ground. So it means we just colliding with that ground game object. means this ground. So what we need to do, we need to set back jump parameter to false. And to do that, let's go over to animator component first, and we're going to use the set bool function. So as a first parameter, it will take the parameter name, which is jump, and the second thing, it's gonna take the value. So we're gonna set it to false, or you can simply say unchecked, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So this collision, this on collision enter 2D function basically get called when we collide with something. Like if we have some enemy, if we collide with that, then this function just automatically gonna get called by Unity, and we can extract information what we collided with by taking this collision parameter, you can see. And before we collide, or basically what we collide, we basically accessing the tag of that game object, and if it's ground, then we're just going over to animator component of our player and setting this jump parameter to false. You can notice this over inside our code. If I try to jump and collide with this ground, we can see we just we basically playing the ideal animation clip as soon as we colliding with the ground, because we setting that that jump parameter to false. But as soon as we landing top of our ground, we are playing the running animation clip, running or idle, depending upon if the player is moving at all or not. But some weird changes is happening. So basically I have to check the loop time of the jump animation clip, because if I select my player, then go over to my animation tab, then choose my jump animation clip, we can see the jump animation clip. So I just want to play the complete animation clip of my jump of this player jump animation. So I will head over to my player animation folder, and I have to find out the player jump animation clip, so this one, and I will check the loop time because I want to play the complete animation clip. And by now let's see that, let's see, and we not doing at all because we have done some mistake. Basically if we select our player, go over to animator tab, and if we choose the transition from our jump to idle, we're gonna leave this has exit time as checked, and that's cool. And let's check it out, and I'm gonna do the same thing. I will check the has exit time as checked from my player round to my player idle. Sorry, not this one. Basically we have to do it through our player jump, basically from this player jump to player run. So I will check the has exit time as checked, and from this jump to our idle, and from this player jump to my player run. So make sure you just check the has exit time as checked, or leave it just as checked. Let's check it out, and we can see we playing. However, we just done the mistake. Basically we need to figure out the animation clip of our player jump. So what you can simply do, you can just leave it has exit time as unchecked from this player jump to player idle, and from player jump to run, you can just uncheck them. And what else you can do, you basically have to play around. Basically select your player in the hierarchy, go over to animation tab, then choose your player jump animation clip, and see the frames. So from here to here, so we can remove this first these 1 2 3 4 5 individual sprites. We can remove them, and we can just we can just select them, and we can press down delete in order to remove them, and then select like this and move it over here, and it's gonna be fine. And this will be a little bit task for you. I'm not gonna do it because this is will be a small assignment for you to do that and figure out it yourself, because you have to learn it. You should have the basics of Unity, and you're gonna get it. And make sure you play mess around with Unity editor, so you gonna learn Unity quickly as soon as you can. Basically you're gonna learn Unity first in a fast way. It's time to play the attack animation clip of this player and the heart. To do that, let's open up our player script. So I'm gonna open that up, and I'm gonna make a separate function in order to play my attack animation clip of my player game object. So I want to play the attack animation clip. Once I'm gonna click the left mouse button. So let's make the function first. So we're gonna make a void. So let's make it over here. You can make it anywhere, it doesn't need to be in order, just like me. And I'm gonna say something like attack play attack animation. So let's call it something just like that, and then first bracket and some curly brackets, and inside this bracket we basically need to trigger that parameter. So if we go to Unity, then go over to animator tab, we can see we created this attack 1 trigger parameter, and this attack 2 and the heart 1, and this parameter is a trigger parameter. So we need to use a function called set trigger. So the first thing we need to go over to our animator component player. So let's go to animator component, and then we're gonna use this set trigger function, because that is a trigger parameter, and make this first bracket, and inside this bracket it's gonna take the parameter name inside quotation, and the parameter name is attack 1. Make sure you spell it correct, else it's not gonna work. So attack 1, and we have to call it once we're gonna click the left mouse button. So I'm gonna move over to my update function, and over here I'm gonna check some for input. So let's use the if condition. So let's use the if condition, and we want to check that if our input dot get mouse button down. So we're gonna use this get mouse button down function, and this get mouse button down function, as a parameter, it's gonna take the button. So if we pass 1, it's basically means the right mouse button. Since I just want to check with the left mouse button, so I'm gonna pass 0 instead. So if input dot get mouse button down 0, it means that we clicking the left mouse button, and if we do, then I want to play the attack animation clip. Basically I need to call the this function, which is play attack animation clip. And what this function is really doing, it's going over to animator component of our player, then we then it's using the set trigger function in order to trigger this attack 1 parameter, as you can see. So now we have to call the function, and we're gonna call it over here, because I'm just clicking the left mouse button here. So I'm gonna call play attack animation and first packet, and that's all we have to do. And let's save our script as fast we can, as much fast sorry as soon as we can. And now let's get back. If I click the left mouse button, you can see it's playing the attack 1 animation clip. However, I want to play a random one. I also want to play this attack 2 animation clip. So if we manually trigger it, we can see attack 2 animation clip is now playing. But if I click the left mouse button, I only playing the first attack animation clip, which I really don't want. I want to play a random one. So we also need to trigger this attack 2 parameter as well. And for playing the random animation clip, we're gonna use a function called random.range. So before we trigger that parameter, which is attack over here, so we're gonna make a function called random.range. Basically this function just gonna give us a random number. So we're gonna use this random.range function, and this function as a first parameter, it's gonna take the minimum inclusive. So I'm gonna pass 0, and it's gonna take the maximum. So I'm gonna pass 2, and let's close that up with semicolon. And this random.range function automatically right over here, it's gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 2, except for 2. It can pick up sometimes 0, it can pick up sometimes 1, but it's not gonna pick up 2 at all. So this can be a random, it can be 0, and sometimes it can be 1. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store it into a int variable, because it's gonna give us a whole parameter like 0 and 1, and 0 and 1 is a whole numbers. So or you can think of those are integer numbers. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna put it into a variable, or we're gonna store whatever we get into a int variable, and the type variable will be int type, like whole number 0 1 2 3 4, and we can call it something like random attack. A random attack, let's set equal to this. Let's assume this random dot range over here picks up a 1. So and we storing that whatever we get, we're storing inside this random attack. So this random attack over here, it's gonna be 1 because we directly sending it, or whatever we getting, we just putting inside this random attack. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this random attack in order to trigger the first attack 1 or attack 2, basically a random one. So for that we're gonna use the if condition, and we will check. So let's make for if condition and first some curly brackets, and we're gonna check that if random attack, if it's equals to 1, sorry, if it's equals to 0, let's assume that random attacks picks up 0, and over here we checking if it's equals to 0, then I want to play the first attack animation clip. So I'm gonna put it there, and let's assume that random attack is not equals to 0, if it's something like 1. So in that situation I'm going to trigger the second parameter. So if we trigger the second parameter, it means we're going to play the second animation clip, attack animation clip of this player. So in this situation, let's suppose the random attack is not equals to 0, if it's equals to 1. So else if our random is something else, that means I just want to play the second animation clip. So I will go over to animator component, and now we're going to use the set trigger function. And this trigger function, we do know it's going to take inside quotation the parameter name. So in my case, attack 2, and let's close that up with semicolon. So what we're doing firstly we just creating this random dot range function, which just gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 2 except for 2. And let's so it can pick up sometimes 1, it can pick up sometimes 0. Let's assume this random dot range right over here, it's pick up 1. So this random attack over here will be 1 because we directly setting it. And over here we're checking if the random attack is equals to 0, but we assumed 1, so this condition getting false. So that's why we're not gonna triggering the first attack 1 parameter. So it's gonna go over to else condition, because the random attack is not equals to 0, it's equals to 1. So in this situation what we're doing, we're just triggering the second parameter, which is the attack 2, as you can see. So it can be random, we just assume it 1, it can be 0, it can be 1, sometimes it can be 0 once again. It's just gonna totally depend upon what this random dot range function picks up. Now if I click the left mouse button, we can see we playing the second animation clip, and now we're playing the first animation clip, but we randomly playing the first and the second animation clip of our attack of this player game object. And we can see inside our animator tab, as well as in the left side parameters inside animator tab, but it's playing the random one. Sometimes we playing the second attack animation clip, and some other time we playing the first attack animation clip of this player, because this random dot range function over here just gonna pick up a random number, and then we storing that random number inside this int random attack parameter. And then we checking if the random attack is 0, then we triggering the first attack 1 parameter, means we just playing the first and attack animation clip of our player. And if it's not, if it's something like 1, if it's 1, then we playing the second animation clip, and we triggering the attack 2 parameter. So that's why we playing the second attack animation clip of this player. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna play the damage animation clip or the heart animation clip of this player. To do that, for now we don't have anything at all in order to take damage. For now we can just check with a input, and later on we're gonna replace with once our player just gonna take the damage. So what we're gonna do, so we need to trigger this heart parameter, and so I will move over to my script, and I can do it somewhere around here. So for now I'm just gonna do it, and once we're gonna make the take damage function inside our player script, then we're gonna replace that. So for now I'm gonna check for some input. So let's use the if condition. So let's use this input dot get mouse button down, make this first bracket and some curly brackets, And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check with 1. It'll be if input dot get mouse button downward, it means that if we clicking the right mouse button. So in that situation, I just want to play the heart animation clip of this player, and later on I'm gonna replace with or replace when we're gonna take damage from our enemy. So for now we're gonna trigger that parameter. So let's go to animator component of our player, and we're gonna use this set trigger function because that is a trigger parameter. And now we need to pass the parameter name, and the parameter name is heart, and make sure you spell it correct. And also I want to I basically want to print out a message, some say something like later on I'm gonna later on change with take damage. So for printing out, we're gonna type debug.log, and we will say something like change later when a player takes damage, just like that. To make sure we just have the message, so we can easily notice that message, and we can just replace later on. If I click the right mouse button, we will notice we playing the heart animation clip of this player, and inside our console tab the message just getting pop up, change later when player takes damage. And it's working fine because we need to replace that later on once we're gonna start taking damage from our enemy. So we need to do that, or we have to change with that. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make the transition through coding or through a scripting. And now what we have to do, we need to make some enemies, we need to make our environment, and all of those things we have to make that make we have to make that. First thing, we're gonna take a look on our player attack, but we're gonna talk about in the next lecture or in the next chapter. For now we can just leave it over here as just like this, you can say. And really apologize. So now we will make the player attack. Basically, if I select my player in the hierarchy, move over to my animation tab, and then choose a first or second attack, we can see we playing. So we're gonna create a circle somewhere around here, and if that circle gonna collide with our enemy, then we're gonna damage our enemy. For now we don't have enemy, we're gonna test with a test game object. Simply we're gonna check with a square for now, later on we're gonna replace with enemy. So let's do that. So the first thing, I will move over to my hierarchy, let's right click on it, and we will go to 2D object sprite square, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and let's rename this to enemy. And make sure you add some components to enemy. For collision detection, we need to add the box collider 2D, so this player able to detect our this enemy, because it's gonna have the box collider 2D in order to check collision detection. So let's click on add component, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D. And also I want to attach a rigid body 2D. For now let's leave as it is. So I just name it as enemy, you can see. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create the circle. To do that, let's open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's make a attack function for our attack, and I'm gonna make it somewhere around here. And we will make this function public. Why? Because we're gonna call it through animation event. So somewhere around here we're gonna call the function, and we, in order to call it, we need to click on this add event, and we have to choose the event. And we can go over to inspector, click on no function, then player, and you can just access the function. So basically I'm going to remove this for now, so we're going to call the function over here. So that is the reason we need to mark this function as public, sorry. And we made it over here, made it over here. So let's make that. So we're gonna mark this function as public, and for function we're gonna type void, and we can call this function to something like attack, and some first bracket and some curly brackets. And inside this attack function we are ready to create the circle. And to create the circle, what we have to do, we need to use a function called physics2d dot overlap circle. So we have to use this, sorry, we have to use this physics 2D physics 2D dot overlap 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 circle, and this function as a first parameter, it's gonna take the point from where we want to create the circle. So we need to specify the point where we want to create the circle, and second variable, it's gonna take the radius of that circle, sorry, it's gonna take the radius of that circle. And the third parameter, it will take the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target or which game object we want to damage. So in our case, that will be this enemy. So we need to assign this enemy as a enemy layer. To do that, firstly let's comment this, because we need those variable for now. So we're gonna make it comment by double forward slash, and comment basically don't interrupt our code, we do know. So we will come at the top of our class and we're gonna make that. So let's make it somewhere around here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a public and we need the point or the position from where we want to create the circle. So we need to type this transform, which is responsible for position, rotation and scale, and we can call it something like attack point, just like that. But I want to mark this variable as private. If we make it private, definitely we're not gonna able to see underneath our player scape. But in order to see underneath our player scape, even though we just marked as private, we can just type serialize field. So first thing we're gonna mark is private, and we do know that if we mark this function as private, this variable as private, we're not gonna able to see or witness underneath our player scape. And to see that, we need to mark this serialize field. So basically we need to make this a square bracket, and inside this square brackets type serialize field. So why we have done this thing, we basically to keep our code clean. We're not gonna able to access this parameter from other classes, but however we will able to notice underneath our player script, because we just marked as serialized field. We can see even though this parameter is a private, but still we will able to notice underneath our player script, but we're not gonna able to access this parameter from other class or other script. And the second thing, we need the radius. So we're gonna make a serialized field private, and that will be float, and we can call this one attack radius. And by default I'm gonna give something like 1.2 unit, 1.2 f, just like that. And the third parameter, we need the layer mask. So let's make a serialized field private layer mask, and we can call it something like target layer, attack layer, or we can call it damage layer. I'm gonna call it something like what is enemy, just like. And indeed we can notice underneath our player script the attack point, attack radius, and what is enemy, even though we just made it private. But since we make it serialized field, so that is the reason we able to notice underneath our player script. But we're not gonna able to access this parameter or this variable from other classes, because we didn't mark it as a public. But doing in this way, it makes our code clean. So that is the main reason of doing it. So this is the main thing of doing this. So your code will be clean, and make sure you just do it with this variable as well. If you do need any parameter from other C# classes, then mark as public. But if you don't need them from other classes, then you can just mark as serialized field, just like I have done over here, to keep our code clean. And now we need to assign. So first thing, we need to create the attack point. So we will select our player. Let's create an empty child game object, and we're gonna name this game object to something like attack point. So let's call it attack point, and we're gonna choose n gizmos for it. You can choose any gizmos you like, it's totally up to you. I'm gonna choose this one, and let's move it a center position. So I'm gonna choose the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here, but make sure it's perfectly fit, or it should be centered. So I guess moving somewhere around here, it will be center. And now we're gonna take our attack point. Let's drag it over to this attack point slot. Now we can see we have the attack point and attack radius. By default we have chosen 1.2, and what is enemy, we're gonna choose our enemy. And we can see we don't have the enemy layer, so we need to create as we have done with the ground layer. So we're gonna approach in the same way. So the first thing, we will select our enemy. Let's click on layer, then add layer. It should be default, so let's create a new layer for our enemy, and we're gonna select our enemy and we will assign with the enemy layer. And if we choose our player scape and to click on this nothing, we can see the enemy layer by now. So let's choose that. It means the circle just gonna check with our enemy game object only, or we're gonna damage our enemy. And now we have those have this variable, and we are ready to create the circle. So let's go over to our attack function and let's remove these two slashes. So as a first parameter, it's gonna take the point. So let's pass our attack point dot position, and the second thing, it's gonna take the radius. So let's put our attack radius, and the third parameter, it's gonna take the layer mask. So we're gonna pass our what is enemy, just like that. And now it's gonna create the circle, gonna create the circle from this attack point. It's gonna create the circle, and let's suppose the circle really collide with this enemy, then this function over here, it will return or give us a true value, else it will give us a false value. So what we can do, we can store it the value or whatever we get into a bool parameter, but we're gonna store it into a collider 2D. But putting inside bool parameter is also fine, but I'm gonna put it in a collider 2D variable, because this just gonna work like as a collision, and we want to extract information about what we collided with. So that's why I'm gonna basically put it into a collider 2D parameter. So I'm gonna create a collider 2D, and we can call the parameter or the variable what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it call info, short for collision information. Let's set equal to this. So this can be true or false depending upon if the circle is really colliding with this enemy or not. Let's assume the circle is colliding with this enemy, then this function over here, it's gonna be true. So this over here will be true, and we store it inside this call info. So this call info will be true because we directly setting it, as you can see. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna extract the name of the game object that the circle just collided with. And for that, we're gonna use the if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And over here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check if call info is true, is equals to true, just like this. Or if you just leave like this, it's also means true. It means the circle is really colliding with this enemy. So in this situation, I just want to damage my enemy. For now, I'm gonna print out a message, and later on I just want to damage my enemy. So for printing out, I'm going to type debug.log, and we will say something like let's say circle collided with, and the name of the game object. So we can use this plus icon, and we're going to use this call info parameter in order to extract information about what we collided with. So we're going to pass our call info dot game object, means the game object the circle collided with, and I'm going to access the name of it. So I'm going to type dot name, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we have done. So this message should be pop up, a circle collided with, and the name of the game object. So call info dot game object basically means the game object the circle collided with. So the circle definitely gonna collide with this with this enemy. So call info dot game object there basically means this enemy, and we accessing the name, and the name we can see is enemy. So this message should be pop up, play circle collided with enemy. So with circle collided with enemy, because the name of the game object is enemy. However, we're not able to see the circle, so we do know that in order to see the circle, to draw that, we need to use this on draw gizmo selected function, which we included in the bottom, which is over here, as you can see. So if you haven't include, make sure you include this function, and you can ignore this line of code right over here. So this function basically draw, and before we draw the circle we need to check that if we assign it the attack point or not. So before we draw we just want to check. So let's check, and we're gonna use the if condition, and we will check that if attack point is not equal to null, it means that we assign it the attack point and attack point slot is not empty at all. It means we are ready to draw the circle, or to basically to draw the circle. And before I draw I just want to choose the color, and to choose the color we're going to use this gizmos dot color, and the color we would like to draw with. So I'm going to set color dot red, and to draw that we're going to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function, and this function as a first parameter it's gonna take the position. So we're gonna pass our attack point dot position, and the second thing the radius. So let's put our attack radius. Now we can see the circle just drawn from this attack point, and we need to adjust. So if I choose my attack 1 parameter, we can see we have to adjust. So I'm gonna take my attack point and let's move it a little bit inside to adjust. And if I select my player, now I can see the circle is now fine, but but we have to increase the attack radius. So let's make it something around 1.4 unit, just like that. And if we select our console tab and then play our game, so if I attack on this enemy, you can see the message not getting pop-up says a circle collided with enemy, because we just made the function over here, which is the attack one, and we never calling this function anywhere, and we're gonna call it through animation event. To call it through animation event, so let's select the player in the hierarchy, and we will go to animation tab, and then we're gonna choose our first attack one animation clip, and we're gonna call the circle somewhere around here, and we can call it here as well. And to call the function we're gonna click on this add event in the left side, you will see inside your animation tab, and then choose this event, then go over to inspector, click on no function, and we will go to player script or player C# class. Then we will go to method, simply means a function, and we're gonna choose this attack function, and we can see the attack function that we created inside our player script. So now I'm gonna choose that attack function, and I'm gonna do it in the same thing over here as well, because this is also we attacking over here. So that's why I just want to call the function here as well. So let's click on this add event, and then we're gonna click on no function, player script, method means function, and then attack. So what we're simply doing, we're just going over to this player script right over here, and then we calling out this attack function, and we do know what this attack function is really doing. It's just printing out the message if the circle is really colliding with this enemy, and we need to make sure that we call it inside our second animation clip as well. So we will choose our player attack 2, and we're gonna call it the function somewhere around here. So this will be the perfect time. So let's click on this add event, then we're gonna click on no function, player skip methods, and we're gonna choose our attack function or attack method. And if we go ahead and then attack on this enemy or this square, we can see the message just getting pop up, circle collided with, and the name of the game object, and the name of the game object is enemy, and we can notice that. So we just printing out the message right away. So instead of printing out message, we can destroy this enemy, we can do whatever we want to do. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna clear all of the messages, and make sure you select your player if you turn it into a prefab. So we will go to overrides and then apply all, and I'm gonna do some changes. Basically if I go over to my script, I don't need this variable right over here in order to access through other classes. So we can mark this parameter or this variable as private, and we can just put serialize field so we can see underneath our player script. So we're gonna just remove the private. So sorry, we're gonna remove the public. Instead, we're gonna type private, and we don't know once we're gonna make it private, we're not gonna able to see underneath our player script. But however, we just want to see. So in order to see, we have to mark this as serialized field. So we're gonna make these square brackets, and inside this square bracket, just put a serialized field. And we're gonna do the same thing with this one. So serialized field, private, and we're gonna do the same thing with this one. Let's make it private, sorry, private, and then serialize field. And we're doing in this way because we just want to keep our code clean, and make sure you just do as I did, or you can just leave as it is if you are totally beginner. But doing in this way makes our code lot more clean. But however, we're not gonna able to access this parameter from other C# class or player or another script, because we just mark it as private parameter. So that is the reason. But however, we will able to see underneath our player script, because we just marked as realize field right before we type private. Now I'm gonna create another enemy, and that will stand at one point only. And once our player gets in attack range, then it's gonna attack us on our player. So the first thing I'm gonna disable, so I'm gonna choose my patrol enemy 1 in the hierarchy. Let's go to inspector, and you can just uncheck it in order to disable. And if you want to enable, then you can just check it over here. But for now, I'm gonna disable that, and I will navigate to my sprites folder, E2 folder, and you can see I have lots of animation folder, basically sprites folder, you can see. So we're gonna choose the ideal one. So let's select any of them, and we're gonna drag it into the scene view or into hierarchy, and let's make the pixel per unit less so we can make it bigger. So I'm gonna choose all of the folder by holding down shift, and then I'm gonna choose all of the sprite individual sprite by holding down shift. And we can see we're getting error because I need to set this one over here. And if we choose, we can see pixel per unit, we can make it less. So I'm gonna make it something like 16. Filter mode 2.0, filter to remove blurry, and then apply. It's gonna take few seconds, just wait. And now it's gonna do that thing for us, and now we can see it's bigger, but it's way bigger. So we're gonna make it a little bit less. So let's make pixel per unit something around 25, and then apply once again. And now I can see it's fine. I'm gonna take this enemy somewhere around here, and I'm gonna call this enemy to enemy underscore 1, just like that. And I want to flip this enemy horizontally, so I will go to sprite renderer, flip in the X. We're gonna check that in order to flip we do know, and we will add some components to our enemy. So let's add them. Let's click on add component, and first thing we're gonna add a rigid body 2D. Just wait. Rigid body 2D, and gravity scale I'm gonna set it to something around 5 unit. So I'm gonna set gravity scale to 5, and collision detection to continuous, and I'm gonna freeze the rotation about Z axis. And let's one more component add for collision detection. So we're gonna click on add component, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D, and we're gonna edit the collider as the size of our enemy sprite, just like this. As you can see, we're gonna drag it inside a little bit, and this seems already fine. And now we can just create a script in order to uh, in order to in order to attack on our player. But before we do, let's make the animation. So the first thing, we're gonna make the idle. So we will choose all of the individual sprites by holding down shift, and we're gonna drag it top of this enemy underscore 1 to make the animation. And we didn't set this we didn't split the basically our sprite, because we can see this is our single sprite. If we select one of them, click on open sprite editor, we can see we only have one sprite. So we don't need to slice it individually, like slicing with automatic to grid by cell count or grid by cell size. We don't need to do that because this is already individually. So I'm gonna select all of them. Let's drag it over to anime 1 and it's gonna make the animation. So let's go to assets, animation folder, enemies animation folder that we created, and I'm gonna create a subfolder for this anime 1 animation. So I'm gonna right click, let's go to new folder, let's call this folder anime underscore anime 1 underscore animation, just like this. And let's open this up by double clicking on it, and we have to name this animation clip. This will be the ideal one, so I'm going to call it anime 1 underscore ideal and then save. And if we choose our animation tab, then select this anime in the hierarchy, play our animation clip, we can see the ideal animation is now playing. And let's do the same thing for jump, run, and all of this. So I'm gonna make the attack, let's drag it top of anime 1. Let's go to assets, enemies animation, anime 1 animation, and this will be anime 1 underscore attack animation clip. And if we choose our animation tab, attack, we can see the attack animation clip. But however, we can notice the pivot point of this enemy is somewhere else. So the first thing we need to choose sprite mode to single. So if I click on this open sprite editor, we can see the if we choose revert, I'm gonna do it revert. So what we're gonna do, so the first thing we're gonna choose all of the sprites individual, and we're gonna make the sprite mode to single, and then we're gonna click on this apply. And if the pivot point is still is somewhere else, then we have to make sure. So let's select any of them. Pivot point is here. If I choose this one, the pivot point is somewhere here, and for this idle we can see in the bottom. So if we choose this enemy, sorry, if we choose this, now the pivot point is perfect. It's basically okay. And if we just go ahead, sorry, we not able to see our enemy because we need to drag the sprite there. So make sure you select all of the sprite, individual sprite, and make the sprite mode to single because this is individual sprite. So that's why we need to we need to set as single instead of just going with multiple. And that is my mistake, and I'm really apologize. And if I choose my enemy underscore 1 in the hierarchy, go to sprite renderer, we can see sprite and it says missing a sprite, it's empty. So we're gonna select any of this, let's drag it there, and now we can see. And now we have to adjust the box collider 2D once again. So let's edit the collider as the size of our this enemy just like this. And if we go to animation tab and then choose the attack, we cannot see because we have to make the animation once again. So I'm gonna select all of the attack individual sprite. Let's drag it over to anime 1 in the hierarchy. Let's go to assets, animation, enemies animation, anime 1 animation, and this will be attack, and I want to replace this one, so I'm gonna choose that one. Let's click on save, and it says do you want to replace it? Yes, I do want, so I'm gonna click on this yes. And now if we choose our enemy, then this play this button, we can see the animation clip is now fine. And if I choose the idle, we have to make the idle once again. So we're gonna do the same thing for this idle as well. Let's do it. Let's go to assets, animation, enemies animation, enemy 1, and this will be the idle one. So I'm gonna click on this yes, and now it should be fine. If we click on this play button, then choose the attack, and now it's fine. So we just done the one mistake, which is we have to choose a sprite mode to single. So make sure you select all of the sprites by holding down shift, then go over to inspector, sprite mode to choose single, because instead of multiple, choose single, because this is single sprite sheet, so that is the reason. And I really apologize for that. I have done the mistake there. Let's make the heart now, and let's drag it top of enemy 1. Let's go to assets, animation, animation, enemy 1, and this will be the heart one, so I'm going to call it enemy 1 underscore heart. And we're gonna do the same thing for run, basically the chase. Let's drag it enemy 1, animation, enemies, animation, enemy 1, and this one will be for our chase, so I'm gonna call it enemy 1 underscore chase. And now let's make the date 1, so let's drag it top of enemy 1. Let's go to assets, animation, enemies, animation, enemy 1, and this one will be the death one, so I'm gonna call enemy 1 underscore death, just like that, and it should be fine. And we have all of the animation clip. We have the attack one, we can see. If we choose chase one, we have the death animation clip, and we have the heart, and last one we have the idle. So we have all of the animation clip, and we need to make sure it seems perfect. And you can see it's playing the idle animation clip, because if we go over to our animator tab, we can see the idle animation clip is the default one. We can notice that it's playing the idle. We can make any of them default by right click and then set as layer default state, but I'm gonna live with my run. So sorry, not run, basically the idle. So I'm gonna right click, let's set as layer default state. So we have to make we need to make transition between this animation clip. We have to do that, and before we do that, we're gonna make this enemy one into a prefab. So let's turn it into a prefab. So I'm gonna drag it inside this enemies underscore prefab subfolder, in order to turn it into a prefab. Now we have to make the animation transition. So let's choose our enemy one in the hierarchy, and we will go to animator tab. We have multiple animation we can see. We have death, we have chase. So let's make a transition between them. So we're gonna make the transition from this idle to our chase once our player gets in attack range of this enemy. So we need to make the chase transition, and after that we need to make the attack once it's get some certain distance of as compared to our player, basically with our player. So let's make transition. Before we do that, let's choose a bool parameter for that. So we're gonna click on this plus icon. Let's choose a bool parameter, and we can simply call it something like chase. And let's right click on idle, make transition to chase, and we're gonna choose the transition. We will uncheck the hash exit time, transition duration to 0, and we will choose that if chase parameter is true. If that is the case, then we want to play the chase animation clip. And we also need to make sure we make the back transition from this chase to idle, because if the player is far away from our enemy, then this enemy should play the idle instead of the chase one. So we're gonna make the back transition to our idle, and let's choose the transition. We will uncheck the hash exit time, transition duration to 0, and we will choose that if chase parameter is false. If that is the case, then we're gonna play the idle. And now we have to make the attack from this chase to our attack. Let's create another bool parameter for it, and we're gonna call this one something like attack. Let's call it attack. Let's make transition to our attack. Let's choose the transition. We're gonna uncheck the hash exit time, transition duration to 0, and we will choose if attack parameter is true. If that is the case, then we want to play the attack. And also we need to make sure we make the back transition to our chase, or we will stuck forever inside this attack. So we're gonna choose the back transition. Let's uncheck the hash exit time, transition duration to 0, and we will choose if our attack parameter is false. And now we just done that. Let's go ahead, and we're gonna set this parameter manually. So let's check this out. If I set this chase parameter to true or check, we can see it's playing the running animation clip. But if we set it to false, we can notice it's playing the idle. But if I set this chase parameter to true and this attack parameter to true, we can notice it's playing the attack animation clip. But if I set it to false, the attack parameter, we can notice it's playing the chase. And if we set the chase parameter to false, we can see it's playing the idle. So it's working fine. And instead of doing manually, we need to do it through our code, and we're gonna do it later. For now, let's make the transition. And now we're gonna make the transition to our heart. So we're gonna make the transition from this any state. No matter what this enemy is doing, it's our if this enemy taking damage from our player, it should play the heart animation clip right away, no matter if it's attacking on our player or playing the chase animation clip of this enemy itself. So that's why we're gonna make the transition from this any state. So let's right click, let's make transition to our heart, and we're gonna choose a trigger parameter for this. So let's click on this plus icon and we're gonna choose a trigger. Let's call it heart or damage, and we're gonna choose the transition, and let's uncheck the hash exit time, transition duration to 0, and we're gonna choose if we trigger our heart parameter. If we do, then we want to play that animation clip, and we're gonna make the transition from this heart to our idle, then chase if we're chasing our player, and also we're gonna do the transition to our attack. No, basically depending upon where player is, or we will stuck forever inside this heart animation clip, which is we really don't want. So we're gonna choose the back transition, and we're gonna leave the hash exit time as check and exit time to 1, because we want to play the 100% animation clip of heart, and after that we just want to play idle, attack or chase depending upon what this enemy is doing and where player currently is, like that. And transition duration to 0, and we can choose a condition for this heart to our idle. But if we leave like this, we do know that it's gonna make the transition automatically, so we can just leave it like this. But from heart to our chase, we need to choose a condition because we're gonna chase. So the first thing, we're gonna leave the hash exit time as checked, transition exit time to 1, then transition duration to 0, and we will choose that if chase parameter is true. If that is the case, then we're gonna we're gonna make the chase transition from our heart. Once the heart animation played completely or 100%, then we want to chase. So that's why we have chosen that condition. And now we're going to make the transition from this heart to our attack. Let's leave the hash exit time as check, exit time to 1, transition duration to 0, and we will choose now if attack parameter is true. If that is the case, then we want to play attack animation clip right after playing the heart animation clip. And now we have to make the transition to our death, and we're gonna make it from any state, because if this enemy game object loses all of his health, then it should play the death animation clip of itself right away, no matter what it's really doing. So we're gonna make another parameter for it, and I'm gonna make a bool parameter, and I can call this one death. So let's right click on this any state, let's make transition to our death, and let's choose the transition, and we're gonna leave the hash exit time as check, exit time to 1, transition duration to 0, and we're gonna choose if death parameter is true. If that is the case, then we want to play the death animation clip, and we're not gonna make any transition from death to our heart, chase, attack or idle, because the animation because this enemy just died completely. So that is the main reason. If I set this heart parameter, trigger this heart parameter, we can see it's playing the heart animation clip, and once it's played completely, we can see it's playing the idle. And if I set the chase parameter to true and trigger this heart parameter, we can notice as soon as we triggering, it's playing the heart animation clip, and once the heart animation clip played completely, we can see it's playing the chase. And if we set the attack as well true, we can see no matter what we're doing, if we're triggering the heart parameter, we're playing the heart animation clip right away. And if I set the death parameter to true, we can see it's playing the death animation clip. But however, the death animation clip is looping over again and again, which we really don't want. So we need to uncheck the loop time of this death animation clip, enemy 1 death 1. So first thing we need to find out, so we will go to project tab, assets, animation, then enemies animation, animation, enemy one animation, and let's find out the death one. This is the chase, this one is death. So let's choose that, and we're gonna uncheck the loop time because we don't want that animation clip to be looped. And we're gonna do the same thing for our heart. I also don't want to play loop the heart animation clip, so I'm gonna uncheck the loop time as well for this one. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make the transition between these animation clips. And now we just done that thing, and make sure you select your enemy one, then overrides, and then apply all if you change anything like that. And instead of doing manually, we need to do it through our code depending upon where player is. So we need to make a script, and we're going to talk about it later in the next lecture or in the next chapter. Now we're going to create a script, and in order to attack on this player, once our player gets in attack range of this enemy. So we're going to create a box collider 2D from this enemy. We're going to create that just like we have created with the first enemy, which is the petrol enemy one. So we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna create a box collider 2D, and if the player just collide with that box collider 2D, then this enemy first thing it's need to chase, and once it gets some certain distance compared to our player, basically as compared to our player, let's suppose the enemy is somewhere around here, then enemy should play the attack animation clip. So let's do that. So we're gonna select our enemy one. So enemy one, click on add component, new script, name the script whatever you want, then click on this create and add. Or what else you can do, you can simply go over to your assets folder, script folder, right click, create, go to scripting, mono behavior script, animate to something like enemy or enemy one. This is my enemy underscore one. You can see I already created that script, so I'm gonna attach that script to my this enemy one game object. And now we're gonna open up this by double clicking on this, and in order to create the box collider 2D, we do know what function we have to use. So we're gonna make a separate function, and we're gonna call that function inside update function. So every single frame it's gonna check our player if the player is in attack range or not. So let's make a function for it. So we're gonna make a void, and we can simply call it check player. So let's call it check player, first bracket and some curly brackets, and we have to use this physics 2D. So we're gonna use this physics 2D dot overlap box, and we do know what this function just gonna take as an parameter. For now we're gonna make this one comment by double forward slash, and let's go to top of our class and let's populate those variables. So we need to gather those variables. First thing, I'm gonna give a title, so let's type header, and we can say check player. So let's call it check player, check player. So the first thing, we need a point from where we want to create. So let's make a serialized field private transform, which is responsible for position, and we can call this one checkpoint. And the second thing we need is the size. So let me see what it's gonna take. So you can see as a second parameter, it's gonna take the size in the x and in the y. So gonna make two variables for it. So let's make a serialized field private, this will be float, and we can call size underscore in the x, and by default I'm gonna give something around 5f unit, and we're gonna press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's call this one size underscore y, and in the y I'm gonna set something like 2.5 unit, just like that. And the third parameter, it's gonna take the angle, so we can just leave because we're gonna put 0f directly or 0. So we don't need to create a separate parameter for it over here, but we do need the fourth argument, which is the layer mask base, because we have to check which game object we want to target. So I'm gonna make a serialized field private layer mask, and let's call it attack layer, damage layer, target layer, or you can call it whatever you want. I'm gonna call it what is player, just like that. And make sure you just assign this variable one by one. So let's assign it firstly. We're gonna save our script. Let's head again to Unity editor. We can see underneath our enemy one check clear title, and this parameter checkpoint, it says none transform, means empty. So let's create a checkpoint inside this enemy. So we're gonna select our enemy one, let's right click on it. We're gonna create an empty child game object, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and we're gonna move it somewhere center position of this enemy, and let's call it checkpoint. So I'm gonna call it checkpoint, and also I want to choose an gizmos or icon, so I'm gonna choose this one. And let's take our checkpoint, let's drag it over to checkpoint field, and I'm gonna leave the size underscore as 5, and the y, and what is player, I'm gonna choose my player layer. And before you choose your player layer, make sure you select your player and you assign your player as a player layer. You can see I have already assigned my player as a player layer in the inspector, you can notice. So make sure you assign your player first as a player layer. And now we just done, and we are ready to create the circle. So let's get back to our script, and we're gonna remove two slashes. So as a first variable, it's gonna take the point. So let's put our checkpoint, checkpoint dot position, because we need the position, and we need to put our size in the x and y. So we're gonna use a vector2. So we're gonna create a new vector2 parameter, and this gonna have the x comma y. So in the y, we're gonna replace with size underscore y, and in the x, we're gonna replace with size underscore x, just like that. And the third parameter, it's gonna take the angle. So let's put 0 in 0 and as a fourth parameter, it will take the layer mask, which will be what we're gonna put our what is player, because we want to target our player. So this can be true or false depending upon the box collider 2D that we created inside this enemy. And if the box collider 2D, basically this player collide with the box collider 2D that we created inside this enemy, if that is the case, so this function just gonna create the box collider 2D from this enemy. And let's suppose this player game object collide with the box collider 2D that we created inside from this checkpoint inside of this enemy. If it's collide, then this function over here, it's gonna give us a true value, else it will give us a false value. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store it into a collider 2D parameter. So let's create a collider 2D container variable, or you can think of just like a container, and we're gonna call it call info, short for collision information, and let's set equal to this. So this call info can be true or false depending upon the box collider 2D is really colliding with this player or not. If it's, then this call info will be true. So we will check that if our call info is true, it means the box collider 2D is really colliding with our player game object. It means it means that player in attack range, and now enemy have to attack. Firstly, it's need to chase, and after that, once it gets in some certain distance, then this enemy need to play the attack animation clip. For now, we're gonna print out a message something like player in attack range. So I'm gonna type this debug.log, and we will say call info dot game object dot name, and call info dot game object dot name basically means the game object the box collider 2D collided with. So the box collider 2D definitely gonna collide with this player, and we can see the name is player. So call info dot game object there basically means this player game object itself, and we accessing the name, and you can see the name is player. So at top of that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna add a message, say something like in attack range. So we're gonna say in attack range, just like that. So the message should be pop up player in attack range, because the name of the game object is player. So this message should be pop up, And we also need to make sure we call this check player function inside our update function, or else this line of code will not be execute, means it not gonna create the box collider 2D at all from that point that we specified inside our enemy. So we also have to remember we call it inside our update function, which is check player. So let's call it call out there, and because we need to check every single frame, so that's why we have to call it inside our update function. However, no, we are not able to see the box collider 2D we created inside this enemy one. To see that or to draw that, we do know that we have to use this on draw gizmo selected function, and this function just gonna be responsible for drawing. And before we draw, we need to check if we assign it the checkpoint or not. If we didn't, then we have to stop drawing. So before we draw, we just want to check if our checkpoint is not equal to null. Basically means it's not empty or at all, and we assign it our checkpoint to checkpoint. It means we are ready to draw the box collider 2D. To draw that, we're gonna use this gizmos dot draw where cube function, and this function as a first variable, it's gonna take the point. So let's put our checkpoint, let's checkpoint dot position, and the second variable, it's gonna take the size. So let's pass let's create a new vector2 parameter first. So we're gonna create a new vector2 which gonna have the x comma y. So in the y, we're gonna replace with size underscore y, and in the x, we're gonna replace with size underscore x, just like that. And let's close that up with semicolon. And I also want to choose a color, the color I would like to draw with. And if you don't choose any color, then it's gonna draw with white color by default. But I want to choose a color, so I'm gonna set color gizmos dot color, the color I would like to draw with. So I'm gonna draw with yellow, so I'm gonna set color dot yellow, just like that. And now that's all we have to do it over here, and I'm gonna arrange it a little bit just like this, and we can see the box collider 2D that we created. And I'm gonna increase the size in the x, so I'm gonna make it something around 10 unit, just like that. And I will go to overrides, apply all, and let's play. So I'm gonna choose my console tab and hit play. And if we collide with the box collider 2D, we can see the message just getting pop up says player in attack range. So instead of having messages, we basically need to chase our player, basically we need to move towards our player. So let's get out of play mode and let's go over to our script. And also we need to check, once we get some certain distance, a retrieve distance, then this enemy need to stop chasing our player. So let's do that, and we're gonna do it update function check player. We're doing it over here. So we, instead of printing out message, we basically want to target our player. So we need a reference to our player position, basically this transform of this player, so we can just chase our player. So let's make that. So we will go to top of our class, and let's make another serialized field, private, or what we simply can do, we can just make a private parameter which gonna be fine in a lot way. But before you do that, make sure you go over to Unity editor, just select your player, go over to inspector, click on untag, then assign with the player tag. And you can see I have assigned it my player as a player tag. And then I will go to overrides and then apply all. Make sure you assign it your player as a player tag, which I already done it, you can see, because we're gonna find our player by tag. And this parameter doesn't need to be public, so we can simply make it private. And we're looking for transform, means the position, and we can call it player position or player simply, let's call it player. And we will use the start function to get the position. So we're gonna use the start function, and we will set player equal to game object. So we're gonna use this game object dot find object with tag, find object with tag. find game object with tag, so we have to use this. And inside this string, inside quotation, you basically have to pass the tag name, and the tag name which is our player. And after that we will go over to that game object, and now we're gonna access the transform. So we just setting our player position equal to game object dot find object with tag. So we using this function in order to find with the tag, and we just pass player, and then we going to game object, then transform, basically accessing the transform. Simply we just going over to this player game object, and we finding the tag, and we can see we assign it our player as a player tag. So we just got our player, and we accessing the player game object a whole, you can see right over here. And after that we just accessing the transform, basically this transform which is responsible for position. So we just we have the player position in the start of the game, player position reference, and now we are ready to chase. And to chase this, instead of printing out this message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna chase. But before we chase, we need to check the distance between them. So we need to check the distance between our player and this enemy. If it's too much close, and let's suppose the enemy is somewhere around here, then this enemy need to stop chasing, and it should attack on our player. Basically it should play the attack animation clip. So before we chase, we are gonna make a retrieve distance parameter to check the distance between them. So let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna make another variable for it. So let's make it somewhere around here. So we're gonna make a serialized field private, this will be float, and we can call it retrieve distance, retrieve distance, just like that. And by default I'm gonna set it to something like 2.5 unit, 2.5. And now, so before we chase, we just want to check the distance between them. So we're going to use the if condition, and to check the distance between them, we do know we have to use this vector2 dot distance function. And this distance function basically gonna take two position, and it will compare between them. So the first we're gonna pass itself transform dot position, it means enemy own position. And the second position we're gonna pass player dot position. So and now we're gonna check if the distance between them, if it's greater than retrieve distance parameter, it means that the player and this enemy is still a little bit far away from this player game object. Basically the enemy is somewhere around here, because we're checking if the retrieve distance, if the distance between them it's greater than retrieve distance, it means the enemy is somewhere around here. So the enemy still need to chase, because it's not too much close yet to our player. So that's why if the distance between them, if it's greater than retrieve distance, it means it's not too much close yet, it means we need to chase. So we will set the transform dot position, means the enemy position, we're gonna set equal to vector2 dot move towards. So we're gonna use this function move towards function in order to chase our player, and we only want to chase our player in the x-axis, not vertically or in the y. So we can create a parameter, but before we do, we're gonna put the current position. So this function gonna take the current position. So let's pass our transform dot position, means the current position of enemy itself, and the target position. So let's create a vector2 parameter for this, because we only want to chase our player in the x-axis or horizontally. So that's why we're gonna create a vector2 parameter, and we can call it something like target pose, and we will set equal to a new vector2. We need to make sure we set the variable type as same, which gonna have the x comma y, and we don't want to chase our player in the y. So in the y, what we're gonna do, we're gonna put transform dot position dot y, means the enemy position in the y axis itself. But we do want to chase our player in the x, so we're gonna replace this x with our player dot position dot x, because we want to chase our player position in the x axis. So I just replace the x with player dot position dot x. So now this vector2 dot move towards, as a second parameter, it's gonna take the target pose. So let's pass our target pose, and the target pose vector2 parameter just gonna follow our player only in the x axis, not in the y at all, you can see. And the third parameter, it's gonna take the chase speed. So let's pass our chase speed. So I'm gonna make a parameter for it, something like over here. So let's make another serialized field, private, and this will be float, and we're gonna call it something like chase speed. And by default I'm gonna give something like 3.5 unit, and let's pass our chase speed there. And make sure you just multiply with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence, just like that. But let's suppose the distance between them, if it's not greater than retrieve distance. Now our enemy is just somewhere around here, so this enemy should stop, it's need to stop, and then it should play the attack animation clip in order to damage our player. So let's suppose the distance between them, if it's not greater than retrieve distance, means that the distance between them is now too close. Basically enemy is now close and enemy should stop. So in this situation we basically have to play the animation clip, which is the attack. For now I'm gonna print out a message, later on I'm gonna replace it. So I'm gonna say let's type debug.log to print out message, and I will say something like enemy is close to player, and uh, play something like play attack animation of enemy. So this message should be pop up once our player and the enemy it's not greater than retrieve distance. It means the enemy and the player is now close, and this message just gonna pop up. And retrieve distance 2.5 I have chosen by default, and the chase speed is 3.5. Let's get collide with the box collider 2D. Now we can see it's chasing, but once we get outside of this box collider 2D, basically not colliding with the box collider 2D that we created from this enemy, we can see this enemy is not chasing at all. But once we collide, it's chasing, and once it gets some certain distance, we can see this enemy just stops right away, and the message just getting pop up inside our console tab says enemy is close to player, play attack animation of enemy. So instead of printing out message, this enemy should play the attack animation clip, and also it should play the running animation clip once it's chasing right after our player. So we need to do those things. Instead of having bunch of messages, we need to play the attack animation clip of this enemy and the running or the chase. So we need a reference to this animator component, we can see. So we're gonna grab the reference, and after that we can just set this parameter, which is the check attack heart death, we can see inside our animator tab. So we need to set this parameter through our code. So the first thing, we need to grab the reference. So let's use the start function in order to grab the reference, and I'm gonna make a private parameter. So make sure you just go to top of your class, and we're gonna make a private, and the component we're looking for is animator. So we're gonna create animator, and let's call it animator. So we just create a animator type variable, and now we have to grab the reference. So we will set our animator equal to this dot game object, which is referencing itself. And now we're going to use this dot get component, and the component that we're looking for is animator. So we're going to put our animator, then first bracket, and we're going to close that up with semicolon. Now we can see we just grab the animator component in the start of the game, and we're chasing our player over here. We can see we just chasing our player here. So it means we need to set this chase parameter to true, and once we not chasing, then we need to set it to false. So we're gonna set that parameter over here. So we will go to animator component, and that is a bool parameter. So we're gonna use this set bool function, and this bool function as a first parameter, it's gonna take the value it's gonna take the parameter name or the variable name that we created inside animator tab. So in our case that is chase, and the second thing, it's going to take the value, so we're going to set it to true. Let's suppose the enemy is now too much close. So what we have to do, we need to set this attack parameter to true, so it will, this enemy will play the attack animation clip. So instead of printing out message if the distance between them is now close, so we will go to animator set bool, because that also a bool parameter which is attack, and the second thing we're gonna pass to true because we need to play the attack animation clip. Reason is this enemy is close to our player, and we also need to make sure we set this parameter to false once our enemy is not too much close, this enemy is chasing. So in this situation we need to set back this attack parameter to false. So if we choose the transition from this attack to our chase, then go over to inspector, we can see, we can notice that we just set our attack parameter to false. Sorry, not this attack, from this chase to our attack we need to choose. So let's check that out. So we need to set this attack parameter to false, attack parameter to false, which we have to do, which we need to do it over here. So also we need to go over to animator that set bool, and now we have to set the attack parameter attack, we're gonna set to false, because we also need to make transition to our chase once our player and this enemy is not too much close, enemy is somewhere around here, so this enemy need to chase right after our player. So that's why we set it to false, and we set a chase parameter to true. Let's collide with the box collider 2D, and we can see it's chasing, but once we get in some certain distance, we can see basically the enemy and the player is now close. We can see this enemy is playing the attack animation clip over again and again, and I'm gonna choose the retrieve distance number a little bit less, so this is just gonna be a little bit closer to our player. But if we get outside of that range, which is the retrieve distance parameter, basically if we are not too much close yet, then this enemy is now playing the chase animation clip. But the problem is that this is still playing the chase animation clip of this enemy itself over again and again, despite we are not inside the box collider 2D. So once we are not in attack range of this enemy, we need to make sure we play the ideal animation clip of this enemy. So if we choose the transition from this chase to our ideal, so we need to set this chase parameter to false, so it will play the ideal animation clip. When we should do that, once we're gonna outside of this box collider 2D, and I'm gonna choose the retrieve distance parameter in lesser number, something like 2.25, I guess 2.25 gonna be good. Then make sure you to go to overrides and then apply all, and I will go back to script, and over here we can see that if the player is colliding with the box collider 2D, so this line of code over here or this if condition is responsible. Let's suppose the box collider 2D is not colliding with the player, so else if our box collider 2D that we created it's not colliding with this player game object, it means this enemy needs to play the ideal animation clip. So if the call info is false, means the box collider 2D that we created inside our enemy is not colliding with our player. So we're gonna play the ideal animation clip. To do that, we will go to animator, then set bool function, and we will set this chase parameter to false, because we have seen that condition. If we set it to false, then it's gonna play the ideal animation clip. Closer, we can see it's playing the attack. Still, I need to choose the retrieve distance parameter a little bit less, something like 2.1, and the chase speed seems little bit faster, so I'm gonna push away my enemy, and if I get outside of this box collider 2D or not colliding with this box collider 2D of this enemy, that we created from this checkpoint, we can see this enemy is now playing the idle animation clip over again and again. And I'm gonna make the chase speed parameter a little bit less, or we can just leave it with 3.5, but I have to make a retrieve distance number less, so I'm gonna make it something like 2.12, just like that. And now it's playing perfectly, and we have to make the attack thing inside our enemy and all of those things. Would like to give a huge shout out to Troll, Riavus Rivers, and One Night and Yuchen for their amazing support. I would also like to give a very special thanks to Zainab and Ahmad Surya Bimantara for their incredible support and contributions. Thank you all so much. Let's make the attack as we have done inside our player, and we will approach in the same way. So let's open up our script. So first thing, we need to gather some information like the attack point, attack radius, and the layer marks in order to create the circle from attack point. So we're gonna create attack point from there. So let's do that. So we will go to top of our class, and first thing I'm gonna put a title. So we're gonna type this header, and let's say something like attack, attack, and we're gonna make a serialized field. So let's make a serialized field private. We need the attack point, so we're gonna make a transform variable, and we can call it something like attack point. And we do need the radius, so we're gonna make a serialized field, another serialized field private float. This will be float, and we're gonna call this one attack radius. And by default I'm gonna set equal to 1f or 1 unit. And we need the layer mask, so let's make a serialized field private layer mask, and we can call it damage layer, target layer, or what is player. But I can say I already have a what is player layer, and I assign it this what is player layer as a player. If I take a quick look underneath my enemy one script, I can see what is player. I have chosen player, so I can create the layer marks variables once again over here and name it to something else, or I can just reuse that we don't need to create another layer mask for it. So I'm gonna just leave it. I'm gonna reuse this, but it's totally up to you. If you want to create any variable for it, just go with that, or you can just reuse it. And now to create the circle from that attack point, we're gonna make a function. So let's make the function somewhere around here, and and we're gonna make this function public because we're gonna call it through animation event. So if I go to animation tab and choose my attack animation, I'm gonna call it somewhere around here. So that's why we have to mark that function as public. So we're gonna mark this function as public void, and we can call this one attack. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and remember that once you navigate to Unity editor and assign those variables that we created in the top, which is the attack point and the attack radius. You can go with attack radius 1 unit as well. It's totally up to you. And we do know that to create the circle we have to use this physics2d dot overlap circle function. And this first overlap circle function, as a first variable, it's gonna take the position. So we will put our attack point dot position. Second thing, it will take the radius, so let's pass our attack radius. And the third parameter, it's gonna take the layer mask. So I'm gonna pass my vertex player because I want to target my player. So this just gonna create the circle from that attack point. We're gonna specify, and if that circle collide with this player, then it's gonna this function just gonna give us a true value, else it will give us a false value. So let's store this information into a collider 2d variable for collision detection. So we're gonna create a collider 2d, and let's call info, short for collision information, and we're gonna set equal to this. So this call info can be true or false depending upon if the circle is really colliding with the player or not. Let's suppose it's colliding with the player. So if our call info is true, means the circle colliding with our player, it means our player is ready to take the damage. For now, I'm gonna print out a message debug.log, and I will say call info dot game object dot name. It basically means the name of the game object the circle collided with. So the circle definitely gonna collide with this player, and we can see the name of the player is player. So the name should be player, and top of that I'm gonna add a custom message says takes damage, just like that. Now let's create the attack point. So we're gonna select our enemy one in the hierarchy. Let's right click on it. We're gonna create an empty child game object, and let's move it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna call this one attack point, and I'm gonna choose n gizmos for this. I'm gonna choose this one, and we need to make sure we just drag it as center it. So I'm gonna choose my enemy one, go over to animation tab, then choose attack animation clip, and we need to make sure we drag it in center somewhere around here. And now I'm gonna take my attack point, let's drag it there, and attack radius I'm gonna leave it to 1 for now. But the problem, we do know that we not able to see the circle, and to see the circle or to draw the circle we have to use that function called on draw gizmo selected. So let's use this, and before we draw the circle from that attack point, we need to check if we assign it the attack point or not. If we didn't, then we need to stop drawing. So we're gonna check before we draw. So let's use the if condition here, and we will check that if our attack point is not equal to null, it means it's not empty, and we assign it our attack point, it means we are ready to draw. And to draw that, we have to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function, and this function as a first parameter it's gonna take the position. So let's pass our attack point dot position, and the second thing it will take the radius. So let's put our attack radius, but I want to choose a color, so I'm gonna set before I draw, I'm gonna choose a color. So I will set gizmos dot color, the color I would like to draw with. So I'm gonna set color dot yellow, just like that, or I can simply pass red. Red would be fine, and we can see the circle by now. Let's choose the attack animation clip, and we have to adjust the attack point. So I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and if we play around with the attack radius, so this would be fine and perfect. Then I will go to overrides and then apply all, and now I'm gonna choose my console tab to see the message, and we cannot able to notice that message because we forgot to call the function. We forget to call the function because if I choose my enemy one, then animation tab, and choose my enemy one attack, we basically made this attack function and we never calling it anywhere. So we're gonna call this function through animation event. Basically I want to call it somewhere around here because this is just gonna be the perfect time. So I'm gonna call it here, and to call that we have to click on this add event we do know inside this animation tab, and let's choose our add event, basically the event. Then we will go to inspector and it says no function selected. So let's call the attack function from that enemy one script or that enemy script. So we're gonna click on no function, then enemy one methods or function, and let's choose our attack that we created. Basically we calling out the function, and this function basically doing this res thing, and now it should pop up. So I'm going to choose my console tab once again in order to see the message, and we can see once we this enemy is playing the attack animation, and this X is hitting our player, the message just getting pop up says player takes damage. It means it's working fine. And also we need to damage our enemy once we're gonna attack on our enemy. So we also need to do that. So we have to make the attack function which we did earlier. If I go over to my player script, and if I just go over to my attack function, we can see so we also need to call the function, basically the take damage, which we need to create inside inside our enemy 1. Before we damage our enemy, we need to give some health amount to enemy, and then we have to subtract from it. So let's open up our enemy 1 step, and we will go to top of our class, and let's make a variable for it. So the first thing, I'm gonna give a title. So I'm gonna type header, and I will say something like health, and let's make a serialized field for it. So we're gonna make a serialized field private, and this will be in type, and we can call it something like max health. So let's call it max health, and by default I'm gonna give something like 3 unit of health, and let's make a function in order to take the damage. So we're gonna able to subtract from this max health. So I'm gonna make that function somewhere around here, and we will mark this function as public because we need to call this function from other classes. So that is the main reason. So I'm gonna mark this function public void, and we're gonna call this function something like take damage, and this function just gonna take an argument, and that will be in type, and we can call it something like damage or damage amount, and we're gonna make some curly brackets. And now what we're gonna do inside this function, we will subtract from our max health minus equal this damage amount or this damage. Let's assume that as a damage we pass 1. So the max health by default we have given 3 unit, so 3 minus 1 will be 2. So the max health of our enemy, it will go down. Let's suppose the max health is already 0, and then we call this function. So 0 minus 1 will be minus 1, so it will go to negative value. So before we damage our enemy, we basically need to check if the max health is already 0 of this enemy, then we have to stop damaging our enemy because the max health is already 0. So before we damage, we're gonna check. So let's use the if condition, and we're gonna check that if our max health is lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, it means the it means the enemy doesn't have any health amount. So what we can simply do, we can print out a message something like enemy died, and let's suppose the max health is not lesser than or equal to 0. So in this situation we can just subtract from this max health. So else if our max health is not lesser than or equal to 0, so in this case I'm gonna put inside that else condition, then we damaging our enemy, as you can see. And I'm gonna make a die function, and inside that die function I'm gonna print out the message, and we're gonna call it over here because the max health getting as 0 here. So let's make the function. I'm gonna make it in the bottom. So we're gonna make a void, and this will be die. Let's call it die first bracket and some curly brackets. For now I'm gonna simply print out a message. So I'm gonna say we're gonna print out a message something like this dot game object dot name, means the enemy game object name itself, which is enemy 1 gonna be, and top of that I'm gonna add a message something like died, and we have to call it. And when I'm gonna call it, once the max health of my enemy I'm gonna hit 0. So over here it's hitting 0, as you can see. So I can simply call the die function here, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. And once we're taking damage, what we really want to do, we want to play the heart animation clip or the damage animation clip of this enemy. So we need a reference to this animator component of this enemy, which we have. We can see if we go to top of our class, we can notice right over here we have the animator component. So if we navigate to our animator tab, so we need to trigger this heart parameter, we can see. And if we trigger that, we do know it's gonna play the heart animation clip, and we need to do it once where we're taking damage. So we're taking damage here. So what we will do, we will go to animator component, and we're gonna use this set trigger function to trigger that parameter, and the parameter name we have to pass, and make sure you spell it correct, which in our case heart, just like that. If I choose my player, we can see we created the circle. So we're gonna open up our player script where we attacking on our enemy, and before we attack our enemy, we need to make sure we assign this enemy as a enemy layer. So I'm gonna choose my enemy 1, and I will go to inspector. Let's click on this layer which is default. So I'm gonna assign with enemy, and it says, do you want to set a layer to enemy for all child game object as well? Do you want to change in the child game object of this enemy one? I don't want, so I'm gonna click on this node, this object only. And also I have to make sure I just assign this enemy as an enemy tag, which I don't have it, so we can skip it for now. Later on we're gonna take a quick look on that. So now you can see I have assigned this enemy as a enemy layer, because if I choose my player skip, we can see we just targeting our enemy or damaging our enemy layer, and we assigned this enemy as an enemy, so the circle will know that this is our enemy and it's need to take the damage. And now we're gonna open up our player skip where we damaging. So we damaging over here. If call info is true, means that we just the circle basically colliding with our enemy, and if it's collide with this enemy, then this enemy need to take the damage. So we can call the take damage function over here that we created inside this enemy one, we can see right over here. And what this function just gonna do, it's gonna subtract from our max health the damage amount. So let's call this take damage function there. So we will navigate to our player script and we're gonna call the function here. But before we call it, we need to check if the enemy one script is attached to this enemy one or not. If it's, then we are ready to damage it. So before we damage, we need to check. So let's use the if condition, and we will check that call info dot game object dot get component, and the component that we're looking for is the enemy script. So we're gonna pass our enemy underscore one, then make this first bracket, and we will check if it's not equal to null, and then for some curly brackets. It's a call info dot game object means the game object the circle collided with. So the circle definitely gonna collide it if I choose my player. If the circle collide with this enemy game object, call info dot game object there basically means this enemy game object. And then what we're doing, we just getting the enemy one script of that game object, and we're checking that if it's not equal to null, means that this enemy one script is attached to that enemy one game object. And we do know that this enemy one script is attached to this enemy one, we can see. So it means this enemy is ready to take the damage. So we can call the function which we made inside our enemy one. So let's call out the function there. So the first thing, we will go to call info dot game object means that enemy one, and now we're gonna use get component to get the component, and we will look we looking for our enemy one. So we're gonna pass enemy one, then first bracket, and now we're gonna call the function which is take damage. So dot take damage, and now we have to pass the damage amount or the damage. So basically I want to damage by 1 unit, so as a damage parameter I'm gonna pass 1. Now if I damage my enemy, you can see the max health is now 1 of this enemy. And if I damage it one more time, basically attack on this enemy once again, we can notice the max health is now 0. And it's also playing the heart animation clip of this enemy itself. We can just increase the value in order to see that. So I'm gonna check it once again. So I'm gonna give something around 10 unit of health, and let's hit play button. Damage, and we can see this enemy is playing the heart animation clip of itself once we damaging our enemy, and once it loses all of his health. And if I pause my game, go over to console tab, we can see the message just getting pop up says enemy one died. So what we simply doing, we calling out the take damage function from this enemy one script, you can see right over here. And once the max health of this enemy reaches 0, then we calling out the die function, and the die function simply printing out this message says the name of the game object plus died, which is enemy one died. So instead of printing out message, what we really want to do, we just want to play the death animation clip of this enemy, and then we want to disable the box collider 2D, and we're gonna set the rigid body gravity scale to 0 like we have done with the first petrol enemy. And we're gonna do the same thing, and after some period of time we also gonna destroy this enemy itself. So let's get out of play mode and let's do that. So we will go over to our script. So the first thing what we need to do, we need to play the animation clip which is the death one. So if I go over to my animator tab, so we need to set this depth parameter to true. So the first thing, we will go to animator component, and we're gonna use this set bool function, because that is a bool parameter. So the first, we have to pass the parameter name inside quotation, which is the depth, and make sure you spell it correct. And second thing, it's gonna take the value in bool, which can be true or false. So I'm gonna set it to true because I want to play that animation clip. And after that, we also need a reference to this rigid body 2D, rigid body 2D, and the box collider 2D, so we can disable. And if we disable, we do know it's gonna fall down due to gravity. So that's why we're gonna set the gravity scale to 0 after disabling the box collider 2D. So let's do that, and we need to make sure that we grab it the rigid body 2D reference. If we don't, then we have to do it, and we cannot able to see right over here. We grab it the rigid body 2D component, so let's grab it first. So I'm gonna make a private, and the component we're looking for is a rigid body 2D. Let's call it RB, short for rigid body 2D, and let's use the start function to get the component. So we will set RB equal to this dot game object, and we're gonna use dot get component to get the component, and the component is rigid body 2D. And let's put first bracket, and now we can see we have the RB, basically the rigid body. We just get the reference in the start of the game. We have done inside this start function, and we do know start function get called in the start of the game. Now we can see we have the rigid body 2D, and we also need to make sure we grab the box collider 2D because we want to disable the box collider 2D as well. So this player can easily pass through this enemy after playing the death animation clip of this enemy itself. So let's do it. So we're gonna make another parameter. So we're gonna make a private, and the component we're looking for is a box collider 2D, and let's call it box collider 2D, just like that. And now we have to grab the reference. So we will set box collider 2D equal to this dot game object dot get component, dot get component, and the component we're looking for right now is the box collider 2D. So let's put box collider 2D, then first bracket, and and then close that up with semicolon. Now we have the box collider 2D and the rigid body 2D, and let's go over to die function. After playing the animation clip, I'm gonna set the gravity scale of my enemy to 0, so it's not gonna fall down due to gravity. So we will go to RB, means we just simply going over to this rigid body 2D component of this enemy, and now we're gonna access this gravity scale. So let's access gravity scale, and let's set equal to 0 F or 0 unit. And after that, we also need to disable the box collider 2D. So we will go to box collider 2D component, and then we're gonna use dot enable, and we're gonna set equal to false. It means that we just disabling this box collider 2D of this enemy, so our player will able to pass through our enemy even after death of this enemy. And now what we have to do, we need to destroy this after this enemy after some period of time, something like after 5 seconds or 10 seconds. No matter how much, you can just choose, or if you want to destroy it right away, then you can simply skip the second parameter. And to destroy our enemy, we have to use the destroy function. So as the first parameter, it's gonna take the game object. So we're gonna pass this dot game object, means the enemy itself, and we can close that up with semicolon. But I don't want to destroy my enemy game object right away. So that's why I'm gonna choose a second parameter, comma. So I will specify the time. So after like 5 seconds or 6 seconds, I just want to destroy. So I'm gonna choose 6F or 6 second. You can simply assume. Max health, I'm gonna leave it to 10. If I damage my enemy, we can see the max health is 7. If I damage it one more time, max health becoming 1 and then 0. And we can see the enemy is now playing the death animation clip, and also like after like 6 seconds, it just get destroyed itself. So we don't want to loop the death animation clip of this enemy. So what we have to do, we need to check the animation clip. So we will go to project tab, assets, animation, enemies animation, enemy one animation, and let's find out the death one. So we're gonna find out the death animation. This is the idle, this is the death one, and we already unchecked the loop time. We get a problem once we playing the death animation clip of this enemy. Once it's died, it's playing the death animation clip over again and again. So instead of choosing a bool parameter, we can choose a trigger parameter in order to prevent that, or we can simply make the transition manually from this attack to death, chase to death, and the list just goes on, making from this any state. But we're gonna choose a trigger parameter and that will be fine. So we're gonna choose our death parameter. Let's right click on it and we're gonna delete that, and we're going to choose a trigger parameter. So let's click on this plus icon, let's choose a trigger, and we're going to call this trigger to something like that. And now we're going to choose the transition from this any state. We're going to leave the hash exit time as check and exit time to 1, and now we're going to choose this dead trigger parameter and open up our script. And over here let's find out, we just setting the animator dot set trigger death. You can see this is our petrol enemy. So I have to navigate to my enemy one script, and let's get over to our type function, and over here we can see we using the set bool function. And now we're going to use the set trigger function because that is a trigger parameter as set trigger, and inside these brackets we have to pass inside quotation the parameter name, which is the dead one. I'm gonna attack on this enemy and it should play, and now we can see it's perfectly playing. However, we can see our enemy is chasing even after the death. So what we have to do, we need to make sure it's not chasing. So let's go over to update function, and this line of code over here, check player, basically the check player function is responsible for basically chasing our player right after our player and then attack. So before we call out our check player function inside update, we need to check if this enemy game object loses all of his health. So we're gonna make a bool parameter just like we have done in our petrol enemy script. So we're gonna follow the same procedure. So we're gonna make a private bool which will keep track of if the enemy is died or not. So let's call this one is enemy died, just like that. And we will go to start function, and in the start of the game is enemy died, we're gonna set equal to false, because in the start of the game we're not gonna die at all. And now we will go over to our die function, and over here we're gonna set is enemy died to true because we loses all of our health. And now before we call out the check player function which is responsible for chasing our player, so before we chase our player we need to check that. So let's use the if condition. We will check is enemy died is true. If that is the case, it means we have to stop chasing our player. So that's why we're gonna type this return, and we do know after return whatever we're gonna do, it's not gonna execute at all. It means this check player function will stop calling, means our this enemy now gonna stop chasing our player once it's gonna die totally or just gonna lose all of his health. So basically that is the thing. So I hope you get the idea, and we can put it inside in else condition. So we can put inside else condition, else is enemy died is not true, means the player is not dead at all. So we're gonna put there, or you can just put it over here, it doesn't matter. You can put it inside else condition as well, it's totally up to you. So else is enemy died parameter is false, then we chasing our player because enemy have some health amount. Check this out, and we can see by now this enemy is not chasing right after it's basically it destroyed itself. Basically it's not chasing our player and it's working fine. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and now it's working fine. and now we have to work on player damage, player health and damage, just like we have done with the enemy. So we're gonna do the same thing with our player as well. And to give some health amount to our player, so let's open up our player script, or we can create a separate script for our player health. If you want, you can create that. I'm gonna do it inside my player script. So let's double click on it in order to open that up in Visual Studio, and we will come at the top of our class, and let's make a parameter for our health. So first thing, I'm gonna give a title. So I'm gonna type header, and I'm gonna say player health, just like that. And let's make a serialized field, private int, and I'm gonna call this one max health. And by default, I'm gonna give something like 3 unit of health to my player. And now we're gonna make that take damage function in order to take the damage, and let's make it somewhere around here. And we're gonna make this function, or sorry, we're gonna mark this function as public, because we need to call it through our enemy script, because from enemy we're gonna take damage. So we're gonna make a public void, let's call this one take damage, just like we have done inside our enemy. And this function just gonna take an argument which will be int, this will be damage amount or damage. So for now, so for basically from our max cell, we're gonna subtract this minus equal our damage. Let's assume as a damage parameter we pass 1. So the max cell by default we have given, I guess, 5 unit, sorry, 3 unit. So 3 minus 1, we assume it this damage is 1. So 3 minus 1 will be 2 for the first time. And if we take damage for the second time, so the max health is now 2. So 2 minus 1 will be 1. So it will go down. And once our max health reaches 0, then we need to destroy our player itself. So before we damage our player, we need to check the max health of our player. So let's use the if condition in order to check, and we will check if our max health is lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, it means our player doesn't have any health amount. So we can simply make a div function. So let's make a div function, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's make the div function somewhere around here. So we're gonna make a void die. For now, I just want to print out a message. So let's type debug.log, and I will say this dot game object dot name means the player name itself. Top of that, I'm gonna add a custom message, something says like died, and make sure you call out the die function inside your once your max health reaches 0, and I am calling it over here as you can see. And we can just save our script, and we can just go back to Unity editor. But before I go back to Unity editor, I also want to play the heart animation clip of this player once it's gonna take the damage. So if I select my player animator tab, so we need to trigger this heart parameter. We can see in order to play the heart animation clip, which we have it over here. So we need to trigger that, and we already have the animator component reference. So if I go over to top of my class, we can see we grabbed the animator component reference. So basically I need to trigger the parameter. So once I'm gonna take the damage, then what I'm gonna do, but before we do that, we're gonna do it inside our else condition. Else, if our max health is not lesser than or equal to 0, it means that player have some health amount, means we are ready to take the damage. So that's why I'm gonna put this line of code over here inside this else condition, because our player have some health amount. And once we taking the damage, I just want to play that animation clip. So we will go to animator component, let's use the set trigger function, and inside quotation we have to pass the parameter name, which is the heart. So I'm gonna pass heart. We have to ensure that we call the take damage function from this player, and when we need to call it once this enemy game object is just gonna attack on our player. So let's open up our enemy one script. For now we basically attacking, and we attacking over here, and we printing out this message says player takes damage. So instead of printing out message, we can simply call out the take damage function from that player script. But before we call the player script, we need to check the player script is really attached to this player game object not is attached to this player game object or not. And we can see the player script is indeed attached to this player game object. It means this player is ready to take the damage. So we're gonna call the take damage function there. But before we call, we just want to check. So let's use the call if condition, and we're gonna check that if our call info, so call info dot game object, and call info dot game object basically means the game object, the circle just gonna collide. So if I choose my enemy, we can see we created the circle from this enemy, and if that circle collide with this player, then that's just gonna give us a true value. Basically that call info gonna be true, and the circle definitely gonna collide with this player. So call info dot game object there basically means this player. So call info dot game object, and now we're gonna use dot get component, and the component that we're looking for is a player. So we will pass our player and then make this first bracket, and we will check if it's not equal to null. Sorry, I'm gonna press down Ctrl Z to undo that thing, and we will check if it's not equal to null. Null, it means the player script is attached to our player game object, and indeed we do know the player script is attached to our player game object. So we can simply go to call info dot game object means player, and now we're gonna get the our player script. So let's get our player script, and now we're gonna call the take damage function that we created inside our player. So let's call the take damage function, and this take damage function it's gonna take the damage parameter. So as a damage amount, I'm gonna choose something like 1 unit because I want to damage my because I want to damage my player by 1 unit. I'm gonna choose my player, so max health we can see 3. Let's go ahead and then play our game. Take damage, we can see the max health goes down, then 1, and then 0. And once it's 0, if I pause my game, go over to my console tab, we can see player diet message just gets pop up, and we are able to, I'm gonna play my game once again, and we can see we playing the heart animation clip of this player, and that's is the reason I just played my game once again. So what we basically have to do, we need to destroy this player, and we're gonna do it later. So that's why I just printed out some messages inside my console tab, so I can ensure that later on I can just destroy my player and then show some explosion effect. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. I'm gonna get out of play mode, and if you change it anything inside your player script, and you just turn it your player into a prefab or any game object, then make sure you go to overrides and then apply all. And to save my project, I'm gonna hit Ctrl plus S on my keyboard. Time to place our tiles. So before we place our tile, we need to create the tile map and all of the things. To do that, firstly let's create a folder, and we're gonna organize it, so that is the reason we're gonna do it. We're gonna create a separate folder for it. So let's go to project tab, assets, we're gonna right click, create folder, and let's call this folder to something like tile map, because inside this folder we're gonna place all of our tile things. And to get the tile maps, I'm gonna head over to my sprites folder. I will head over to my sprites folder. Then enemies sprites, and environment sprites. Then I will navigate to my free folder. So let's go there, and you can see the terrain I have and all of the backgrounds. So the first thing, we need to create the tile map inside our hierarchy. So go over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to 2D object, tile map, and then choose this rectangular, and I'm gonna call this one let's leave it to tile map as it is. So let's select the tile and go over to scene view. In the scene view, anywhere, in my case I have it in the top left side, you can have it anywhere, which is the open tile palette. So just click on it, so it's gonna open that up, and over here we need to drag the tiles sprite right here. Before we drag, we need to create the palette. To create that, click on this create new tile palette, and we're gonna click on this create new tile palette, and we have to name that. So I'm gonna name it to something like palette, just like that, palette. I'm gonna name it, and then click on this create, and it's gonna take us to a folder where we want to place it. So I'm gonna click on this double arrow in the top left side because I have created a folder called tile map. So I will move over to that folder. So I can double click on this arrow, or I can simply click over here to go over to the next one. So I'm gonna directly double click on this, and sorry, you're gonna see assets somewhere around here, which I have it here. So I'm gonna click on it, and I can see the tile map folder that I created recently. So I'm gonna double click on that to open that up, and let's click on this select folder, and now we have to drag it the tile and set right here. And before we drag it, we need to make sure we slice it individually. So we need to choose the terrain or the tile set. So I'm going to choose the tile set, which is the terrain. And for now, I'm going to cut this tile palette tab. So let's select the terrain, then go over to inspector, make the pixel per unit something around 16. So I'm gonna make it 16, filter mode to point no filter, and then apply. And let's click on this open sprite editor, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna slice individually grid by cell size, instead of just leaving as it is. But for this one, I can just do it, or we can simply skip this one. I'm gonna choose another tile set, another terrain, you can simply say. So I'm gonna choose this one. So let's select that one. We're gonna click on this open sprite editor. The first thing, I'm gonna make the pixel per unit 16, filter mode to point no filter, then apply, and let's click on this slice, then choose automatic to grid by cell size, and choose 16 in the X and 16 in the Y. So I'm gonna put 16 in the X and 16 in the Y, and then click on slice, and then click on this apply button, and it's gonna take few seconds. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna choose our tile map underneath our grid in the hierarchy, then click on this open tile palette, which you can have it anywhere in this scene view. Make sure you just click on it, and I can simply select the sprite sheet, the whole sprite sheet at once. Don't click on this arrow and then select them and then drag it them. Instead, select the whole sprite sheet and then drag it over here inside this palette tab. And now we have to choose a folder where we want to place it. So I'm gonna click on this double arrow, then I will go to assets, then tile map folder. I'm gonna place it here. So I'm gonna click on this select folder, and it's gonna take few seconds. That's all we have to give. And once it's done, we can just go ahead and we can just place our tile. And I'm gonna do the same thing for other tiles. I have other environment assets, so that is the reason. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna choose the other one, and you can just hold down your wheel on your mouse to just take a look around inside your palette tab, and you can just toggle it this one anywhere you want. And the second thing I'm going to choose is again environment. So I will go over to my legacy, sorry, I will go over to this in stranger things fields, and I'm going to choose the sprite sheet, sorry, not a sprite sheet basically. And we're gonna slice individually basically the tile set. So let's make this pixel per unit 16, filter mode to point no filter, apply, and let's click on slice, and we're gonna choose automatic to grid by cell size, and make sure you just put X in the 16 and Y in the 16, then slice and then apply. And also select this whole sprite sheet and drag it inside your tile palette tab. So make sure you just drag it somewhere in empty space, not top of each other. Don't make sure you don't overlap them each other. So I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. So let's select that, and we're gonna drag it here. And once again, we have to choose a folder. So we will go to assets, tile map, and then select folder. And I'm gonna do this same thing for second environment. This was mine the third environment, so I'm gonna choose the second environment by now. So I will go to assets, and I have it here, the tiles you can see. So let's click we're gonna leave sprite mid to multiple, pixel per unit to 16, filter mode to point, no filter, apply, then slice, apply, and it's gonna take few seconds once again, and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. So let's say select the sprite sheet, and let's drag it inside our tile palette tab. But make sure that it don't overlaps with each other, and drag them in empty space inside your tile palette. So I'm gonna go to assets, tile map, and then select folder, and that's all we have to do it for now. And once it's done, we can just go ahead and we are ready to place them. And you can drag as many you want, it's totally up to you. And I have some trees, I can do the same thing for them. So this our trees, this our trees, so I can just do them I can do the same thing for them. And I have some characters, but I'm gonna leave it like this, and this seems fine. And we can simply cut this step by now, and once we basically done. In order to place the tile, we need to choose our grid in the hierarchy. So make sure you select your grid, then tile map underneath of it, and then click on this open tile palette, which you're gonna have inside your scene view anywhere. So make sure you just find inside your scene view tab, and it's gonna take few moments, and we are ready to place our tiles. For now, I'm gonna disable this white ground. So I'm gonna choose my this ground, and let's disable it for now. And we're gonna place our tile, and to place our tiles, we can see inside our tile palettes we have couple of tools in order to place the tiles one by one. We have the grid tool, which is the shortcut key you can see is S. And to paste the tile or to brush it, we have this brush tool, and the shortcut key you're gonna see is P. And that's all we have. And so let's place them. To place them, I'm gonna move over to my tile palette tab, and inside here I'm gonna find out the perfect one, so this one, and let's paste it like in this way. And I want this one here, and just like this, and we can just paste the tile in this way, as you can see. And let's suppose you just want to make a copy of it, this total of these tiles. Then you have the tool called sorry, this is called mark or pick tool, and the shortcut key is I. And we can just select the area that we want to copy, and we can just place it anywhere we want. So let's suppose I just want to copy this, and now I'm gonna paste it anywhere I want. So let's suppose I want to place it here. And suppose you just wrongly place your tiles somewhere and you just want to erase that, then we have this erase tool, and the shortcut key is T. And we can just choose the tile which tile we just want to erase. So in my case, let's suppose I want to erase this whole tile. So I'm gonna erase just like this. Or we can just go over to tile palette, and we can select like this, and then we can choose the erase tool, and we can just erase at a one time the complete one, just like this. Or you can just erase by one by selecting one uh, tile grid. It's basically up to you. And you just want to move your tiles, let's suppose left side a little bit to the left, right, above, bottom, anywhere. Then you have this tool called the grid tool. Sorry, this is an area tool, and the shortcut key is S. and we can just select the area or the tiles that we really want to move inside our scene view. So we can just select like this, and right after it we have a tool next to it, says move selections. Then we have to choose this tool, and then we can just move it anywhere we want. So I want it a little bit to the left side, so I'm going to drag it a little bit to the left side, just like this, and you can just paste your tiles right away. But the problem is that if we go ahead and play our game, and for now I'm gonna disable this enemy, so let's disable it, and later on we're gonna just enable it. So let's go ahead and then play our game. Just wait few seconds, and we can see as soon as our game started, immediately our player just our player just fall through these tiles, because these tiles or this grid doesn't have the collider 2D yet, so we need to attach them. And to attach a collider 2D, we need to attach a tile map collider 2D. So the first thing, we have to choose the tile map where we want to attach the collider, so this player can detect the collision and then it can land top of this ground. So we need to choose the tile map, then click on this add component and find out tile map collider, just like that. And now we just attach the collider 2D. We can see basically the tile map collider 2D individually, and we can notice them. And now if we go ahead play our game, it should fall down top of these tiles, and it's not gonna pass through these tiles at all by now. And indeed we can notice, but the problem is that we can move, we can jump, but we're never going back to idle or the run animation clip, and we are also not able to jump for the next time, because this player need to detect that this is our ground, and we can see we didn't assign it this tile map collider as a ground, so this player doesn't know don't know this is our ground or not. So that's why it's never going back to idle or the run animation clip. As well, we never able to jump for the next times. So we need to assign this tile map or this tile map colliders as a ground tag. So I'm gonna choose my tile map, but before I do, I just want to name it to something like ground tiles, so it's gonna make a little bit sense. Let's rename it to something like ground tile, and right after it we can just assign. So let's choose our tile map, sorry, basically the ground tile we have name it recently. So I'm gonna click on this untag, and we're gonna assign with ground, and also the layer I'm gonna assign with the ground layer. So this player will by now it's gonna know that this is our ground, and we assigned this ground tile as a ground tag, and the ground layer we assign it. And also I'm gonna rename this grid to something like level instead of calling grid, so let's call it something like level. And I'm gonna make this one prefab, so I'm gonna have the copy. If I lost somehow mistakenly, I can just restore it directly. So I will navigate to my prefabs folder, and I'm gonna drag it there, but I'm gonna create another a prefab subfolder for this level. So I'm gonna right click, create a folder, and I'm gonna call it something like grid prefab. Let's call it grid underscore prefab, just like that, prefab. And now I'm gonna take my grid or the level, let's take it there to turn it into a prefab. Now we just turn it, and we're gonna check our game. In this time we are able to see that player is moving left and right, and it's able to jump and then playing the running, or you can say the idle animation clip, depending upon what our player is really doing. I don't know why we getting stuck here. So we have something, I don't know. So we need to take a quick look. So I have something over here, so I need to fix that. I'm going to talk about it later. For now, let's place them. And let's suppose you basically write wait, and we just disable it. Okay, so that's fine. So let's suppose you just want to compile all of the individual tile map colliders at once. Then how you can do that? To do that, select your tile map or the ground tile. So in my case, that is ground tile. So I'm going to click on this add component, and we have to attach this composite collider 2D. And once you're going to attach that, it's automatically going to attach this rigid body 2D. So make sure you go to rigid body 2D, set the body type to kinematic, collision detection to continuous, interpolate to interpolate. And after doing that, go over to your tile map collider 2D component, and over there composite operation, and it says none. So just click on it and then choose this merge. And now it's gonna merge all of the individual tile map colliders at once, and we can see that. And we can indeed notice, and make sure you go to parent one, then overrides, and then apply all, because you just change it to the child. And we do know, if we go to overrides, apply all, the changes we made, it will be saved inside our prefab as well of this game object. And now it just basically fine. But we do need some, you can say, we do need some grasses, so it can look a bit more details, and it will be awesome. So we also need some grasses. So make sure you select the level or the grade, right click on it, then go to 2D object, tile map, and then choose this rectangular once again. And you can rename this tile map to something like grass. I'm gonna call it grass tile. So let's call it grass, and a grass tile, just like that. Grass tiles. Sorry, I just spell it wrong. This will be grass tiles, and just like that. And then click on this open tile palette, and we are ready to place the grass. And so I'm gonna navigate to my tile palette tab, and we're gonna choose our grass, and let's place them just like this. We can see by now inside our game view, we can see the grass tiles. And I'm gonna choose my ground tile, and over here I'm gonna choose this one to the end, somewhere around here. And I guess this is fine. Let's put it there, and cool. And let's place it. And I'm gonna choose my ground grass tiles once again, and we're gonna paint our grass just like this. And let's choose our ground tiles once again, and I'm gonna fill this area. So I can just choose this tool to copy that, but make sure you choose the correct one. So for the ground tile, I'm gonna choose my ground tile, and for these grass tiles, I'm gonna choose this grass. So that is the reason, and we can just copy, and we can just paste it just like this, as you can see. And it's already seems awesome. And I really apologize, my system is lagging a little bit since it way slow. And I'm gonna paste it over here, and that seems awesome. And it seems awesome, and we are fine. You're gonna have multiple tiles as well, so you can just place them. It's totally up to you. And that's it. And we're gonna go to levels, overrides, and then apply all. And if we go ahead, play our game, and we can see, if I go over to my scene view or the scene view or the game view, we can see our player sims, it's like in front of our grass tiles, which we really want. We want our player to be behind of these grass tiles. For that, we need to create some sorting layer. So you need to choose the grass tiles or the player first. So let's select any of them, then go over to tile map renderer or sprite renderer, then go to additional setting, sorting layer, click on it, click on add sorting layer, and create some sorting layer. So one I'm gonna create for this player, and one I'm gonna create for this grass tile. So let's click on this plus icon 2 times. So one gonna be for our player and one gonna be our for grass. And if I take my grass and take it behind, then the grass will be seems like it's behind of our player, which we really don't want. We want this grass tiles or this grass in front of everything. So that's why I'm gonna take my grass and I'm gonna drag it to the bottom or in the top of this player. And now we have to assign the sorting layer. So I'm gonna choose my player and I'm gonna go over to Sprite renderer sorting layer, and we're gonna assign with our player, and then we're gonna choose our grass tiles and we're gonna assign the sorting layer with our grass. And now we just assign it, but make sure you go to overrides and then apply all for both of these game objects. And now it should be now our player should be behind of these grass tiles. And by now we can see, if I zoom in a little bit inside my game view, you can see that player seems like it's behind of our grass tiles by now because we just assign it. And I'm gonna zoom out. So in the inside your game view, in the top bar in the top left side, you can see the scale, so you can just play around with it. And in the scene view you can just scroll your mouse to zoom in and zoom out. And we're gonna have multiple things, and I'm gonna explain it in the next lecture or in the next chapter. I'm gonna talk about it. Let's create some other back tiles. So let's do that. So I'm gonna choose my level in the hierarchy. So let's select that and we're gonna right click on it. Let's go to 2D object, tile map, then rectangular, and I'm gonna name this tile map to something like back stops or back tiles. So I'm gonna call it tile back tile underscore 1, because I'm gonna have multiples, so that's why I'm just doing it. I'm gonna call this one back tile underscore 4 instead of 1, because I'm gonna have it multiple, and I want this back tile 4 to be all the way behind, and by back tile 1 to be in front of this back tile 4. So I'm gonna create them later. For now I'm gonna work with this back tile 4 underscore 4. So let's select the tile map and let's click on this open tile palette, and we are ready to place the tile. Just wait a few seconds and we can just take and let's drag them. I have it over here, and we're gonna place just like this, as you can see. But the problem is that we are able to notice that this seems like in front of our ground, but it's behind of our grass. So we do know that we have to assign with sorting layer. So when I create multiple sorting layers now, one for back tile 4, one we're gonna create back tile 3, back tile 2, back tile 1, and the list just goes on. And to make it noticeable, I'm gonna change the color of my background color. Basically I have to choose the main camera, then go over to camera component background, and you can just choose any other color just like that. And it seems like in front of my ground. So let's create some sorting layer. So I click on this add sorting layer and let's create some sorting layer. So I'm gonna click on this plus icon and let's call this one back. Let's call it back tile underscore 4, and let's click on this plus icon few more times, and I'm gonna call this one back tile underscore 3, and let's name this one back tile underscore 2, and I'm gonna name this one back tile underscore 1. And I'm going to take my back tile underscore 4 and I'm going to drag it all the way behind. And then I'm going to take my back tile 3, then back tile 2. Sorry, back tile 2 should be in front of back tile 3, and then back tile should be in front of back tile 2. And you can see I just assign it. Now I'm gonna choose my back tile underscore 4, and I'm gonna assign with the sorting layer, which is back tile underscore 4. And you can see as soon as I have assigned it, we can notice that it's by now it's basically behind of our this ground tiles and this and these grass tiles you can see. And so let's click on this open tile palette, and we are ready to place other tiles. We're gonna create some other ground tiles. I'm gonna call it something like platform ground. So let's choose the level, and we're gonna right click on it. Let's go to 2D object, tile map, rectangular, 2D object, tile map, rectangular, and I'm gonna call this one platformer ground. So let's rename it to something like platformer ground, ground tile, just like that. And we are ready to place. So let's place them. I'm gonna place it this one here, just like in this way you can see. And I just want to make sure that I just add colliders to this platformer ground tile, because I want to jump top of this, and I just want to treat as like my ground. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add tile map collider. So let's click on add component, and we're gonna add a tile map collider 2D, and we do not to merge at once. We're gonna add the composite collider 2D. So let's click on add component, composite collider, composite collider 2D. Let's go to rigid body 2D, body type to kinematic, collision detection to continuous, interpolate to interpolate, and then go to tile map collider 2D, composite operation, and we're gonna choose this merge. And now it seems fine, and let's try this out if we are able to jump top of that. But we need to make sure that we assign this one as well a ground tag, or this player will this player not gonna able to detect that this is our ground. But before we do that, I just want to create a new tag for this platformer ground, and I want my player to check with my ground as well as this platformer ground in order to jump top of this. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna choose my player, and what is ground, I'm gonna choose also the platformer ground, which I'm not able to notice right over here because I have to assign it. So let's do it. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna choose our platformer ground tile, and let's assign this as a first a platformer ground layer. So we're gonna click on this layer, then add layer, and let's create a new layer. So I'm gonna call this one platformer ground. So let's call it platformer ground, and now we're gonna assign with that layer which we recently created. And now we will choose our player scape, and what is ground, I'm gonna also choose this platformer ground. Now this player not able to jump top of this platform ground as well. So let's check this out, and let's try to jump top of this. However, the problem is that we're not able to go back. Idle or the run animation clip, we stuck forever inside our jump animation clip. But we can see we are able to jump top of this platformer ground because we also have chosen that layer. So right now what we have to do, we can assign with the ground text, so this player will know this is our ground. It's just gonna treat like a as ground, so it can just go back to and play the idle or the running animation clip depending upon what this player is doing. Instead of doing that, we're gonna create a new tag for this platformer ground. Because we're gonna have some top ground, so that in order to prevent that some mistakes or to avoid some bugs, that's why we're gonna create a new tag. So firstly, we're gonna assign this platformer ground tile as a platformer ground tag. So let's click on this untag, add tag, then plus icon, and let's call this one platformer ground. Ground, just like that. Then save it, and make sure you just assign with the tag which you recently created. And now open up your player script where you just going back to run or the idle animation clip. So I'm gonna open that up, and if I go over to my on collision inter 2D function, over here you can see when we collide with the ground, then we just setting the jump parameter to false, means we just going back to running or the idle depending upon what our player is doing. So at the same time, I also want to check if I collide with this platformer ground and we assign it this platformer ground, as a platform ground tag, as you can see. So also I want to check with that, and to check with the second condition, you can use these symbols. You can use these symbols. It means you can check with the second condition as well. So now I'm gonna check if the collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to platform ground. If that is the case, then we just going back to idle or the run animation clip, as you can see. So any of this can be true if we just colliding with the ground, or else if we colliding with the platform ground tag, or that as we assign it with the platform ground tag, that platform ground tile. So if we just collide any of them, then we're gonna play we're gonna set the which the setting back jump parameter to false. It means we're gonna play the idle or the running animation clip of our player. If I jump top of this platformer ground, you can see that we're not able to go back to our idle or run animation clip, because we can see the name we spell it wrong. It says platformer ground, and if we go back to our script, we can see we type platform ground instead of platformer ground. So we just spell it wrong. So we need to make sure we spell it correct, and let's save again. We jump top of this ground. Just wait. You can see we are able to notice we going back to our idle or the run animation clip right now, as you can see, and it's working fine. Now I'm gonna add the grass or the front thing into this platformer ground, but I'm not gonna attach any collider 2D or tilemap collider 2D, because I don't want to attach collider. So if I do that, it's gonna restrict my player. So that's why I'm gonna choose my grass style, or we can just create a new tile for this one. But I think we can just go ahead with the grass style as well, because we don't have anything attached tile map collider to do to our grass style, and grass style in front of everything. So I'm gonna choose my grass styles tile map. Then let's click on this open tile palette, and we are ready to place the tiles. So basically we're gonna choose this, and let's place them just like in this way, you can see, and it seems way cool, as you can see, and it's already seems. And you can create one for water, and I'm gonna show you that we can jump top of this platformer ground, and this thing's not gonna restrict our player, because we don't have any tile map collider or any collider 2D to these grass tiles. Let me jump top of that. Sorry, if we jump top of this, and we can see indeed it seems pretty much fine, and we can notice it our player seems it's like behind of our platformer ground, basically the grass style, and it's working fine. And you can create one for water. Basically you can select your level or the grid, right click on it, then go to 2D object, tile map, rectangular, and you can name it to something like water tile, and you can just place the water like we have done with the ground, platformer ground, and these back tiles. And the logic is same. So I hope you get the idea how you can do it, and you can just place your tiles in your way or in your own style. It's totally up to you. And I'm gonna override, so I'm gonna select my level or the grid. Let's go to overrides, apply all, so the changes will be saved. It's time to make camera follow. And to make the camera follow, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use the Cinemachine camera. And in order to use that, go over to window in the top, then go to package manager, choose Unity registry, scroll down to the bottom, and find out a Cinemachine. And you're gonna see a install button somewhere around here. So just click on install, and it's gonna install the Cinemachine camera in your project. And you can see I have the remove button, means I already installed it, so I can just go ahead and I can just cut this tab. And now to create the Cinemachine camera, go to hierarchy, right click, then go to Cinemachine in the bottom, then targeted cameras in the bottom you can see, and then choose this 2D camera. So the first thing, go over to the Cinemachine camera, then targeted cameras, and then 2D camera. And now it's gonna add a Cinemachine brain component to our main camera. So if we select our main camera, we can see a component gets added, Cinemachine brain, and this component basically it's gonna give instruction to our main camera. This Cinemachine camera, you can see in the hierarchy, it's gonna give instruction to our main camera what it's actually really need to do. Let's suppose this player is moving left and or right, then Cinemachine camera just gonna give instruction to this main camera to move with our player. If we just want to make the camera follow, so the main camera just gonna follow our player. So that's why this Cinemachine brain component added to this main camera. So so this camera over here, which is the Cinemachine one, gonna able to give instruction to our main camera. And to make the camera follow, choose your Cinemachine camera, and then over here tracking target, and it says non-transform. So take your player and drag it there, and as soon as we drag it, we can see by now it's gonna follow our player. As you can see, our main camera is going left and right with the player and in the Y as well, because this Cinemachine camera is giving instruction to our main camera. And inside Cinemachine camera, we just drag it our player inside this tracking target slot. Means we want to follow our player. If you want to follow any game object, then you have to drag it here, and you can play around with the zoom. You can go to lens, and I'm gonna make the orthographic size something around this much. Basically I want to make it a little bit zoom out, so I'm gonna go ahead and I will choose something around 60 unit. So let's do 6. 6 seems pretty much fine, I guess. So 6 seems pretty much fine, and you can play around with the component over here and then these attributes. So what we will do, we will go over to the Cinemachine position composer component, I guess. So let's check the name of it. So I'm going to right click on it and then properties, and I can see the component name, which is the Cinemachine position composer. So I'm gonna cut this tab, and I can just play around over here, and we can play around with the dead zone. So if I increase the dead zone, we can see, so this area inside your game view, as you can see, if we try to move inside this area, our camera not gonna follow our player at all. But once we surpass this area, we can notice our main camera, or the main camera basically start following our player, and we doing the same thing in the Y. I don't want to do it in the Y, so dead zone in the Y size I'm gonna set back to 0. And if we set back to 0, we can see by now our main camera just following our player in the y axis, you can see, and there is no dead zone. But we can see this outline vertically. This area basically means the dead zone. It means how much we try to just move left and right within this area, our camera not gonna follow at all. And we can increase the value dead zone size in the X. We can make it something like 0.1. We can make it bigger, something like 0.5. I guess I'm gonna go with 0.1, and 0.1 seems a great number. I'm gonna choose something like 0.14, just like that. And 0.14 seems perfect, and I guess it's fine. And we can play around with the tracking target target tracking target offset. If you want to move your main camera a little bit to the right direction, then you can increase the value. So tracking target offset in the X, I'm gonna make it something this much, like the 3 or 2. Let's make it something around 2, and we can see we get a little bit offset in the x-axis, and we can do in the y. I'm not gonna do in the y, but what I really want to do, I just want to drag my main camera or the Cinemachine one basically vertically a little bit up, so we can just drag it somewhere around here, just like that, you can see. So I'm gonna go ahead with 1.5, and target offset in the X, I'm gonna choose something like 2.5. 2.5 or a really a great number, so let's do something like 3, and 3 seems pretty much fine. And I'm gonna make the date zone 0.1. So 0.1 seems pretty much fine by I guess I'm gonna choose 0.15. So 0.15, and 0.15 is pretty much great. And you can just play around, and if you don't want the smoothness, the camera smoothness, and you just want to follow your player rigidly, then you can just make the damping in the X to 0, and you can do the same thing in the Y. And now we can see our camera following our player rigidly, which I really don't want. So I'm gonna choose damping in the X back to 1, and damping in the Y back to 1, just like that. And we can just ignore the Z, it doesn't, and we can go ahead with the look ahead as well. Look ahead time, so this is our look ahead time. You can see I'm gonna uncheck, I'm not gonna play with this. So just play around with these settings, and you're gonna get that how you can just make the awesome camera follow without writing a single line of code by using Cinemachine camera. So I hope you get the idea. And we do know that whatever changes we made inside play mode, it will not be saved. So we have to keep remember these numbers. Instead of remembering this number, what you can simply do, you can simply right click on the component and then click on this copy component. And once you are out of play mode, we can see the number gets back to big stack back to the number where it was. So it's get back to that numbers. But we do know that we just want the settings that we done inside play mode, so we have to paste over here. So how we can do that? We can just right click on the component once again, and then we can just click on this paste component values. And as soon as we do that, we can see it's now doing that thing. I think in the Y, and we have to zoom out a little bit. So we need to go over to orthographic size, and we saw that inside play mode it was around 6, and it makes the perfect look. So I'm gonna set back to 6, and now this seems pretty much fine. And if you want to get light blue color like this, you can choose any other game object in the hierarchy to get that thing off. And we can play around, and it should be safe. So let's check our game quick, and now we can see this is pretty much fine. And the camera movement is really amazing, and we done the main thing. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm going to take my Cinemachine camera, and I will drag it in the top so I can see all the time. Or we can create another game object to keep our hierarchy clean. So let's create an empty game object, and we will drag our main camera and the Cinemachine camera there to keep our hierarchy clean. So let's do it quickly. So we will go to hierarchy. Let's create an empty game object, and I'm gonna call it something like cam, or let's call it camera. And I will reset the transform. Let's drag it in the top so we can notice all the time. And I'm gonna select my Cinemachine camera and the main camera by holding down control, and let's drag it top of that. And we can just click here to collapse at 1, and we can see by now our hierarchy seems a lot more clean. And if you want to make the prefab, you can do it. So you gonna have the restore thing. It's totally up to you how you want. I'm just gonna leave it like this. Let's drag some backgrounds into our scene view as well as in the game view basically. So I will head over to my assets, sprites. I will move over to my environment folder, fantasy, and you can see I have BG1, BG2, and BG3. So let's select them and drag them one by one into this in view. So I'm going to drag it into this in view or into hierarchy. So let's drag it into the scene view one by one. So I'm gonna drag it there, and let's take this one. As you can see, now it seems fine, but the problem is that is like it's in front of everything. We need to make sure this background, this middle background, first background, and the third background should be behind of all of these things, as compared to all of these things like clear grass and backstops. So we're gonna create some sorting layer. So the first thing, I'm gonna create an empty game object. So let's go to hierarchy, let's right click, let's create an empty game object, and I will reset the transform, and let's call it something like background. So let's call it background, and I can choose an icon for that as well. And we're gonna take, instead of calling bg underscore 3 underscore 0, I'm gonna call it bg3, and let's call this one bg2, and let's call this one bg1. Let's call it bg1, just like that. And now we're going to create some sorting layer. So let's click on add sorting layer, and we will create 3 sorting layer for each of these background. Let's click on this plus icon, and we're going to create, let's call this one bg3. Let's create for bg2, let's create one for our bg1. And now we're gonna take, and let's drag it all the way behind. I'm gonna drag my bg3 all the way behind, then bg2, and in front of it we have the bg1. And now let's assign with the sorting layer. But the first thing, I'm gonna select all of this, and I will reset the transform, and then I'm gonna select bg1, bg2, and bg3, and I'm gonna drag it top of this background game object which I recently created to keep it in organized way. And now we're gonna assign this bg3 with bg3 sorting layer, then bg2 our bg2 sorting layer, and this bg1 with our bg1 sorting layer. And now we can see it's pretty much fine, but however it seems way small. So the first thing, we need to make the pixel per unit a less number. So I'm going to select all of the bg backgrounds. I'm going to select all of them, sorry, all of them. Let's make the pixel per unit something around 32. Filter mode to point, no filter, apply, and it should be fine. Let's take a quick look on this, and now it seems bigger. So we can just manually select, let's choose the move tool, and we can just drag it up, but I think it still seems way small. So I'm gonna make the pixel per unit number less. So let's make it something around 12, and then apply, and now it is fine. And I'm gonna take my bg1, let's drag it up a little bit, something just like this. And then bg2, let's drag it up in the y-axis, then this bg3, as you can see. And we can just let's make it pixel per unit 16, instead 16, or let's make it 20. I'm gonna make it something around 20 to cover all of the space. And I'm gonna drag it a little bit down, something like this much, I guess. This much seems pretty much fine. Then in the y-axis we basically drag it in the we dragging in the bottom. And now I'm going to take my bg3. What I really basically want to do, I just want to duplicate this background, and I'm going to flip in vertically. So I will select all of this background, then I'm going to press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's move it up in the y-axis, and I want to flip vertically. So I'm going to choose my bg and 3, sorry, let's go with the first one, bg and 1 and 1, and let's flip in the y-axis. So we will go to sprite renderer, flip, and we're going to check this y, and make sure it just adjust, you just adjust it perfectly. So still there is a space between this background, so I'm going to make it something like 24. So let's do 24. 24 still seems there is a small gap, so we can scroll our mouse to zoom in. Let's make it something, let's make it, so this will be 23.5 or something around 8 we can do. So let's put it 8, I guess. 8. So let's put 8, and we can see seamlessly it's basically synchronized, or you can simply assume. And I'm gonna do the same thing for bg2, bg2 and bg3. So in the y, firstly I'm gonna flip, and in the y I'm gonna say 25.8, 25.8, or I don't know what was that. Sorry, this is not 28.5. Basically we're gonna drag it a little bit down. For this will be 24.8, 24.8, just like that. And if you hardly able to notice, then you can disable the first background. So I'm going to choose bg1, this bg1 and bg inside this one, and I'm going to disable it. And I'm going to choose the second background, and I just want to make sure it just fill the gap. So we're gonna make it a little bit down. So let's make it 24.5. Let's go with 25.677, and then 8. So 7 would be fine, and we can see indeed 7 is fine. And now I'm gonna choose bg2, and let's disable them. And now we're gonna choose our vg3. Let's drag it a little bit down. So let's make it something like 24.6, 6 or 8. Let's do it 9, and 9 seems pretty much great. So now I'm gonna say, I'm gonna elevate all of the backgrounds, and make sure you just choose the duplicate one and then drag it top of the first one. And I'm gonna do the same thing for all of this background, as you can see. And now we can just duplicate them, and it's already filled. So let's choose all of the background, and I'm gonna move it a little bit to the right direction, and we can see it's already cool. And I'm gonna select all of them once again. Basically what we can do, we can just select the child one. So you can just click over here, and you can hold down control on your keyboard in order to select the child one, or you can select the first one instead, all of this, and you can press down control D to duplicate, and we're gonna move it to the right direction, just like this, just like this. And we just want to flip it, to the left direction. So what we can simply do, we can just check this one in order to flip. So let's do that, uh, and we're gonna drag it top of the first one. And you can just play around in order to flip this background in the x-axis as well in the y-axis, or vertically, to make it cool, as you can see. So so you can just do that to make it amazing. And I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. And you can see that I have expanded my level a lot to the right direction. Even I'm gonna make it a little bit more in the right direction, and I'm going to choose all of the backgrounds, and I'm going to drag it a little bit down. And let's play our game with taking damage, and I'm going to fix that later, that enemy. And you can see I already expanded my level much more. And what we want to have now, we're gonna have parallax effect. And in order to add parallax effect, first thing we need to choose orthographic to perspective. So basically go over to your main camera. So we're gonna choose our main camera in the hierarchy, then go over to camera component, and over there projection to choose perspective. And now it's gonna do the parallax. But if we go ahead and play our game, we're not gonna see any changes at all. I'm gonna show you. So let's have a quick look on this. So if I try to move left and right, you can see there is no parallax effect. So basically what we really have to do, we need to drag our background, we need to drag our background at some certain level in the Z axis. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. In this view, in the top bar, you're gonna see 2D. So just click on it, so you will see in 3D. and you can hold down Alt on your keyboard and you can move your mouse to look around. So what we basically need to do, we need to drag our background in the Z axis in order to make the parallax effect. To do that, I will go over to my background and I'm gonna choose my BG3 or the last background, and I'm gonna drag it in the Z axis far away from my player or from this main camera in order to make it a parallax. So I'm gonna drag my third background in the Z axis something around 10 unit, and then I'm gonna choose the second background and I'm gonna move it in the Z axis something like 7 unit, and I can do this for this first, and I'm gonna move it something like 3 unit. So let's move it something like 4, just like that. So if you drag any background, you can see that we drag it the last background far away from main camera. So if you drag any background far away from your main camera, that means that background will move slowly as compared to which one is close to our main camera. So the second background is close to our main camera, so this second background just gonna move a little bit fast as compared to the last one, but the first background is way closer to our main camera. It means the first background just gonna move faster than the second. First background will move than the second one, which is basically the middle background. And if you want to go back into the view, then you can click on the 2D in the top bar inside your scene tab to go back in 2D, and by now we should see. And for now I'm gonna disable the first and the second enemy, so I'm gonna choose my petrol enemy and this enemy one. Let's disable it for now because we just want to check its move. And indeed we can notice by now the parallax effect. Our this first background, basically this one, moving faster as compared to which one is far away from our main camera, and we can notice the difference, and you can just play around with it, and I hope you get the idea. And what I basically have to do, I need to make the background pixel per unit a less number, even more less number. So you can just play around with it. So I'm gonna make the pixel per unit number a less of this background. So I'm gonna go with something around 16 or 12. I'm gonna go with 12, and let's go with 12. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag it far away. So I'm gonna choose the third background, and in the z-axis I'm gonna move it something like 15. Then I'm gonna choose the second one and I'm gonna move it something like 10 unit, and then I'm gonna choose the first one and I'm gonna move it something like 6. Let's 6, or let's do it 7, just like that. And we getting some weird thing because we just played around with the pixel per unit number, so we have to adjust the top backgrounds. So if I go over to my pg1, then select the first pg, we need to adjust. So we're gonna drag it in the y-axis a little bit up, and make sure you just adjust between this background, and make sure there is no space between these individual backgrounds. So in the y we can just make it something like 33.5. 5 seems 3, so I guess 3 or 4, 4 not 3, we can go with 3. And 3 still seems like there is a so we can just go with 2, and 2 seems perfect. And you can do the same thing with the second background. So I'm gonna choose my the first one, and if I press down if, and I have to adjust over here as well. So I can simply the copy in the y. So I'm gonna right click copy, and I can just select the second one, and I can just click on it. I'm gonna right click and then paste. As you can see now it's done. And I will disable my first background now, and I'm gonna choose the second one, and let's drag it in the y as something around. So we're gonna take a closer look. So we're gonna make it something like this much. So let's do it 33.2, just like that. And we're gonna we're gonna copy this and we're gonna paste it to the second one, and we can just press down F to focus on it. Let's right click, we're gonna click on it, or you can just select like this and you can just right click on it and then paste, and that's all you have to do. And once you're done, you can just disable the second background in order to look forward to the last background or the third background. So in the Y, I'm gonna drag it a little bit up, something like this much. So we're gonna take a closer look. So in the Y, we're gonna do 33.2 and we're gonna right click. So firstly we're gonna select, copy, and then I will go to the second one and let's paste there, just like that. And we can see by now it's already seems cool. And once you satisfied, then you can enable the second and the first background, and make sure you just turn it into a prefab so you will have the copy. Instead of selecting individually, we're gonna select the parent which we created. So that is the reason we created the parent first, and right after it we just drag it our backgrounds top of that, so we can just keep our hierarchy clean and the project. So I'm going to select my background in the hierarchy, and let's turn this into a prefab. So the first thing, I'm gonna create a subfolder inside my prefab folder for this stuff. So I'm gonna right click, create prefabs, and I'm gonna call this one other underscore prefabs, just like that. And let's drag it there to turn it into a prefab. To make collectible items, I'm gonna head over to my assets sprites folder, and then I will navigate to my collectibles folder, and I already slice it as you can see. So basically make the pixel per unit something around 16, filter mode to point no filter, then apply, and slice it by create by cell count. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the green one and I'm gonna drag it in my scene view. You can select any of them, it's totally up to you. But before you do that, let's firstly do this step. So I'm gonna select this green, let's drag it into the scene view or into our hierarchy. So let's select that, and I'm gonna call this one something like green gem, something just like that. And um, we're gonna make the animation. So let's select all of the individual sprite, let's drag it top of this green gem in the hierarchy. I will navigate to my assets folder, animation, other animation folder, and I'm gonna place the animation over here, and I'm gonna call it green underscore gem, just like that. And if we navigate to our animation tab, inside animation tab and hit play, we can see the signing animation clip, and that seems pretty much fine. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna assign this green gem with a tag, so we can so this player will know this is a collectible items, and we need to collect that. So we're gonna click on this untag in the inspector, let's click on add tag, and we're gonna create a new tag for this one. So let's hit this plus icon, and we can call it something like green gem, and let's save it and assign with the tag which you recently created. And also we're gonna add some components to this green gem. So I'm gonna click on add component, and first thing I'm gonna add a rigid body 2D, and I will set the gravity type as body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to gravity. Collision detection to continuous, interpolate to interpolate, and that's all we have to do. And and also we need to attach a collider 2D for collision detection. Let's click on add component, and we're gonna add a circle collider 2D or a polygon collider 2D, but basically it's up to you which collider you just want to add. And make sure you select the collider and then check this is trigger as checked, because we just want to check with the trigger. And we're gonna click on this edit collider right here, and we can click here as well, and we just gonna make the size to fit. So we're gonna drag it inside a little bit, just like this. Let's drag it somewhere over here, and I guess this is fine. And once we satisfied, we just done. And now we can just make this one a prefab. So let's turn it into a prefab. So I will head over to my prefabs folder, then other prefabs, and I'm gonna drag my green gem there to turn it into a prefab. And now we need a way in order to collect this green gem. So we're gonna create a script in order to collect this. So let's create a script. So to do that, I will navigate to my project tab, assets, then a script folder. Let's right click, go create, go scripting, and choose mono behavior script. And you can name that script to something like collect collectible items or whatever. And you can see I have already created the script inside my scripts folder. So I'm gonna attach this script to my player game object. So I'm gonna attach this to my player game object. So let's drag it there, and we're gonna open this up script by double clicking on it. And what we will do, we just gonna remove the start and the update function inside that script. So I will go ahead and I will remove the start and the update function, but we do need a function in order to check basically the trigger. So we're gonna use this on trigger enter 2d function. So let's use this function which is on trigger. So we're gonna include this function called on trigger enter 2d. And we do know that this function get call when we trigger with something, and we can extract information by taking this collision variable right over here, the argument. So what we will do over here, we just want to check whatever we trigger it with, if that game object has a tag called green gem. And if we go to Unity editor, we can see we assigned this green gem as a green gem tag. In the inspector we can see. So if that is the case, that means we need to collect. So the first thing what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a variable in order to see how many we collected so far. So we're gonna make a variable, and we're gonna make this one public because I just want to access through another script. So sorry, another class. So we're gonna make a public in, and we can call it something like coins, or let's call it coins or current coins. And over here, before we trigger or add 1 unit to our coins, I just want to check. So let's use the if condition, and we're gonna check that if collision. So we're gonna type if collision dot game object, and collision dot game object over here basically means the game object we trigger it with, and we definitely gonna trigger with that green gem. So collision dot game object right over here basically means that green gem. And now we're gonna access the tag dot tag, and we will check if the tag is equals to our green gem. If that is the case, it means we just trigger it with the green gem. So we can add our coins. Top of these coins by default it's gonna be 0. So top of that we just want to add 1 unit. So coins, so top of that parameter coins plus equal 1 unit, I'm gonna attach basically add. So we just we basically adding 1 unit. And after that we need to make sure we destroy the coin, sorry, not coins, basically the gems. I really apologize. Instead of calling coins, I'm gonna call it green gem. So I'm gonna select that. So you can select like this, and you can press down Ctrl plus RR twice on your keyboard in order to change everywhere. So instead of calling coins, I'm gonna call it green gems, just like that. And then we're gonna hit this apply button, and now you can see I just changed the name. And I'm sorry that I'm just pronouncing that one in a wrong way. Instead of coin, that will be the green gems. So we also need to destroy that green gem. To destroy, we're gonna use the destroy function, and it's gonna take the game object. So we're gonna pass collision dot game object, means the green gem game object. Underneath our collect script we can see green gems, and by default it's 0. So let's collect this one, this green gem. We should see it's green gem just gonna be 1 as soon as we're gonna collect. Let's collect this green gem, and we can see the green gems underneath our collect script is now 1, and also the green gem just get destroyed itself right away. And also we just want to show a effect once we're gonna collect. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna show an effect for it. For that I will head over to my sprites folder once again, then I will navigate to my collectibles folder, and I have the collect effect sprite sheet. So let's click on this open sprite editor, pixel per unit I'm gonna choose 16, filter mode to point, no filter, apply, and we're gonna slice. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6, so we have six column, so we're gonna put 6 column and 1 row, then slice and then apply. And let's select the first one, let's drag it into this in view, and instead of collect underscore 0 I'm gonna call it collect effect, or let's call it effect, sorry, I'm gonna call it collect effect. So let's call it collect underscore effect, just like that. And now we're gonna make the animation. Let's drag it top of this collect effect, and I will go to assets, I will go to assets, animation, other animation, and I'm gonna call this animation clip to collect underscore effect, just like that. And if we go to animation tab, select the collect effect, hit play, we can see the collect animation clip. And we also need to make sure this animation clip should not be looped at all. It should just play, it should play only one time. So we need to find where we place the animation clip. So in my case I will go to assets, inside my project tab, assets, animation, other animation, and I can see the collect effect animation clip over here. So I'm gonna choose that one, and let's uncheck the loop time. And also we're gonna make this collect effect in, we're gonna turn it into a prefab. So let's turn it into a prefab, and let's delete it from the scene view because we don't need, we only need to spawn it once we're gonna collect. But we also need to make sure once it's completing the whole animation clip. So I'm gonna double click on this collect effect prefab by opening it up inside prefab mode. And if I choose the animation tab, we can see something like after 0.10 second, sorry, 0.10, 1 second is somewhere over here. So like 0.4 or 0.5, it's completing the whole animation clip. So after this period of time, we also need to make sure we destroy the collect effect. And to go back inside scene view, in hierarchy in the top left side you can see the back arrow, so just click on it to go back. And now we need a reference to that effect, which is the collect effect we can see over here. So we need a reference of this game object, and after that we can just spawn it. So let's open up our collect script, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make a variable for it. So we're gonna make a serialized field, we're gonna make a serialized field, private, and that is a game object itself. So we're gonna type a game object type variable, game object, sorry, this will be game object, and let's call it something like collect effect prefab, effect underscore prefab, just like that. And now we need to show, or we need to spawn, and before we destroy the green gem we just want to show. And in order to show we have to use this instantiate function, which basically just gonna spawn that. So we're gonna spawn this collect effect prefab, and the second variable, it's gonna take the position. So we want to spawn it from the center position of this green gem. So we can simply pass we can simply pass collision dot game object dot transform dot position, transform, I really apologize, it's lagging too much, transform then dot position, transform dot position. So what we're simply doing, we just going over to collision dot game object, means our green gem. So we're going over to this green gem, then this transform, and then accessing this position of this green gem, which is basically the center position of our green gem. And the third parameter, we're gonna pass quaternion dot identity, means no rotation at all, because we don't want any rotation. So we're gonna put quaternion dot identity. And now we just spawned this collect effect prefab at this position of our, basically the center position, from center position green gem with no rotation, as you can see. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna put it into a container that we spawned. So in our case, we spawned this collect effect prefab, so we're gonna put it into a another container, or you can think of into a another variable, and the variable type just gonna be a game object type, and we can call it something like tame collect effect prefabs. Sorry, we're gonna call it tame and temporary, tame short for temporary, tame, let's call it simply tame equal to this, just like that. So we stored that collect effect prefab inside this tame container, or the variable, or you can think of the parameter. So we also need to destroy this tame, and we need to destroy it after like 0.5 seconds, because the collect effect prefab just completing the whole animation clip after 0.5. So after that amount of time, we just want to destroy at all where we store it, or the container simply. So we're gonna use the destroy function. So as a first parameter, it's gonna take the game object, so I'm gonna pass my time, and the second variable we can specify the time, so like 0.5f, just like that. So collect effect prefab slot says empty none game object, so I'm gonna take my collect effect prefab, let's drag it there, so we're gonna have the reference. Now if we collect this, we should see the collect effect, and indeed the collect effect gets spawned at the center position of our green gem, and also we can see the green gem just increases by 1 unit, and it's working fine. And you can do the same thing with other collectible items, because I'm gonna have the other one, and you can assign the other one as something else tag. Instead of green gem, you can call it, you can just assign it with some other tag, by clicking, you're gonna see untag, so just click on that, then click on add tag, create a new tag, and assign with the tag which you just want to assign, with. So you can do that, because I'm gonna have, and I'm not gonna show you, because that just gonna be a little bit task for you to do that. Let's make the heart. Once we're gonna collect it, we just want to increase the player health. To do that, I'm gonna head over to my project tab, then I will navigate to my collectibles folder, and I'm gonna select this one. I'm gonna select this one. Of course, I will have it inside resources, or you can find in the description. So I'm gonna select, and I'm gonna drag it into the scene view or into a hierarchy. Let's drag it into scene view, and I'm gonna rename it to something like heart. Let's call it heart, and we're gonna make the animation quickly. So let's select all of the individual sprite. Let's drag it top of this heart game object in the hierarchy. Then we will go to assets, animation, other animation, and I'm gonna call this animation clip heart. I already have a animation clip called heart, so I'm gonna choose that one, because I just want to replace, and then I'm gonna click on this save, and it says, do you want to replace the existing one? Yes, I do want. So I'm gonna click on this yes button, and if we choose our heart and then navigate to our animation tab, we should see the animation. So if I go to my animation tab, hit play button, we can see the animation clip. And now we're gonna add some components to this heart, so let's add them. So let's click on this add component, and we're gonna add firstly a rigid body 2D, and we will set the body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to gravity. Collision detection to continuous, interpolate to interpolate, and let's add one more component for collision detection. So I'm gonna click on this add component, and I'm gonna add a circle collider 2D. You can add any collider 2D, it's up to you, and make sure you just check the is trigger as check, because we just want to check with trigger. And I'm gonna make the radius something around 0.4, 4 5, let's make it, or 4 6, I guess 4 7 would be fine. So 0.47 is nice. And also we want to tag this heart as a heart tag, so we're gonna click on this untag, add tag, and let's hit on that plus icon, I already created the tag, so click on this plus icon, create a new tag and name it to something like heart. I already have it, so I'm gonna just assign with the tag which is the heart one. Now I assign it this heart as a heart, and if I select my player, I just want to increase the max health once we're gonna collect this hard game object and hard game object. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna first thing we're gonna turn it into a prefab. So we're gonna have a copy of it, and let's I already have this heart. I'm gonna delete that one. Sorry, I'm gonna right click and let's delete that one, and I'm gonna select this heart. Let's click on delete and let's drag it over to that folder, and now we just turn it into a heart. And let's open up our player script where we're triggering. So I'm gonna do it inside my player script, and we're gonna use the function call on trigger enter 2D. So I'm gonna scroll down and let's find out the function, and if we haven't included then we have to, and we already have the on trigger enter function we can see. So over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna check what we trigger it with by taking this collision parameter. So make sure you include this function, and you can ignore this line of code over here. So what we trigger it with, if that game object has a tag called heart, it means that we just trigger it with the heart game object. It means that we need to increase the max health. So what we gonna do, we're gonna use the if condition. So let's use if condition, and over here we will check that if collision dot game object dot tag. Collision dot game object means the game object we trigger it with, and definitely we're gonna trigger with that hard game object. Then we accessing the tag as you can see, and we're gonna say take equals to if it's hard, and make sure you just do it inside this quotation mark. So it means that we just trigger it with this hard game object. So what we need to do, first thing we just gonna increase the max health. So we're gonna increase by 1 unit, something just around 8, and after that we need to destroy this heart as well. So first thing we will increase the max health. So top of our max health we just gonna add 1. So plus plus means adding 1, or you can use plus equal plus something just like you can use plus equal 1 means adding 1, or we can simply type this plus plus. It also means the same thing. And after that we need to destroy the heart. So after increasing the health we're gonna destroy. So let's use the destroy function, and it's gonna take the game object. So we're gonna pass collision dot game object means the heart game object. Now if I trigger with this heart, so as you can see we just trigger it and we destroyed the heart right away. And if I check my player script, we can see the max health is now 4. So we increasing by 1 unit, and then we destroying. And also I want to show an effect once I'm gonna trigger with that. So I'm gonna show you I'm gonna show that as we have done with this green gem. So we're gonna do the same thing. And also I want to do one more thing, is that once we reach it the max health limit, so I'm gonna set a max health limit. And if we cross that limit, if basically we don't want to cross that limit, we just want to make sure if we are less than or equal to that limit. If that is the case, only then we're gonna collect this heart, else we're not gonna collect, because the max health reached the max limit. So we're gonna create a variable for it. And also we need to show the collect effect, which we have the prefab inside our other underscore subfolder. You can see the collect effect. So we also need a reference of this, so we can show, and we're going to create a variable for our max health limit. So let's go to our script, and we will go to top of our class, and let's make couple of variables. So I'm gonna make it somewhere around here, and the first thing I can give it a title, or I can just leave it. Let's leave it like this. So we're gonna make a serialized field, private, and this will be float or int, I guess. So the max health is a integer type, so I'm gonna set this int variable, and we can call it something like max limit health. So let's call it max limit health. And if the spelling is wrong, I really apologize. and by default I'm gonna set something like 5 unit, something just like that. And also we need a reference to that collect effect prefab. So I'm gonna make another serialized field private, and that is a game object itself, which is the collect effect, and we can call it something like effect prefab. I'm gonna call it collect effect underscore prefab, just like that. And now we have this, and let's go to our let's go where we showing up the basically where we collecting the heart, we collecting over here. So before we collect and doing all of these things like increasing the max health, we just want to make sure we don't cross the limit, which is the max health limit or limit health that we created the parameter. So before we increase the limit max health, we just want to check. So let's use the if condition quickly, and over here we will put if max limit health if max health, if it's lesser than or equal to max limit health. If that is the case, it means that we not crossing at all. Basically the max health is equal to or lesser than this max health limit. It means we are ready to collect because we didn't cross it the limit. So we're gonna take this line of code like increasing the health and destroying the collect. So I'm gonna press down Control X and I'm gonna paste it over here by Control V, not the collect, basically the collect effect prefab. So the if the max health is lesser than or equal to max health, so let's suppose the max health is something like 5 and max limit health by default we set 5, we do know. So the condition becoming true, true, that means we're gonna collect this max health. Basically we just gonna increase our max health, or we can what simply we can do, we can just set as lesser than, or we can just leave it like this. If that is the case, then we just increasing our max health. So the max health just gonna be 5. Sorry, we assume it wrong. We just need to assume 4. So 4 will be lesser than or equal to it will be lesser than this max health limit. So in that situation we increasing the max health. So the max health was 4, so 4 plus 1 will be 5. Now the max health is 5, and 5 is lesser than or equal to this max health limit. We still increasing max health, which will be 6, and now the max health over here is 6, and 6 is not lesser than or equal to the max limit health, which was 5. So 6 will be greater than or greater than max limit health, or greater than 5. So this condition just gonna break out, it's gonna break. So that's why we're not gonna increase the health at that time anymore once we reach the max limit health. So that is the thing. I hope you get the idea. We just assume it, and now we also need to make sure we just show the effect. And to show the effect we have to use the instantiate function we do know in order to spawn. So the first parameter, it's gonna take the game object, so in our case that collect effect prefab. And the second thing, it's gonna take the position. So we're gonna pass collision, sorry, we will pass collision dot game object dot transform dot position. It means we just going over to that heart game object, then going over to transform component of that heart, and then accessing the position of our heart, means the center position of that heart game object itself. And the third argument, sorry, I'm gonna press down Control Z to undo, comma, sorry, sorry, I really apologize. And the third argument, it's gonna take the rotation. So you're gonna pass quaternion dot identity. It means no rotation at all. And now what we have to do, we also need to ensure that we delete this collect effect prefab what we spawn it after some period of time, or else our game just gonna handle too many game objects. So at some certain point our game game will be laggy, the frame rate will the frame rate will go down. So we need to make sure. So we also need to destroy this collect effect prefab after some period of time. So the first thing, we're gonna put it into a container or a variable, that collect effect that we spawn it, and that's going to a game object variable type or the container. and we can call it short for temp or temporary. And now we store it inside this temp variable. Now we can destroy this one. So we can destroy it after once the collect effect completing the whole animation clip. And to check the animation clip, I will go to Unity. Then I'm gonna double click on this collect effect prefab. And if I select the collect effect in the hierarchy, go to animation tab. So I guess it's completing the 0.5. So I'm gonna check with once we collecting our that green gem, and we can see after 0.5 second we just completing the whole animation clip. And this one was for the green gem, and we also show it the collect effect prefab, we can see. So we can simply copy this line of code and we can just paste it there. So after like 0.5 second we can destroy that collect effect. So destroy that, we're gonna use the destroy function. Really apologize. Destroy function. Now it's gonna take the game object, so in our case that will it be time where we store it. And the second parameter we can specify the time, so I'm gonna put 0.5 2f, something just around it, because after this period of time the collect effect just completing the whole animation clip. So if I choose my player script, I can see the max limit health I just set it 5. So I'm gonna set it to something like 4 unit. And collect effect, let's drag it the collect effect prefab slot to our collect effect prefab. So now let's see, I'm gonna select this heart and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. And the max limit health I have chosen 4. And the health, we can see the max health is 4 unit. Sorry, I'm gonna set it to 4. Sorry, I'm gonna set it back to 3. And I'm gonna duplicate this heart couple of times by Control D. So I'm gonna duplicate couple of times to just make sure how it's working. And we should not collect more than one. And let's see what's gonna happen. I'm gonna choose my player and hit this play button. So now if I collect the first heart, we can see the max health is 4. And we also seen that we saw the collect effect thing. And if I try to collect the third one, we can see the max health is now 5. And we not able to collect the third one because the max health is now 5. And we did a wrong thing, that we need to set lesser than or equal to, sorry, we need to set lesser than, we just set equal to. So over here, from here we can just remove that equal, and that would be pretty much fine. Now our player should not cross this limit, which is the max limit health 4, and the max health we can see is 3. So we should able to collect the first one, not the second and the third one, because if we collect the first one, then max health gonna be something like 4. And the max limit health we already set it to 4 unit. So let's try to collect first one, and we just able to collect the first one. And if we try to collect the second and the third one, we are not able to do that, because the max limit, the max health already reached 4 unit, and the max limit health is 4 unit. So that is the reason. And you can just set it to any number that you would like to go with. I'm gonna go with 10 units. So I'm gonna set this max limit health to something like 10 unit. And also the max health I'm gonna increase a bit. I'm gonna set it to something like 5 unit. And I will go to overrides and then apply all. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. And to keep my hierarchy clean, I'm gonna create a collectibles game object, a empty parent game object. So I'm gonna go over to my hierarchy, let's right click, create an empty game object, and I will reset the transform. And let's call this game object to something like collectibles, something just like that. And I'm gonna select all of this. Let's drag it top of this collectibles, and we can just click here to just collapse at once. So I hope you get the idea. And we're getting some error about the effect, and we need to make sure we just make the animation of our collect effect once again. And I'm gonna give it to you. Basically it's gonna be a assignment, a little assignment for you to do that, and then you can just do that thing. So I hope you get that idea, and you can follow the same procedure in order to make the animation of it. It's time to show how many hearts and the green gem we have collected so far. Basically, the health and collectibles item we need to show up in the UI instead of showing underneath our, basically underneath player script we can see, but however we need to show up in the UI so player will notice, whoever is playing our game, so he or she will able to notice that. So to make our collectible items UI, basically we need to create our canvas. Before we place all of the UI elements, we need to create our canvas first, and after that we can just place all of the UI items that we need to show. So go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go UI, then choose this canvas, and we're gonna select the canvas. Let's drag it in the top so we can see all the time, and let's select the canvas and we're gonna press down F to focus on it, and then go over to inspector, canvas scaler, choose UI scale mode to scale with the screen size, and in the X or in the width we're gonna choose 1920, and in the Y or in the height we're gonna choose 1080. 1080. But if you get a game in portrait mode, then you can just swipe this value, and it's basically that's it. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create an empty game object before we just place all of the UI elements, because I just want to keep my project clean. So I'm gonna choose my canvas first, and I'm gonna create an empty game object. So I'm gonna choose my canvas, let's right click on it, and I will create an empty game object, and I can call this game object to something like UI. So let's call it something like UI, and we need to make this game object size as the size of our canvas. So if we choose the rect tool in the scene view, we can see this game object size is way small, so we need to make it as the size of our canvas. To do that, go to rect transform, then click here and hold down alt on your keyboard, and then choose this bottom right one, as soon as we have chosen, we can see this game object get resized as the size of our canvas. And now we can just place the health slider and all of those stuffs one by one. So we created this empty game object first to just keep our clean, because we're gonna make this one prefab, so we will have the copy of it, and we don't need to make it from scratch, that like dragging canvas one by one. So we created an empty parent game object first to keep the logic clean. So that is the reason. And now we can just select our UI, and we're gonna right click on it, then go to UI and then choose this slider, and we can call this slider to something like health slider. So let's call it health underscore slider, we're gonna call it, and choose the rect tool in the scene view, and we're gonna hold down alt, so it's gonna resize from center. And we can go ahead, then click here, you can select the handle side area, and we can just delete that one, we don't need. And we also want to change the background and the slider. Basically, if I choose my health slider or the slider component, then make sure you go to slider component, transition we're gonna set it to none, navigation we're gonna set it to none. And after doing that, if you play around with the value, you're gonna get the white bar. So we're gonna set this. So the first thing, we just want to replace the background. So we will choose our background, and we can just drag the image over here, basically the sprite. For that, I'm gonna head over to my UI folder, and I'm gonna go over to these folders. So I can select any of these. So I'm gonna select this one, let's drag it over to the source image field, and we can see by now, however it seems like stretch inside, so we need to reset. So we can just click on this set native size. Sorry, as soon as we do that, it's basically gets like that. So what we will do, we can press down Ctrl Z to undo that thing. So you can press down Control plus Z on your keyboard in order to undo anything that you have done mistakenly already you have done it mistakenly. And now what we're gonna do, we need to resize. So we're gonna choose our health slider once again, and we're gonna hold down alt, so it's gonna resize from center. and we're going to choose the fill area and this fill color. So we're going to choose the fill area. Let's drag it inside just like this, and we can see that our the background seems blurry, basically the sprite. So we're going to choose the sprite and let's choose filter mode 2.0 filter in order to remove the blurry, and now we can see it's gone. And we're gonna resize our health slider to make it stretch, and we're gonna select our fill area. Make sure you choose the fill area, not the fill. So choose the fill area and we're gonna drag it inside somewhere around here, just like this, just like this. And we can just drag it a little bit. I'm gonna increase the size, the health slider size a bit, so we can hold down shift on our keyboard, so it will resize in the width and in the height with same portion with same portion, and just like that. And we're gonna choose our health slider once again and let's drag it inside a bit, just like this, as you can see. So make sure it just fill out. And if we choose our health slider, play around with the value, we can see it's filling out. So we're gonna choose our fill area once again. Let's drag it somewhere around here, and we're gonna choose this one. Let's drag it here, just like that. Just match it correctly. And also what we want, we just want to put a icon over here, a heart icon. So for that I'm gonna go over to that folder once again, and I have many hearts, so I can choose any of them. I'm gonna choose this one, and we're gonna click on this open sprite editor. So the first thing I'm gonna choose filter mode to point out filter, then apply, and we will choose game view once again. And you can choose the hill slider underneath your UI game object, underneath canvas in the hierarchy. So I'm going to choose my hill slider. Let's right click on it, then go UI, go image, and you can call this image to something like heart icon. I'm going to simply call it icon, and I want this always to the left as corner, left corner. So I'm going to drag it up, left corner, basically in the left side. I always want it to be there. To do that, make sure you go to rect transform, then click here, and we're going to hold down all and select this left corner, left corner. I guess this is the left one. Yes, left corner, bottom left, right. Okay, so left, choose, basically choose this one. I don't know, I really apologize if I'm doing many mistakes. So now I'm gonna choose my icon, and basically the icon or the image game object underneath my hill slider, and let's select that sprite and we're gonna drag it over to source image fill. And as soon as we drag it, it just changed it, and we can just hold down shift on our keyboard, so it will resize in the X and in the height with same proportion, as you can see, just like this much. I guess this seems pretty much fine, and this looks awesome. And we want this health slider always to be in the top left side, so we always want it to be over here in the top left angle. So to put it there, go to rect transform, and in this case make sure you choose the health slider, not this background or fill area or the icon, because we want this whole slider to be over here, top left angle. So we're gonna anchor it to the top left side. To do that, go to rect transform, then click here, and you're gonna hold down alt and choose this top left anchor one, and we're gonna drag it somewhere around here, just like that. And if we try to scale down our game screen or scale up, we can see the health slider getting resized as the size of our screen, and also we can see it's always staying to the top left side, and we can see. So that's why we have chosen the top left angle, and we can turn this health slider into a prefab. So let's turn it into prefab, this health slider, or we can simply select our UI game object. We just made the parent one, so we can select that one instead, and we can just drag it over to our prefab subfolder. So I'm gonna drag it inside my other prefab subfolder to turn it into a prefab. And now If I select my UI, delete it underneath my canvas, you can see it's gone. But we do know we just turn it into a prefab. So we can choose the prefab one, which is the UI, as we created the parent, and we can select that one and we can drag it top of this canvas, and as soon as we drag it, we can see the hill slider get restored inside our canvas. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And we're gonna do the we're gonna do the same thing for this green gem. And if we have multiple of them, like having yellow gem or something just like that, would like to give a huge shout out to Troll, Riavus Rivers, and One Night, and Eugen for their amazing support. I would also like to give a very special thanks to Zainab and Ahmad Soria Bimantara for their incredible support and contributions. Thank you all so much. Now we're gonna show up how many coins, how many green gems we collected so far. So we're gonna put a text. So let's select the canvas in the hierarchy, and I'm gonna select my UI underneath of it. Let's select the UI, let's right click on it, let's go UI legacy in the bottom, and then we're gonna choose this text, and let's call this text to something like green gem text. So I'm gonna call it green gem underscore text, just like that. And we can just increase the size, so we're gonna hold down all so to resize it from center. And let's go to text component, and let's make the font size something around 70 in order to make it bigger. I'm gonna make it 100. And font style, I'm gonna choose bold. Alignment, both of this I'm gonna choose center. And color, I'm gonna choose to something else. And if you have font, then you can just drag it over to the slots says font. You can just click on it and you can choose the font, or you can simply go over to your project tab, assets, and where you have the fonts, you can just simply drag it there. In my case, I'm gonna drag it this one. So I'm going to change with this one, or I can change with any of these, as you can see. So I'm going to go with this one, and I always want this text to be a start from the left side. So alignment, this one I'm going to choose the first one, so it's just gonna start from here. And we can call it something like text. So let's call it coin text. So coin text, or sorry, we already name it. I'm gonna put it 0 over here inside this text component, inside this text field, and we're gonna put it in the top left side. So to do that, we will go to rect transform, then we're gonna click over here, let's hold down alt, and we're gonna choose this top anchor one, top left anchor one, and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. And also we just want to have a icon somewhere around here for our green gems. So let's create an icon. So we're gonna select our UI once again, let's right click on it, let's go UI, and then we're gonna choose this image, and let's call this a green icon, or let's simply call it gem underscore icon, just like that. And I just gonna replace the source image so we can drag the sprite here. So I will navigate to my sprites folder, collectibles folder, and I have the icon over here. So I'm gonna select that one, let's drag it over to this source image, and as soon as we drag it, it just change it right away. And if it seems way small, then you can just click on the set native size, and it's gonna set the size. And also we want this icon to the top left side, so we will anchor it to the top left side, and let's drag it somewhere around here. And we're gonna choose the green gem text, let's drag it somewhere around here, just like that. And I guess it's fine. And we can just duplicate this one to create a X. We're gonna put it somewhere around here to make it more cool. So I'm gonna choose my this text once again, and I'm gonna press down Control D to duplicate, and let's put it over here. And instead of having 0, we're gonna have X, and I want this to be middle. So alignment, both of this I'm gonna choose middle, and let's drag it in between this icon and the text, something just like this. And I'm gonna make the font size something around 80 in order to make this one small, just like this. And I guess this is pretty much fine. And once you are satisfied, you can just go ahead and you can link up the link. And also I want to change the name. Instead of calling green gem underscore text 1, I'm gonna call it simply X, just like that. And once we are satisfied, then we can just go over to the parent one, overrides, and then apply all, and we just created. And now we need a way in order to communicate with the health of this player with the slider. And if we collect this green gem, then we want to increase it by 1 unit. So we need a way to communicate with our UI. We will link up our player health with the UI slider, and this also we're gonna also we have to make sure how many green gems we collected. We need to show inside this text the text that we created recently. If we select health slider and select this slider component and play around with the value, we can see it's going down and up. And I want to have whole numbers instead of having float numbers. So I'm gonna check this box one says whole numbers, and let's say I'm gonna set it something like 10. And now we can see by 1 unit we're gonna see, sorry, we need to set it to 10 over here. So the minimum value and the maximum value we can choose. So the maximum I'm gonna set it to something like 10. For now we're doing it manually inside this slider component. And we can see that if we increase it to 5, it's the health slider is half. And if we just make it 10, we can see it's now full. So we need a reference to this slider component, and we can just link up with our player health. So let's grab the reference. So we will open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and let's grab the reference. And make sure that you just include the namespace called using unity engine.ui. Why? Because this slider component is a UI element, so we need to include the using unity engine.ui. So we're gonna include this namespace called using unity engine dot ui. Why? Because this just gonna allow us in order to grab the reference slider component, add a component. So make sure whenever you working with UI, include this namespace. And now I'm gonna make the variable somewhere around here. So let's make a serialized field, private, and the component that we're looking for is a slider. So we're gonna type this slider, and we're gonna call it something like health underscore, I'm gonna call it slider, just like that. And now and make sure you and ensure that once you go over to Unity editor, you just drag the reference. And now I just want to set the value. If I select my health slider, I just want to set the max value of this slider component, so with my max health of my player game object. And also we need to set the value. So we will go to a start function. So a start function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, we're just gonna set. So we will go to health slider component. So let's go to health slider, and now we're gonna access the max value, and we will set equal to our max health of our player. And also we need to make sure we update the current value, or basically this value which we just playing around, this value. So we also gonna set that value. So we will go to health slider component once again, and now we're gonna access the value, and let's set equal to our max health. So let's suppose the max health we have chosen something like 10. So the max value we accessing, basically you can think of we just going over to this slider component and accessing this max value, and we setting equal to our max health. And we assume this max health is 10. So in this start of the game, this max value will be 10, as well as this value will be 10, as we assume the max health. And now we have to save our script, and we need to ensure that we just drag the reference. And we have to remember that because that is a crucial thing to do. Underneath my player script, I can see health slider and it says none slider, means empty. So I'm gonna take my health slider game object. Let's drag it there. Now we can see we have the reference of the max health slider. So if I choose my player script, we can see the max limit health is 10, and by default I'm gonna set the max health to something like, let's for testing purposes let's set it to 12, and also the max limit health I'm gonna set it to something like 12. And if we just go ahead, we should see this value, and the max value of the slider component should be 12, as we said our max health of player at 12 unit. So let's go ahead, we're gonna hit this play button, and indeed we can see the max value, and the value of the slider component is 12 unit. But however, if we take damages from enemy, let me take damage from this enemy, we're not able to notice this health slider is going down, basically this slider value. So what we need, once we taking damage, we need to make sure that we just set the current value of the slider component with our max health. So we will get out of play mode. So let's get out of play mode. Let's go to script, and let's go where we taking damage. So we taking damage over here. So what we need to do, we basically need to go over to this slider component, and then we have to access this value, and we're gonna set this value with our max health player. So over here we taking damage. So after taking damage, we will go to health slider component, and now we're gonna access the value, and let's set equal to the value with our max health. And let's suppose the max health is something like for now 5 unit. So this max health over here will be 5 as we assume it. So the value will be 5 because we directly setting it, as we can see. So this value should be 5, so it's gonna be 5. And if we can see, if we set it to manually 5, we can notice it's half now. And that's it. Let's start taking damage from this enemy, and we should see the update in the health bar. So let's take damage, and indeed we can notice the health slider is going down, and the value is going 8, then 7, 6, and it's becoming 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. And we can see it's now died. So I hope you get the idea that how you can update in the UI. So I hope you get the idea that how you can update the health of your player in the UI. And by default, manually we set 5 unit, as you can see. Basically the value we can set it to something like 2, 1, 7, whatever value. But once we're gonna start our game, it's gonna set with our player max health, because if we go to our start function, we're gonna notice that we just setting the value health slider max value and the current value with our max health. So it's gonna depend upon the max health unit. So max health I'm gonna set it to something like 10, and also the max limit health I'm gonna set it to 10, just like that. And if we choose our value of this slider component something like 4 unit, but as soon as we're gonna start our game, it should be full, because we just setting with our max health, and by default we have given, we can see, which is 10 unit. And instantly we can see the slider value. Sorry, we have done some mistake, I guess. We need to get out of play mode. So what we have, we done some mistake, and I guess the minimum value, and we have to make sure we will go to overrides and then apply all, and also this UI, then apply all. And let's check our game once again. And max health max limit health I'm gonna set it to 10 unit, and also the max health I'm gonna set to 10 unit. And let's check our game once again, and we can see that as soon as our game started, immediately this health slider just fill out with our max health unit, which is 10 unit. And if I choose my health slider component, we can see the max value and the current value is 10 unit, means it's working fine. But once we're gonna take damage from this enemy, we can see it's going down. And if I kill this enemy, then try to collect this heart, we should able to collect, and also it's gonna update in the UI. So let's collect them, and we can see it's not doing it or at all. Basically, once we collecting those heart, we not able to notice this health slider basically updating. However, if I select my player, we can see the max health again, it's gets back to 10 unit. So we also need to make sure we update in the UI once we're gonna collect those heart. So we need to make sure we do that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go over to my player script once again, and let's go there where we collecting our heart. So we collecting our heart over here, and we can see the max health is just increasing. We just increasing with this amount. So we also need to make sure we update in the health slider. So after increasing the max health of our player, we will go to health slider component, and then we can access the current value, and we will set equal to max health like we have done once we taking damage. So we basically done the same thing over here. As you can see, when we taking damage, we updating the cell health slider value, and now once we increasing the max health of our player, then we updating the current value of that health slider of our player game object. Let's just start taking damages from this enemy. We can see we taking damages, and now I'm gonna kill this enemy quickly. And if we try to trigger with this heart, basically collect this, and we can see indeed we just increasing the health, and it's working fine. We can see we can jump, and the dust effect getting spawned at the feet of this player game object. Everything is working fine, but however we need to work on the animation. I'm just getting some weird behaviors. I'm gonna get that. Basically I'm gonna do it, and I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And the next thing, we have to update the green gem as well. Also, we need a reference of this text element, which is the green gem text. So if I go over to my canvas, then UI, and then choose the choose this green gem underscore text, I'm gonna press down F to focus on it. So we need a reference to this text component. If we go to text component and change the value, we can see we can set it to 100, we can set it to 1000, we can set it to 8. So we need a reference in order to get that, and we're gonna connect with our how many gems we collected so far. So I'm gonna set back to 0, and if we select our player, then open up the collect script. So let's open that up. So green gems we can see 0. So the first thing, we need a reference to that text element, and that text element is a UI element, we do know. So we have to include a namespace called using unity engine.ui. So we will go to top of our class, and we're gonna include this namespace called using unity engine.ui. And now we are ready to grab the reference. So we're gonna make a serialized field. So let's make a serialized field private, and the component that we're looking for is a text. So we're gonna type this text, and let's call it something like gem text or green gem text. I'm gonna call it green gem underscore text, something just like that. And now what we have to do, we need to grab the reference. Underneath our collect script, we can see green gem text. So let's choose our green gem text, let's drag it over to that field, and now we can see we have the reference, and we are ready to access the text element. And we can see that we right over here, we increasing the green gems by 1 unit. So we need to update in the UI. So basically we need to update in the text as well. So we will go to green gem text, and now we're gonna access the text component. Sorry, we will go to green gem text. Sorry, we need to go over to our green green gem text, and now we're gonna access the text component of it, and let's set equal to our green gems, and close that up with semicolon. But this is a integer, and this one is a string value, so we need to convert this integer to a string. And to convert that, we can simply use dot to string function. So what we simply doing, firstly we going over to green gem text game object, then accessing the text component, and then setting equal to green gems. Simply we just going over to this green gem text game object, then accessing this text component and text component as you can see, and we setting equal to our green gems. Let's suppose the green gem something like 10, then this green gem text dot text will be 10 unit. Basically this one will be 10 unit as we assumed. So let's see the update. You can see I have duplicated few times this green gem text, and we basically have to collect them. So if I try to collect them for the first one, we can see its update in the UI, the text becoming one, the basically the green gem text. And if I collect the second one, it should be two. So let's collect, and indeed it's became two, and now three, and then four, depending upon how many green gems we have inside our game. And it's working fine, and we updating in the UI. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And once we loses all of our health, we also need to make sure we just make a game over screen and then retry the game, basically reload the game and doing all of the stuffs. So let me die first, and let's see what's gonna happen next. And we just died, and the health bar we can see it just goes down to 0, and the message just gets pop up inside our console tab says player died. So we need a game over screen and all of those things. Let's make the manu scene. We don't have it yet, so let's create that. So I'm gonna head over to my project tab, scenes folder. We can see already we have the sample scene, or which scene we are currently in, and we can rename this by clicking that, right click, and then rename in the top. And we can rename it to something like level 1. I'm just gonna leave it as sample scene. So to create a new scene, let's right click, let's go create, then we will go to scene, then scene, and let's call this one something like menu, something just like that. And we're gonna double click on this in order to move over to that scene. So we're gonna move over to, and inside this scene we can see in the hierarchy we only have the main camera. So I'm gonna choose my main camera in the hierarchy. Let's press down F to focus on it, and I want to change the background color. To do that, let's go to camera component, background, and I can choose any other color. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag my level, or basically the grid, into my hierarchy or the inside my scene. To do that, I will head over to my prefabs folder, other prefabs, and over here I'm gonna find out the level. If I don't have it here, then I will go to grid prefab and the level. So let's select that. When I drag it into the scene view or into our hierarchy, and I'm gonna do the same thing for backgrounds. So let's go to other prefabs. I'm gonna search for background. Let's drag it into the scene view. And also we want to use the Cinemachine camera inside this menu scene as well. So I'm gonna right click, let's go to Cinemachine, targeted cameras, and then 2D camera, 2D camera. And we need to make sure how much zoom we want to have. So what for that, I'm gonna copy the component, basically Cinemachine camera component, from that scene. So in our case that will be the sample scene. So the first thing, I will navigate to my scenes and then sample scene. So let's double click on this sample scene in order to move over to that scene. And it says that, do you want to save the changes you made in the menus, in the scenes menu? Yes, I want to save the changes that I have done so far inside my menu scene. So I'm gonna click on this save button. And now we just gonna head over to our sample scene. And if I go to my stuff, Cinemachine camera, then Cinemachine camera, we can see that vertical POV, which is 60. So we can just choose our of 60 something, just around it, basically the zoom out. So I'm gonna move over to my menu scene once again by double clicking on it, and I'm gonna take my Cinemachine camera and we're gonna zoom in. And what we can do, we can move our Cinemachine camera a little bit up. So for that, we will go to Cinemachine position composer component, and the targeted offset Y, we can just drag it, but we can do it. So we're gonna simply select our camera, let's drag it up, and we're gonna drag it somewhere around here. just like that, to keep it amazing. And now we just created our menu scene, and we can create the canvas right now to place the all of the UI elements. And we do know that to put buttons, panel, and all of those things, we need to create our canvas first. So we will go to hierarchy, let's right click, let's go UI, then we're gonna choose this canvas in the bottom, and let's choose our canvas, and we're going to press down F to focus on it. Then go to canvas scalar component and UI scale mode to choose scale with the screen size, and we're going to put in the X or in the width 1920, and in the height or in the Y we're going to choose 1080, just like we have done inside our sample scene, or in which scene we playing our game. But if your game in portrait mode, then you can just swipe this value. And now I'm gonna drag my canvas in the top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And now we can just go ahead and we can create the menu and the about menu and all of those stuff. So the first thing, I'm gonna choose my canvas. Let's right click on it. We will go to we're gonna create an empty game object first, because we're gonna make this one prefab, and to keep it clean as well with that. So I'm gonna call this one something like main menu, and we need to make sure we just make this game object as the size of our canvas. So we will go to rect transform, then we're gonna click here, and we're gonna hold down all, and let's choose this bottom right one. And we can see now, as soon as we have chosen, that game object gets resized as the size of our canvas. And now we can just go ahead and we can just create the panel and the button. So I'm going to choose our main menu. We're going to right click on it. Let's go to UI, and I'm going to choose this panel, and let's hold down all, so it's going to resize from center. And I'm going to change the source image of this. To do that, let's go to sprites folder, and I will go over to my UI folder, and then and over here I'm gonna choose any of these. I can choose, let's select that one, drag it into the scene view. Let's drag this one. We basically checking simple. This one seems perfect to us, and if it seems like this transparent, then click on this color, then drag the A in the bottom to the 255 all the way to the right side. And I'm gonna resize a little bit, so we're gonna hold down also, it's gonna resize from center. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna put a text somewhere around here, says something like menu or main menu. So we're gonna choose our panel, and we can call it something like background as when. Let's call it panel BG. So I'm gonna right click, let's rename, and I'm gonna call it panel BG, something just like that. And let's choose our panel BG. Let's right click on it. We'll go to UI, legacy, and then button. Sorry, we're gonna create the text first. So I'm gonna select the button. For now I'm gonna delete that. Let's select our panel, let's right click, let's go UI, legacy, and then text, and we're gonna increase the size of this text. Let's go to text component, font size I'm gonna make it something around 80, and color I'm gonna choose white, something just like that. And element I'm gonna choose both of this center, and font style I'm gonna choose bold, and we can choose any font and we can drag it here, or we can check with this. I'm gonna choose this one, and instead of calling new text, I'm gonna call it something like menu, something just like that. And we want to have this menu in the top. We're gonna anchor it in the top side, and it should be always right there. So to do that, we do know what we have to do. We will go to rect transform, and let's choose this top anchor one, and we're gonna resize a little bit, something just like drag it over here. And now we're gonna have the play button, about button, exit button, and all of those button. And I'm gonna call this header, or let's call it txt. or text. Let's choose our panel. Let's right click on it. Let's go UI legacy button. Sorry, we will go to UI legacy button, and I'm gonna call this button to something like play button. So this will be our play button. Let's call it play underscore button, something just like that. And we can just hold down all, and I want to change the background of this button, so we need to drag inside the source image. So I will go to this, let's drag it there, and let's hold down all, so it's gonna resize it from center just like this. And we need to make it bigger, the font size inside this button. So let's choose the text underneath our play button or the button, and let's make the font size something around 70. Color, I'm gonna choose something else. Font style to bold, and I'm gonna choose this font, this font, and let's call this font play, something just like that. And I'm gonna increase the button a little bit, the size of it. So we can hold down shift, so it's gonna resize it in the X and in the Y, or in the height with the same proportion. And we just always want this button from the bottom to the up. So we will go to wrap transform, so we're gonna anchor it from this here, and let's drag it somewhere around here. And let's duplicate this button a few more times to create the about button and the exit button. So let's choose our play button. We're gonna press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's drag it over here. And I'm gonna call this button to something like about button. So let's call it about underscore button, something just like that, button. And I'm gonna change the font, sorry, I'm gonna change the text inside this button. So I'm gonna call it something like about, and let's duplicate this button once again, and we're gonna call this button exit button. So this will be our exit button, exit underscore button, something just like that. And now we just rename it, and we need to make sure we just drag it perfectly from the bottom, I guess. And let's choose our exit button. Sorry, we have to change the text inside this exit button. So instead of calling about, we're gonna say exit, exit, just like that. And now let's turn this main menu into a prefab. So we're gonna have the copy of it, and we can just drag it anytime we want. So let's turn this into a prefab. So I'm gonna drag it inside my other prefabs folder. And if we select our main menu underneath our canvas, delete that, as you can see it's gone. But we can select our main menu from there, from that folder. So in my case, other prefabs, and then if I drag it top of this canvas, you can see all of the things gets restored instantly, because we just turn it into a prefab. And we're gonna do the same thing for about menu and other things. In order to build our game for PC, we will move over to top left file, build profiles, and we need to do some settings. So just wait. Click on this player settings in the top bar, and we're gonna change this company name to something else. Don't leave it to default company. I'm gonna name it to something like Prime Night, with basically with my YouTube channel, Prime Night YouTube channel. And the product name, I'm gonna just leave it to Rise. And you can choose an icon for your game, a default icon for your game. So you can just select by clicking over here, and you can choose the icon. For that, I'm gonna move over to my sprites folder, and for now I'm gonna cut this build profile tabs we don't need. We will go to sprites, and let's see some previews if we have. So I will move over to my environment, price, forest, legacy, fantasy, this one, free. And I can choose any of this. So I'm gonna choose this icon. Let's drag it there. So this is our icon, or I'm gonna choose something else. I'm gonna choose this one as an icon. Let's drag it there, and this seems pretty much fine. And if we go to icon section, we can see, for you can see the preview in the 1024 square. It's gonna look like this, as you can see, square. And we will go to resolution and presentation. We will leave it to full screen window, and you don't need to play around with it. Full And I'm gonna choose windowed instead of full screen window. I'm gonna choose windowed, but leave it to full screen window. And I just check this resizable window, resizable window. I'm gonna check it, but you can leave like this for testing purposes. I'm just doing it. So it's totally up to you how you want. And then we will go to splash image, and if we click on this preview, we can see inside our game view, we show our Unity logo, and after it the game just loaded up. And if you want to have a custom logo, then you can click on this plus icon inside this logo section, and you can just drag the logo, which logo you just want to show. So for that, I'm gonna head over to once again on my sprites folder, collectibles, and I can just choose any icon. So I'm gonna choose any icon from here. Let's suppose I'm gonna choose this cube. Let's drag it there. Sorry, not here. We're gonna just leave it to none. Instead, we need to drag it. Sorry, we drag it in the correct slot. And if we click on this preview, by now we can see our logo and the Unity logo in the bottom. And you can change the logo section. Basically, you can just load one by one if you want, and you can just choose it. So you can choose the duration. And if you don't want to show Unity logo and you just want to have your custom logo instead of the Unity, then you can just uncheck this show Unity logo. And now if we click on this preview, we can see our custom logo. But I want to have my Unity logo as well, so I'm going to check this show Unity logo as well. And we can just choose the draw mode, all in sequel, or we can just leave it to Unity logo below. So you can show the logo one by one if you want. Then you can just choose this all sequence, and you can play around with the attributes right over here. And if we click on this preview, by now we can see Unity logo, and after it we can see our custom logo, and then the game just loaded up right away. And we can choose the duration by we can choose the duration as well if we want. I'm gonna leave it just like this. And if you don't want to show logo, we do know that we need to uncheck this show Unity logo section. And after doing that, we can choose the background color as well. If I click on this preview, we can see the background color a little bit gray type. So we can choose a total different color. We can click on this background color, and we can choose any color that we would like to go with. I'm going to go with totally black. So I'm going to choose this color to black. Let's see once again. And now we can see the background color is totally black. You can choose any color you want. Even you can choose a background image, and you can just drag it over here. So I want a background image behind my Unity and the custom logo, so I can just drag the background image there. So I will go to stranger field. I'm gonna drag this one, and let's see how it's gonna look like. So let's preview, and we can see our logo. And I'm gonna choose a basically what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna choose the background color little bit opacity. I'm gonna leave it to 1. And I guess it's totally fine. We can just click on this preview, and we can see the background as well. And this is pretty much fine, and it's make our game lot more cool. And now we can go to other settings, and inside this other setting we don't have to do anything at all. But if we making our game for Android, for play console, then we have to play around a lot of stuffs right here. We need to mess with this, and make sure you active handling choose both, and it's gonna restart your Unity editor. I already chosen both. So if you're working with the new input system and if you want to use the old input system, then you can choose both. And if you want to choose the new system only, a new input system, then you can choose this, select this input system package new. But I just want to work with both, so I'm gonna leave it to both. And once we done all of this, we can just go ahead and we can build our game. But make sure you just name the company name to something else. Don't leave it to default company. I just name it as my YouTube channel name, which is Prime Night. And the product name, basically the game name, I just leave it as Rise. And we can increase the version if we making for second time. We can make it something like 1.2 or 1.2, 1.3, and the list just goes on. So right now I'm just done, so I can just cut this step by now, and I can go over to top left file once again. But before I do that, I need to make sure the menu scene should be the default one. We need to check it out. So if we go to top left file, build profiles, and choose scene list in the left bar, we need to make sure we drag the menu scene right here. Right here we can see we only have the sample scene, but we don't have the menu scene yet. So we need to drag it right here. We need to drag it right here. We can only see our sample scene. So what we need to do, we need to drag our menu scene. So we will go to our scenes, and over here we're gonna take our menu and let's drag it into this scene list. Make sure you drag it, else it's not gonna work. So you have to make sure, and we want this menu scene to be the default one. When we're gonna open up our game, this menu scene should be loaded up first, and after that we can decide we want to play our game or not. So that's why we're gonna take this to top, and we're gonna drag it sample scene or the level 1 in the bottom so we can have it. And once we satisfied, we can just go to top left file once again, build profiles, and we can just build the game. So let's choose Windows in the left bar, and we can just click on this build and run in the top right section. So let's click on it, and we're gonna make a separate folder for our build. So we're gonna right click, let's go new, and then folder, and let's call this folder to something like build something just like that. I'm gonna call it, or let's call it PC build. I'm gonna call it PC build, just like that. And now we're gonna select this folder. Let's click on this select folder, and it says, do you want to save the changes you made in the scene, simple scene or level 1? Yes, I do want. So I'm gonna click on this save button. The game almost gets built, and now we are ready to play our game. Just wait, it's gonna take few seconds, and we can see we can play our game. I'm gonna decrease the size of it, basically the screen size. So I'm gonna turn it down a little bit, and we can see I can just resize it. I'm gonna resize just like, and I also ensure that you are able to hear the music. And I'm gonna click on this play button to play our game, and we can play our game as you can see, and we can attack on this enemy. So I just died, and if I click on this menu, we're not going over to menu scene because I have done a mistake. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna build the game once again. So I will go to Windows. So the first thing, go to top left file, then build and profiles, then click on this build and run in the top right side. And I'm gonna select the folder once again, and I'm gonna select folder, and it's gonna make the build for us within 1 minute. Within 1 minute, if you made the game already, a build you already made, then the next time it's gonna take few seconds in order to make it, because we already made this build. So it's gonna take few seconds in order to build it. So just wait for few seconds, and you will see that, and it's almost done. And build player, as you can see, and we're gonna see finishing build. and finishing build, and now it's done. And I'm gonna show you the about and the exit button. We already made the game. By now we should see that if we click on that exit button, we should quit the game right away. So if I click on this about button, we can see our about menu. This game made by Roy, as you can see. And if I click on this back button, we can just move it over to our main menu. And now if I click on this exit button, we should quit the application because we already made the game by now. So if I go ahead and then click on this exit button, as you can see, as soon as we clicked on it, we just quit the game right away. So that is the thing, that how you can build your game, and this is the procedure in order to make the build. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this.